Chapter 101. The next morning, the sky is clear and bright. The weather without wind is always as calm as ever. Northwest forest of Nine Snake Daughter Island, the open space with a radius of 100 meters exudes bursts of unusual misty gleam. If anyone can look down from high in the sky, look down, will inevitably be shocked to find that this open space with a radius of 100 meters has been engraved with circles of mysterious patterns. That is the pattern of mysterious magic. 9 in the morning. Luo Feng brought YY, Robin, Empress Hancock and Straw Hat Luffy to this clearing engraved with formations. Sandathonia, Mariglood and other Hydra warriors spontaneously guarded everywhere in the forest. This is the territory of their 9 snakes. Normally, they don't need to be so guarded, but they need to be guarded right now. After all, there is still a naval ship parked on the coast of Hydra. 9:15 in the morning. Luo Feng completed the final stroke of the long-distance large teleportation circle. The light of the teleportation circle suddenly became vigorous. Teacher, is it done? YY asked curiously. Master Luo Feng, how are you going to send Luffy to Pushing City? Looking at the mysterious light in front of him, Robin was full of curiosity and incomprehension when he was surprised. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Ready. Straw Hat Luffy carried a sack of food and stretched out on the sidelines. Master, what am I going to do next? Straw Hat Luffy, who finished the warm-up exercise, also asked. Next you will stand at that center. Luo Feng casually points to the center of the magic circle. Okay. Straw Hat Luffy standing still at the center of the formation. Little Straw Hat, there is no turning back at the bow. Are you really ready? Luo Feng confirmed one last time. Oh. Straw Hat Luffy raised his hands confidently. Luffy, YY and Robin both have worried faces on their faces. They have already learned in detail about the horror of the deep-sea prison advancing to the city. Knows exactly how dangerous Straw Hat Luffy's trip is just any obstruction. They can't say it at all. After all, Straw Hat Luffy is going to save his brother this time. As for directly asking Luo Feng for help, it's not that they haven't thought about it. But in the end it still didn't say anything. Robin, Vivi, just wait here with confidence. I will definitely succeed. Straw Hat Luffy saw the concerns of his partners, and confidently comforted. Around Robin and Vivi nodded softly. All right, Master, let's start. Luffy rode. What an uneasy kid. Go on. Luo Feng shook his head, flicked his fingers. A green bin flicked in the air, and was caught by Luffy in a hurry. Master, what is this? Luffy asked puzzledly. Santa beans, something that can save your life at a critical moment, can instantly eliminate all injuries and fatigue on your body. Luo Feng calmly said. So amazing? Straw Hat Luffy's eyes lit up suddenly. Hurriedly put it in his clothes bag and put it away carefully. Although Luffy is a little stupid on weekdays, he is a real genius in battle. After learning about the magical effect of Xiandu, he naturally would not go silly to swallow dates and waste it in vain. Looking at Luffy's rare resuscitation, Luo Feng also retracted his warning pat with both hands. The light of the huge teleportation circle was suddenly violent to the extreme. Can only hear a swish. The dazzling colorful light is like a bridge that runs through the sky and the earth, and the body wrapped in the Straw Hat Luffy disappeared in an instant. Is this over? YY's eyes widened in surprise. If not, Luo Feng asked. This is simply genuine. God's method. Robin whispered in shock. Master Luo Feng was originally the patron saint of our 9 snakes. Empress Hancock spoke. Of course, her pretty face filled with joy. Firefist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy's business is finished, so the next step is naturally her time. Thinking of being able to continue spending those happy adult times with Luo Feng, Boy Hancock's heart burst into excitement instantly. Luo Feng's armor, next. Just as the Empress Hancock was about to invite Luo Feng, there was a sudden wave of battle from the outer forest and the coast. My sister, it's Lieutenant Admiral Flying Squirrel. That guy really tried to break through without being honest. Mary Groud reported angrily. The time between talking, the battle between the dense forest fluctuates more and more intensely. Spirit, spirit, spirit. That is the sound of the arrows of the 9 serpent warriors piercing the tree trunk. Middle dot, 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 middle dot. Find flowers. 00. My sister, that Lieutenant General's flying squirrel is too fast. He will soon be breached. Sanda Sonia said anxiously, even though the ninja warriors have very strong armed arrows. But the flying squirrel, an elite lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, naturally has 2 brushes. The 6-style shave that went all out, it was almost that there was only a vague shadow left. It takes less than a minute before and after. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel used a combination of 6 shaves and moon steps, tossing around in the dense forest, avoiding the encirclement net of the Hydra warriors, and came to the central open space. Boy Hancock, what happened before? What happened to that beam of light? Lieutenant Admiral Flying Squirrel's cries exploded, was sternly rejected by the Empress Hancock last night, and the Flying Squirrel did not give up on the mission. Originally, he wanted to wait outside the island until the deadline arrived. If Boy Hancock still does not change his mind, he can only return to the headquarters to join the war. But this morning, after seeing the magnificent light, he finally couldn't sit still anymore, and rushed to the scene to check the situation. What a courage! The Navy dare to invade the land of the 9 snakes without authorization. You have violated the iron law of our country, Boy Hancock said coldly. While speaking, the turbulent overlord's domineering suddenly burst, oppressing the spirit of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Although it is not possible to coma on the spot, it is also a kind of restraint. Coupled with the siege of Hydra warriors from all directions, this situation is an absolute despair with 0 survival rate for him. But when he chose to invade the 9 snake to find out the status quo, he had already had the consciousness of death. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's gaze swept across the Hydra soldiers, and finally fell on Luo Feng, and Robin in the middle of the clearing. You are Nicole Robin, the devil's son of the Straw Hat crew, and you are still alive. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel recognized Robin's identity, and subconsciously gave birth to a thought in his heart. However, in the next second, all his attention was attracted by Luo Feng's existence. The firm face that hadn't changed even when facing the large forces of 9 snake before. At the moment when he saw Luo Feng, he unconsciously appeared in extreme horror and astonishment. It seems that the one standing in front of him is not a person, but someone who is above human beings. God. You. Where are you, sacred? 0. Chapter 102. You. Where are you, holy? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel roared over the forest, full of shock and horror. Even the soldiers facing the 9 snake army had never wavered before. At the moment when he saw Luo Feng, his heart could not stop shaking. Luo Feng just stood there calmly and did nothing, but it brought him unprecedented pressure. Just looking at it was the horror, fear, and horror that made him the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters who has experienced countless battles. From his heart, all over his body, the 60 trillion cells trembled uncontrollably. That was the awe of the Supreme Being. Navy Flying Squirrel Boy, your voice is too loud, and Robin is now mine. Don't move your mind. Luo Feng finally spoke. Bang dang as Luo Feng's voice fell. The long knife in the hands of the powerful Navy elite Lieutenant Admiral fell unconsciously. Puffing immediately afterwards, the Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel felt his knees soft and fell to the ground involuntarily. An emotion called horror instantly encroached on his whole body. The cold sweat wet his back. Now he finally knows the reason why Luo Feng locked him in this supreme oppression. It's not because he invaded Hydra without authorization, but because of Nicole Robin. The first time he saw Robin, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel subconsciously gave birth to the idea of arrest. Traded with Boy Hancock under the title of Chiyu High. Boy Hancock can still enjoy the privilege of Chiyu High without participating in the war on the top. But the premise is that Nicole Robin must be handed over to him, and the men on the ship must be restored to their original state. so he won't come back empty-handed. This is the thought of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel at that moment. However, he never thought that it was this momentary thought that made him dance once on the wire of death. "Sorry, it was my fault, and Miss Robin, please forgive me." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel folded his hands, touched his forehead, and knelt down and apologized solemnly. There is a big horror between life and death. Even an elite lieutenant admiral who is conscious of death, on the verge of death, after all, still cannot accept it calmly. Instinctively want to ask for a child. Confessed and apologized. Master Luo Feng, this. Listening to Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel suddenly kneel down to apologize, Robin was also stunned. Only a moment later, the intelligent Robin reacted. From Luo Feng's words and the expression of the flying squirrel at that moment, she already guessed the reason. "Thank you, Master Luo Feng." Robin only felt his nose sore, and his heart felt infinitely moved. "Never mind." Luo Feng smiled peacefully, stroking Robin's hair. Watching this scene, the Empress Hancock couldn't help pouting her mouth, her whole body exuding a lemon-like breath. Lord Luo Feng finally, Boy Hancock, who couldn't stand it, stepped forward decisively and hugged Luo Feng's arm. "What's wrong?" Luo Feng couldn't help but look at Hancock's jealous little appearance. "Master Luo Feng, my concubine is not jealous." Boy Hancock does not confess himself. After was able to react, her pretty face flew up into red clouds. "No, no, my concubine just wanted to ask Master Luo Feng how to deal with this navy next." Boy Hancock asked. "This, what do you say, Robin?" Luo Feng asked casually. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel must have realized enough of Lord Luo Feng's greatness now, but if he kills like this, the rest of the navy will not know, and there will inevitably be many troubles in the future, so it is better to General let him go back. Robin thought seriously. "I see. Then do what you say." Luo Feng Dao. His gaze shifted to the panicking flying squirrel. "Get out," Luo Feng said indifferently. "Yes, thank you for not killing." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel responded tremblingly, and turned around decisively and ran away. If Luo Feng is in front, the soldiers of the Nine Snakes will not stop him. "Okay, let's go back." Luo Feng waved his hand. "Yes, Master Luo Feng." Robin and Hancock responded in unison, occupying Luo Feng's left and right. "Come like this." Naturally there is no place for the third person. Then, feeling the resentful gaze after coming to him, Robin's body stiffened, his face full of embarrassment. Why, come on the teacher's back. The teacher will carry you back to the head office." Luo Feng said helplessly. He had already grasped the thoughts of his little apprentice. "That's great." Vivi suddenly jumped 3 feet high happily, and jumped onto Rollins' back, while not forgetting to look provocatively at Robin and Hancock on both sides. The atmosphere between the courts is instantly tense. When Hancock, and Robin are jealous of the trio of overtly and secretly, Luo Feng naturally sees all of them. But it wouldn't be a headache because of this trivial 3% sure field. After all, in the past, he has already experienced the sure field that I don't know how cruel than it is now, and summed up many perfect solutions to the ending of the sure field hatchet from previous experiences. At this moment, Deep Sea Prison, advanced to the city. Today also ushered in the most unusual emergency since its establishment. On the endless windless sea stands a magnificent, pitch-black building. That is the advance city of the Deep Sea Prison, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. There are still 6 days before the execution of Firefist Ace. Advance City has entered the highest level of alert state. After all, their opponent this time is the Whitebeard Pirates. The opponent may attack the city at any time to save people in advance. However, even if the head of the advance city Magellan and the others tried to break their heads, they would never have thought that the invaders of the robbery would suddenly fall from the sky without warning. Boom rumble, a bunch of colorful rainbow bridges pierced through the sky and the earth, slamming straight on the top of the dome. Advancing the city not only broke through the dome, but also penetrated the ceiling of the underground layer of infinite hell. The huge advancing city was shocked at this moment. The carefulness of the whole advancing city up to the director and down to the ordinary pawn also trembled. "What's wrong?" did the Whitebeard call. The deputy director of Advance City Hannibal, who was negotiating in the scorching hell, yelled in horror, "Domino, what happened?" Magellan also clenched his fists nervously. "No, Director Magellan. The intruder. The intruder is the pirate Straw Hat Luffy." The beauty deputy chief of guard Domino, with big golden wavy hair and long hair, reported in surprise. "Nanny, what did you say?" "Peas. Thanks to the boss of WoW for the monthly pass and 588 rewards. Boss atmosphere. 103. Chapter 103. There are still 2 days away from the public execution of Huo Quinace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The domestic atmosphere of 9 Snake Daughters is still very happy. However, unlike the general joy of the people, the senior leaders of 9 Snake, especially the female Emperor Boy Hancock, are frowning all day long, not thinking about food and tea, also frowning, and YY and Robin are sluggish. This mental state has lasted for 3 full days. The reason is naturally inseparable from Luo Feng. The afternoon 3 days ago, just as Boy Hancock, Vivi, and Robin are continuing to compete in the sure field, Luo Feng just smiled, said nothing, and walked into the medicine garden in Haoshan under the collective gaze of the 3 girls. In the beginning, the Empress Boy Hancock relied on her familiarity with the back mountains, and she only knew how to pass through the fog, and she was very proud. Thought this was an opportunity for a Topasan world that Luo Feng created specifically for them. But it didn't take long for her to be proud. 28. After discovering that the method he knew had failed and he could not enter the medicine garden through the mist, Boy Hancock finally panicked. These 3 days, Emperor Hancock, Robin, and YY couldn't sleep well. They stared in the direction of the medicine garden in the back mountain hut, waiting for Luo Feng to return. However, Luo Feng did not appear for a long time. "Wu, what's the matter with the teacher? It's been 3 days. Why haven't you come out?" YY sat on the steps with her knees on her knees, whimpering in a whimper. "Master Luo Feng, I miss you so much. Please come back soon." Boy Hancock leaned against the door frame with a weak face, looking at the depths of the mist with eyesight. "Teacher, you won't want YY anymore. You have agreed, so how can you leave YY alone?" Thinking of the terrible possibility, YY's eyes suddenly red, and tears fell again. She couldn't imagine her life without Luo Feng in the future. There is also the Empress Hancock who has the same idea as YY, especially when thinking of Gurolius's warning. Luo Feng's armor is a wind-like existence, and it will dissipate if you are not paying attention, so you should not leave any regrets while you are still here. How can this be? Boy Hancock clutched his heart, only to feel that his heart was breaking, and his beautiful pretty face was pale. "Papa!" The applause suddenly sounded, attracting the attention of the 2 girls who were deeply saddened by their grief. Compared to the heartbreak of YY and the Empress Hancock, Robin looks much better at this moment. Is not just because she has the experience of living separately from Luo Feng, also because she is very smart. "Vivi, Hancock, please listen to me." Robin spoke. "Nicole." Robin, what do you want to say?" YY and Hancock both looked at Robin. "First of all, I can be sure that Master Luo Feng must still be here," Robin affirmed. "Real." The dim eyes of YY and Hancock lit up a little. "If Master Luo Feng didn't leave, why didn't he come out?" Empress Hancock said. "It has never happened before." YY said. "Probably the 3 of us are a little too hot." Robin said. "Oh, recall carefully what we did when we were with Master Luo Feng." Without waiting for Hancock and Vivi to speak, Robin continued. "As far as I know, Master Luo Feng is an extraordinary person, like a god. During his long journey, Master Luo Feng's main purpose is to find pleasure and pleasure. However, the quarrel between the 3 of us will only bring Master Luo Feng trouble." Robin said. Emperor Hancock and YY pursed their lips together, sinking into thought. After a long silence, "Then what should we do?" YY spoke. "It's very simple. let's get along with each other in the future. I think the reason why Lord Liu Feng has not come out is probably because we want to figure it out for ourselves. Robin said. I see. YY got up, squeezed her left hand tightly with Robin's right hand extended, and then extended her right hand to the Empress Hancock. If this is what Master Liu Feng expected, my concubine also understands. Empress Hancock nodded heavily. Both hands overlap Robin and Vivi, and clasp them tightly. Then everyone will get along with each other in a friendly way from now on. Robin smiled around. Oh, an agreement between the three girls is reached. At the same time, Liu Feng's retreat in the depths of the mist also just ended. It has been more than half a month since the water capital incident. The resurrection of Meili, the wizard of the ship, finally succeeded. Shasha, there was a sound of footsteps in the silent flower field. Listening to the kind rustle, both Vivi and Hancock's ears moved together, and they suddenly turned around. I waited to see the familiar figure emerging from the mist. The faces of the three girls were filled with extreme joy and excitement. Teacher Lord Liu Feng YY and the Empress Hancock Chikijiao shouted, and immediately rushed forward. Ha ha! What happened? Liu Feng asked knowingly. Wu, sir, I thought you didn't want Vivi anymore. YY has a little pitiful appearance. Master Liu Feng, the three concubines will not quarrel anymore, so please don't scare us anymore. Boya Hancock said. Sorry, this retreat is a little bit important, I forgot to inform in advance. Liu Feng smiled. At the same time, he nodded to Robin, who was coming up in a graceful manner. He is naturally aware of Robin's reconciling effect. All right. After a simple appeasement of YY and Hancock's emotions, Liu Feng clapped his hands to attract the attention of the three. Next, I will introduce you to a new partner. Liu Feng smiled mysteriously. New partner? Robin, Vivi, and Hancock tilt their heads in unison. Come out. Liu Feng waved toward the mist behind him. The footsteps of Shasha started again. A cute little girl wearing a raincoat jacket, holding a small wooden hammer, and engraved jade, jumped and appeared in front of the three of YY. Are you Meili? YY and Robin screamed in unison. It's me, Vivi, Robin, Meili. The face of the heroic of the ship named Meili raised a big splendid arc. 104. Chapter 104. Is it really Meili? It's really me. On the back mountain of Nine Snake Girl Island, the girls' voices of surprise and excitement echoed in the sky. Looking at the girl in the raincoat and wooden hammer who walked out from behind Liu Feng, both YY and Robin felt the first time and reacted. No introduction from Liu Feng. They already know the identity of this small and cute little girl. That is their other partner. The partner who once thought that goodbye, never to see again. Meili, it's so good. It's so good that you can come alive again. YY held Meili excitedly. Yeah, I was also taken aback. I didn't expect to see you again one day, all thanks to the master. Meili looked at Liu Feng with enthusiasm and joy. Master? Robin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, the master is Lord Liu Feng. Meili blinked her eyes cutely. Wait a moment, Master Liu Feng. What the hell is going on? Who is this girl named Meili? Boya Hancock, the empress of the non-straw hat group, is completely confused about the current situation and can't understand at all. Hee. Meili is our partner. YY grinned. Ms. Hancock, let me explain to you next. Robin spoke enthusiastically, even if he told the Empress Hancock all the fetters between them and Meili. After learning that the girl in front of her, her true identity turned out to be the wizard of the ship, roused the Empress Hancock, and her eyes widened involuntarily, and the whole person was shocked to the point of indescribable. Hee. I don't know how everyone will react when seeing me in this posture. Meili, the girl, looked expectant and longing. Does that still need to be said? Everyone will be happy, especially Sanji. Seeing such a cute Meili, he will definitely go round and round. YY took it for granted. I am really looking forward to it. Robin chuckled lightly. By the way, Sister Robin, if you are here, are you all together? Meili finally realized this, and asked expectantly. Upon hearing this, The smiles on YY and Robin's faces stagnated. What's wrong with everyone? Mealy also felt something wrong. Luffy, I was here a few days ago, but now. YY shook her head. Hey, what's the matter? Master, do you know? Mealy looked at Luo Feng. If you want to meet that way, then go see you. Luo Feng Dao. Real. Mealy surprises. Very good. YY cheered subconsciously. Luo Feng's armor. Do you mean? Robin understood Luo Feng's meaning. Next, let's set off to the top battlefield of the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Luo Feng grinned. 10 minutes later, Luo Feng and Hancock returned to the castle tower. When seeing Luo Feng and his sister returning from the same group, the Hanging Hearts of Sansonia, Marigruda and others were finally put down, when even a table of sumptuous food was prepared. During the banquet, the Empress Hancock also announced to the sisters that she was about to follow Luo Feng to the headquarters of the Navy. My sister, you are going to the Navy headquarters with Master Luo Feng. Marie Groud's voice increased by an octave. I see, I'm going to prepare the ship now. Sanda Sonia nodded. Sonia, you don't need to prepare for the boat. Luo Feng calmly said. Teacher, why? Ye doesn't seem to be able to sit all of us on her back. YY raised her hand to ask a question. You'll find out later. Luo Feng smiled mysteriously. It's already an hour later that I'm full of wine and rice. Luo Feng and his entourage came to the coast of Nine Snake Island with big bags and small bags. Luo Feng called out softly. Yes, Master. Mealy trotted forward happily. In the surprised eyes of YY and others, he jumped to the surface of the sea, but it did not sink. My whole body is full of energy. Respond. Come out. The treasure of Golden Merry. Mealy makes a heart shape with both hands. Along with the reading of a spell, Mealy's delicate hand suddenly patted on the calm sea. After a moment of silence, wow la la la, there was a sudden violent wave on the calm, windless sea. A small mountain bulged on the surface of the sea, and it seemed that something huge was about to go to sea. Next second, the real body of the behemoth that broke through the sea is revealed. Is not a sea king. Is a ship. The original ship of the Straw Hat Pirates group that once perished in the raging fired Golden Merry. On the coast, YY's cries of surprise, who witnessed the magical scene of Mealy summoning Mealy with her own eyes, increased by more than 18 degrees. Diaresis, how is this done, Mealy? The golden Mealy appeared intact! Robin is also unable to suppress the shock and excitement in his heart. Mealy, what the hell is going on? YY asked again and again. Hee, YY, I am very strong now. Mealy smiled. Let's go. Get ready to go. Luo Feng smiled and waved, and led the three stunned girls on board the Golden Merry treasure. Wow Lalu, it was clearly in the windless zone, but the sails of the Mealy were swollen as if blown by the wind, and sailed towards the sea. This is naturally a skill of the almighty Golden Merry. For Luo Feng, who likes to study interesting things, simply finding a new identity for Mealy, the wizard of the ship, is naturally simple and not challenging at all. Those days in the capital of water, Luo Feng used the soul of the ship accumulated from generations to generation in the city of water to simulate a heroic seat of the ship. Li Hao is to make the reborn Mealy a heroic existence in the moon world. Fortunately, the experiment was successful. The current Mealy was reborn as a hero. As the first ship of the future One Piece in this pirate world, the Golden Merry will naturally not lack the color of legend in the future. What Luo Feng did was to present the future hero Mealy to the present. The treasure of the heroic Mealy has two. One is the small wooden hammer tied around her waist. The second is the treasure of this versatile ship, the Golden Merry. After learning about the magical abilities of the reborn Golden Merry, YY and Robin were both stunned. Plunged into the exploration for the first time, until exhausted. Then I gave up. The treasure Golden Merry drove out of the windless zone, and then headed straight towards the Chambord Islands. 2 days later at noon, the Champagne Islands. Here it is. May 105. Chapter 105. Above the sea, the wind is rustling. With the public execution of Huel Quinace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the big event continues to ferment. the entire sea is cast with a shadow, and everything is shrouded in an atmosphere called depression. All around the world, there are great sea roots in the southeast, northwest and northwest. Countless people are nervous and afraid. Everyone in the world, including children who are a few years old, knows Whitebeard is a human being more terrifying than evil spirits. Is the strongest man in the world! Exclamation mark. He was world famous in the last era, and the era of great pirates that started after Roger's death is still the absolute king. Among the pirates who are as numerous as the stars in the sky, Whitebeard is always the one standing at the top. This era is called Whitebeard! Exclamation mark. Today, this represents the horrible existence of an era. After years of silence, he finally woke up completely. The fuse was the public execution of Hugo Quinace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The war between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy headquarters is about to begin. The world's strongest man is about to pour its terrifying energy into the sea. Which direction will this world develop? Will the Whitebeard really appear just for a partner? It will definitely appear. Whitebeard is definitely not the kind of man who will leave his partners alone. War can no longer be stopped. In this era of rampage, who can rise to the top and become king? The Moby Dick is no longer visible in the territory of the New World Whitebeard, and the famous captains are gone. It seems that it has already reached the first half. Ha 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 ha, who is right? Let's just look at it. The biggest war of this era is about to begin. Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. Which side will win? Does that still need to be said? It must be the Navy of Justice. Yes, the Navy side has the strongest hero Carp. But I heard that the Whitebeard has some unknown close relationship with Roger Pirates. Roger is dead, but those remnants, the right hand of one pirate, that wears the Hades Rolly. Whether the Whitebeard Pirates win or lose, the next new era is the best time for us to go to sea. People from all over the world are all talking fiercely and waiting nervously. The time is 5 o'clock in the morning. There are still 10 hours before the execution of Hugo Quinace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is a dream island that is 10,000 meters deep in the sea, Merlick Island. In the past 3 days, the pirates who were planning to borrow away from the Fisherman Island to go to the New World were told that the island was under blockade after entering the country, and all ships were allowed to enter and not to leave. If it were in the past, how could the pirates who have always been rebellious to obey the overbearing constraints of the Fisherman Island? In line with the noble sense of being human, they always treat Murlocs as animals. If it is normal, I am afraid that Merlick Island has already been thrown into chaos by the riots of the pirates. But this time is different. No matter how awkward pirates were, at the moment they entered the Fisherman Island, they all clip their tails and become dogs, and they dare not let go. It's all because of the flag flying over the Fisherman Island. The flag of the Whitebeard is even more because of the 4 pirate boats now anchored in the port on the front of Fisherman Island for smiling whale boats. The mothership of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirate Regiment, the Moby Dick, and 3 lieutenants. No one thought that the long-awaited 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirate Group is now in the deep sea 10,000 meters Fishman Island. Father, Moby's coating work has been completed, and you can set off at any time, reported Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group with a pineapple-like haircut. In addition, the news from Skew Yard said that all 43 pirate ships, including the DeCarban brothers, Dama, and Little Oz, have safely crossed the Red Earth continent to the Paradise. Everyone is on standby now, waiting for your order from Dad. The 3rd Team Diamond Jaws, 5th Team Foil Beast and other captains spoke one after another. Cool la 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 la, really a bunch of lovely sons. Then as an old man, I can't fall behind them. Whitebeard laughed. Papa Bay Ixioji. The sudden voice of the girl made the laughter on the Whitebeard's face stagnant. The domineering and incomparable 4 Emperors Whitebeard, at this moment, turned around with a face full of helplessness. Xiao Raiha, I have said it many times, don't learn from your dad who is off the line. Dad, I am also the #1 person anyway. What if I let others hear and learn? The beautiful kimono girl with a white beard and a beard stared at the beautiful kimono girl who boarded the ship. Iwasama, the 16th Division Captain Izo, was the first to greet him. Day and Princess Lord. Immediately afterwards, a cat and a dog swooped forward. The cat is the boss of the Cat Viper. The dog is Duke Inuran. They are the twin kings of the Fur clan. This time, in order to repay the kindness of the Whitebeard pirate group 18 years ago, they came to join the war. Hide Korua, ha ha ha, I haven't seen you in a few years. Xioraihu is really more and more beautiful. It's exactly the same as Miss Shi. The captains of the White Regiment, including Marco, Joz, and Beaster, greeted happily. Ha ha ha, Ichi, cats and dogs. Regarding the kimono girl whose appearance is not under the pirate Empress Boy Hancock, the former Princess Kotsuki Kazuo laughs sweetly. Crack, crack, crack. Kappa's special laughter sounded like Inuarashi and Cat Viper. He is one of the 9 red squirrels. The emerald-skinned fishman Kappa came to the deck of the Moby Dick. Cat Viper, Inulan, you guys are here too. Click, click, and click. Hisong laughed happily. Ah, of course we are coming. This time is when we repay the kindness of the old man. Inulan took it for granted. Moreover, you can see Princess Raihu again this time. It's great, Ha-song. You can always be with the princess on the Fisherman Island, and I want to always play with the princess. The Cat Vipers envied. Crack, pop. Who makes the princess like Merlick Island? River Song Dao. After that, Hisong turned to look at Babyard. Papa Whitebeard, this is what King Neptune returned to Papa. Hisong untied the package behind him. A large black dragon ball appeared in the sight of everyone. Suddenly, the terrifying evil spirit spread. 106. Chapter 106. Papa Whitebeard, as agreed, on behalf of Merlick Island and King Neptune, return this Dragon Ball. Kappa K-Song solemnly said on the deck of the whale ship Mobile. Whitebeard nodded, raised his hand and took the 7th Dragon Ball that exuded destruction. 20 years ago, the era of great pirates begins. While returning the Fisherman Island to its own territory, to be on the safe side, Babyard left one of the 7 Dragon Balls Roger gave him on Merlick Island. Give it to the Merlick royal family for safekeeping. The reason why Whitebeard does this is just in case. After all, this is an SSS Dangerous item. If it is accidentally triggered in one plaston, the world will be destroyed. Exclamation mark. Of course, before destroying the world, their Whitebeard pirates must destroy it first. Under normal circumstances, naturally, Whitebeard would not be so extreme as to make fun of the world. But this time is different. In the all-out war with the Navy headquarters, this kind of strategic killer is naturally to be brought. Even if you don't use it, it's good to put it in shock. Great. Plus the Cat and Viper brought back from Elephant Island, and this one from Merlick Island. 7 Dragon Balls are all here. Take this thing to the Navy headquarters. I don't believe that the Navy guys are not afraid. If you don't honestly let Ace go, everyone will die. Thinking of the legend that the collection of 7 Dragon Balls could summon the endless black dragon, the captains of the White Group were nervous and couldn't help shouting, "Coola la 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 la." I can already imagine the cold sweat of that bastard in the Warring States period. Whitebeard laughed. This is also really exciting, Daddy Whitebeard. We have taken care of you for many years. This time I don't know if you can allow me to do something with you. Ha-song asked. Of course, welcome. For the powerful combat power of Hisong, second only to Jinping in the Merlick tribe, Whitebeard naturally did not refuse. Papa Bei Ixioji, I will come and I will come too. I also want to go together. Gwengi Uari, who was playing with the Cat Viper with the funny cat stick on the side, quickly raised his hand. No. There were uniform rejections from the deck. Ogwengi Uari and pouted aggrievedly. Hisama, no, no, absolutely no. Hisong waved his hands in a panic. That means, princess, that's a battlefield for monsters. It's too dangerous. The Cat Viper also jumped up and quickly discouraged. Raiha princess, the battlefield is not a trifle. Hisama, please stay on the Fisherman Island and wait for our good news. Izo and Inuarashi solemnly pleaded. Is it really bad? Father Baixioji. Raiha looked at Babyard with his watery eyes wide open. Listening to Baixioji's one after another, the Whitebeard's old face couldn't help but turn black. Ha ha ha, forget it, Xioraiha. You should wait with the nurse sisters on the boat. Marco pointed to a team of leopard nurses disembarking from the shore. You wanted to see the old man Baixioji had been talking about these days. Gwengayu Raiha pretended to be pathetic and whimpered in a low voice. Hearing that, the cat viper, Inulan, Izang, and Hisong were all refreshed. There was great excitement in my heart for no reason. 18 years ago, their lord Mitsuki Mita had a prophecy before his death. It is now 18 years later, and the key is a legend that is also related to Whitebeard. Kula la 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 la, that's it, Xiao Raiha, I understand. Don't worry, if there is really good news, we will definitely notify you as soon as possible. Maybe we can see you again tonight. Then his wish will certainly be realized. Whitebeard laughed. The kimono girl Gwengayu Raiha nodded heavily. Babyard's words have already reached this point. As a junior, she would be suspicious of unreasonable harassment if she acted like a baby anymore. Then I will go down first, without delaying everyone. Light Moon Day and back to the coast. Goodbye Baixioji. Goodbye Hisong. Goodbye everyone. Good luck. Gwengi Urian waved goodbye. Oh goodbye princess. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00. We will definitely come back safely. Kula la 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 la. The Whitebeard's heroic laughter sounded. Listening to the puffy laugh of Whitebeard, Marco, Joz and others know that today's father is really happy and in great condition. Hey, Marco, Joz, Vista, you are the first crew to follow the old man. Do you know? The one that Dad was talking about during this time. Daddy, Grandpa. Who is it? The 16th Division Captain Yizang asked curiously. Do not know. Joz shook his head in a naive way. Don't look at me. Beasta shrugged. Ha ha ha, who knows? But the answer should be revealed soon. Marco spoke expectantly. Little ones, set sail. On the deck of the whale ship Moby Dick, the Whitebeard raised his arms and shouted. Oh 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 oh. The white group pirates on the 4 whale boats cheered in unison. The entire Murloc Island echoed with the impassioned loud shouts of the Whitebeard pirates. Just listening to that voice made many pirates paralyzed. Wow. In the port of Murloc Island, 5 whale boats headed by the mothership Moby Dick are moving in unison. Father Whitebeard, have a good journey. I wish Wufu prosperity. Dragon Palace City, where the royal family of Murloc Island is located. The high levels of Murloc Island, headed by King Neptune, silently bowed to the Whitebeard in the distance and saluted. As a tribute to the King of Whitebeard who has blessed the island for 20 years. Finally gone. It's really terrible. The 4 human emperors. On Murloc Street, upon hearing the news that the Whitebeard pirate group was about to leave, the new Murloc pirate group headed by Hody Jones breathed a sigh of relief. These days, the existence of the Whitebeard pirates group is like a mountain weighing on their hearts, and they will never be able to cross it. Let them, who were originally just frogs at the bottom of the well, truly experience the horror of human top powerhouses. Under the collective gaze of countless people all over the Fisherman Island, the coatings of the 4 whale boats were opened. The Whitebeard pirates are out! 0. Chapter 107. The end of the paradise. In the first half of the Great Route Chambord Island, a week ago, Straw Hat Luffy overwhelmed the Dragonite in anger, triggering a shocking Dragonite incident. And this led to the attack of Navy Admiral Huang Yuan Peluslino. Under the overwhelming strength of the General Huang Yuan, no matter whether it is an ordinary pirate or the pirate supernova that has risen to fame, there is no resistance. The Straw Hat pirate group, which was still in the limelight above Kid, was almost destroyed by the General Huang Yuan group. At the critical moment, if Rayleigh and the Bear show up in time, the Straw Hat pirates are destined to be only a short-lived and no longer exist. It was precisely because of the spoiler between Lee and Kyu High Tyrant Xung that Huang Yuan and the Straw Hat group passed by, unable to communicate. In his anger, General Huang Yuan arrested nearly 500 pirates, big and small. Facing Huang Yuan's grumpy means regardless of the small fish and prawns, all the pirates were terrified. The pirates all sailed away from the Champagne area to take shelter in the first time, and did not dare to show up for several days. This also led to the deserted islands of Chambord in those few days. Some illegal areas that were originally noisy can't even see a human figure. A week has passed since that incident, and the shadow of General Huang Yuan has faded, and the pirates on the island have gradually returned. And because they don't want to miss a major event that is about to happen, the pirates have poured into the mangrove island number 32 in Chambord on a large scale. The time is 11 o'clock in the morning. There are still 4 hours before the public execution of Huo Quinace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirate group, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The world is changing. The world's eyes focused on malign Fodor. Countless people are eagerly waiting for the huge war that is about to take place in the Navy headquarters. The war between the Navy and the veteran king of the New World, the world's strongest man, the Whitebeard. The result of this war will determine the future direction of the world. People are so convinced. Compared with other sea areas, people can only wait for the final notification result. The people of the Chambord Islands are much luckier, because the distance to the Navy headquarters is close enough. The Chambord Islands can directly receive live video from the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Mangrove Island number 32 of the Chambord Islands, the live broadcast square, is crowded with people. Reporters from major newspapers around the world gathered together, staring at the central live screen with unblinking eyes. Beautiful and lively nobles and rich people are constantly coming in, wanting to see the grand event of this era with their own eyes. In addition, in the higher areas on the outer periphery of the square, there are a group of pirates who have gone through countless hardships to Chambord. The most noticeable among them are those supernovas who offer more than 100 million rewards. Captain Ostskid's Kid Pirates, Bandit Becky's Flame Tank Pirates, Joe Ali Penny's Bonnie Pirates, the Heart Pirates of Trafalgaro, the Pirates of the Ring-Breaking Monks of the Sky Island Monks, and the Hawkins Pirates of the Magician Hawkins, the former Rear Admiral Drake Pirates and the Broadcast Pirates of the Longza Clan Haming Apu. No matter which one is a super rookie pirate group with great talent and strength, Zadui appeared in the same year. This is the first time since the beginning of the Great Pirate era. Their simultaneous appearance seems to herald the coming of an era of newcomers. And this time, the start of the war between the 4 veteran Whitebeard pirates of the New World and the Navy headquarters has further confirmed this point. As the most watched supernovas this year, Kid and others are particularly concerned about the impact of this war. Will the curtain of the old era represented by the Whitebeard fall? Will their new era come? This is what they really care about. Just when people from the entire Chambord Islands gathered to the live broadcast square, the small bar on the hill in the mangrove area on the 13th is as lonely and deserted as ever. There are only 2 people in the repeat-off bar with a closed sign. Dim bar interior. Some people swallowed the cloud. Some people swig freely. Ha, it's almost time to go. A low female voice sounded. No hurry, it's still early. Another vicissitudes of bass replied. It took about 40 minutes to go from Chambord to the Navy headquarters, and now it's just in time for the 12 o'clock field. The woman spoke again. Let them play for a while first. The protagonist is always reserved until the last appearance. The man answered. Speaking of so much, are you going or not? The woman seemed to be a little impatient. Go. Of course. Go after the last drink. The man is decisive. Gudong within a few seconds, there was not a drop of spirits left in the glass. Snap. The wine glass slammed on the bar. One more cup. The man said happily. Patter. The dim bar lights came on, illuminated the gritted face of the bar proprietress. Lowl. Half an hour ago you said you had the last drink. As a result, you counted it. What was the first one? Xiachi pointed to the wine glasses in a row on the bar. Ahaha, a little bit of alcohol before the war makes the fight more vigorous. Pluto Rawley smiled embarrassedly. I said, Lowl, You wouldn't be because I said today that there is an exception for unlimited free, so you have been reluctant to leave, right? Xiaoqi stared at Li with her hands on her hips angrily. Why, no, no, you think too much. Pluto Rawley turned his head and whistled to himself. Xiaoqi clenched Xiu's fist, released it again in the next second, and sighed lightly. Lowl. What are you waiting for? Has the legendary man really returned? Xiuqi said quietly. It must be back. I'm sure. Rawley answered decisively. Even if the teacher is back 10,000 steps, he won't come to me, he must go directly to the Navy headquarters. Xiuqi said. Ha ha ha, that's what I said. Riley smiled and pushed the empty wine glass in front of him forward. The last drink. This time it's really the last one. Leave after drinking, Riley said with a sullen face. After saying the last cup, Lowl, if you don't leave, I'm going to push people out, Xiaoqi said. Yes yes yes, Rawley smiled and took the wine glass and drank it full. Jingle. At this moment, the bar doorbell suddenly rang. Snap! The wine glass in Rayleigh's hand fell to pieces and shattered. Teacher. 108. Chapter 108. The time is 11:30 in the morning. One man and four women, a group of 5 people crossed the bridge connecting the mangroves to the 13th island. I didn't expect that I would return to this meeting point so soon. The others probably haven't come back yet. Today Robin is wearing a black tight-fitting short skirt and a pair of black high heels on his feet. The slender and straight legs are wrapped in delicate black stockings, and there is a mysterious absolute field between them and the short dress, which makes people can't help but play with it. Robin. Is the bar on that hill your meeting point? Xiaoqi's ripping bar is really a strange name. Wai asked curiously. Yes, the name is very special, and the person in the bar is even more special. Probably the person Luo Feng's armor will meet on this trip. Robin smiled. Who the hell is the teacher wanting to see? Teacher. Wai was already impatient. Your third brother. Luo Feng answered with a smile. Senior brother. Are there any other than those 2 senior brothers? Wai was shocked. Yeah, haven't I told you? In addition to your third brother today, I will see your 4th brother later. Luo Feng Dao. Ah, there are not only 3, but also 4? Wai hugged Luo Feng's arm. Teacher. Who the hell is third brother 28? Please tell me the truth first. Let's go. Luo Feng took the lead. Robin, you must know that too? Wai turned to look at Robin. I know it right away. This time it won't be as unexpected as the last time, Robin said. Luo Feng was in front, and a group of 5 people climbed up the stairs and boarded the hill. Ignoring the closing sign of the bar door, Luo Feng pushed the door straight in. Jingle. Excuse me. Wai, who was curious about the reincarnation of a baby, was the first to walk into the bar, and couldn't wait to know how sacred her third brother was. Wai looked around the huge bar, and finally fell on a man and a woman inside and outside the bar. Since he is still a senior, it means he is a man. Wai naturally has this common sense. Are you my third brother? Wai looked at the blonde middle-aged man sitting by the bar. Her eyes lit up suddenly. With the voice of Wai's question falling, the repeat-off bar then quieted down. Pater Rayleigh's right hand holding the wine glass was trembling slightly. One carelessly. The wine glass fell and shattered to the ground. Immediately after that, his burly body was shaking unconsciously. Teacher Rayleigh's lips provoked, and he yelled unconsciously. Lowl, is it really? The teacher, Xiaoqi, the bar signage lady in the bar, took a deep breath, but she couldn't hold back the shock that was constantly surging from the bottom of her heart. In the past 20 years, Xiaoqi has seen old photos regarded as treasures by Rawley more than once. That was the only photo of Rawley with his legendary teacher. So Xiaoqi knew. She knew it when she saw the person outside the door. Now, at this moment, the young man who walked into the bar was Rayleigh's teacher. It is also the teacher she has been looking forward to seeing each other. Teacher Luo Feng, you are finally back, Rawley said in a trembling voice. The corners of the eyes are even more really wetting. The man known as the Pluto couldn't help crying at this moment. If it is spread out, It will be shocked. Rawley shed tears only a handful of times in his life. On the day the Roger Pirates disbanded more than 20 years ago, the unconscious tears after being drunk with the friends who were about to part with it were counted once. On the day Roger was executed, he watched from below, tears falling unconsciously. It was considered the second time, and this time is the third time. I shed tears of joy for the return of the teacher and the reunion with Luo Feng. Rawley, you have been waiting for a long time. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. No matter where the teacher is, it is better to see you again than anything else. Li quickly got up and bowed to Luo Fengshan. Xiachi, don't be stunned. Hurry up and prepare drinks for the teacher. Li yelled at Xiachi, who was stunned in the bar. Then he quickly led Luo Feng to sit down on the sofa in the bar. Xiachi, who reacted with hindsight, immediately began to frantic. Xiachi, who has always been known for her calmness and wisdom, is at a loss for a while. In one accident, he even knocked over several bottles of precious wine. Sister Xiachi, let me help too. Robin hurriedly stepped forward to help. Listening to the familiar voice, Xiachi finally noticed Robin's arrival. Robin, are you back? Xiachi said in surprise. Yes. The blessing of Master Troind, I'm back. Robin smiled. Master Luo Feng, little Robin, what is the relationship between you and the teacher? Xiachi was keenly aware of something. Well, Sister Xiachi, let me come next. You calm down first. Without waiting for Xiachi to finish her question, Robin hurriedly interrupted. Send Xiachi out of the bar. Robin skillfully prepared a glass of Luo Feng's favorite cocktail, and then prepared corresponding drinks for Hancock, Vivi and Mealy. Teacher Luo Feng, tell me, she is Xiachi. Riley introduced to Luo Feng happily. Luo Feng nodded calmly. Xiachi is no stranger to ripping off. Xiachi, what are you doing in a daze? Call someone, he is my teacher. Rawley urged. Xiachi, who didn't change in surprise, even though Tai Shan collapsed before. Now after seeing the legendary teacher Luo Feng, she was ashamed as a 28 girl old. Hello teacher. Xiachi took the cocktail prepared by Robin and delivered it to Luo Feng respectfully, like a little daughter-in-law who offers tea to her elders on her wedding day. Luo Feng smiled and took a sip of the wine glass. You are Lei's daughter-in-law, not bad. Luo Feng Dao. No, I. Upon hearing this, Xiachi suddenly made a big blush. She and Rawley have done all the things that shouldn't be done. It is a relationship that is too familiar to each other's bodies. But there is still the last layer of window paper that hasn't been pierced in the past 2 decades. At this moment, hearing Luo Feng mention it suddenly, Xiachi couldn't help being at a loss again. In contrast, Rayleigh's reaction at the moment was domineering and extraordinary. Listen to the teacher, Luo Feng said. This big hand decisively reached out to embrace Xiachi's slender waist, and leaned against his solid chest. Yes, teacher, Xiachi is my wife, just waiting for the teacher to marry us. Rawley spoke carelessly. For the first time, I positively acknowledged the relationship between myself and Xiachi. Xiachi, who was still blushing and struggling fiercely, only felt that the strength of her whole body was vented with Rayleigh's confession, and her body was weakly leaning against Rayleigh's chest, breathing his breath. She has waited for this sentence for 20 years. Ha ha ha, okay, Rawley, your kid has been waiting for the girl for so many years, and it's finally resuscitated. Luo Feng laughed happily. Then it's decided, when today's things are over, the next thing is your business. Luo Feng made a final decision. Ha ha ha, then trouble the teacher. Xiachi, hurry up too. Li smiled happily. Thank you teacher. Xiachi lowered her head shyly, and thanked her softly. I remember. At this moment, little girl Weiwei's scream suddenly sounded. Rawley, is it the Hades King Rawley? Brother Roger's partner. Chapter 109. I remember. Rawley, is it the legend with Brother Roger, Rawley the Hades? Weiwei's sudden exclamation echoed in the bar. From the first second of entering the door, Weiwei knew that this man with blonde hair must be her third senior brother. But who is it? She didn't recognize it. Until the previous conversation, Luo Feng said the name Lily many times. An inexplicable sense of familiarity grew in Wai Wei's heart. And just now, she finally realized it. Finally remembered who the familiar name Rawley represented. Isn't it the legend that he conquered the Great Root with the One Piece Roger in the last era? Her big brother, Roger One Piece's right hand, deputy captain of Roger Pirates. Hades served as Riley. Pluto Rawley is my third brother. Another incredible brother has appeared. Wai exclaimed. The bar was quiet with Wai Wei's exclamation. Everyone except Mli, who doesn't know much about the world, looked at Wai weirdly, thinking that you are only reacting now. Ha 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 ha, that's it. This little girl is a new disciple of your teacher. Rawley laughed. Well, Wai is your little junior sister. Luo Feng nodded calmly. Little junior sister glancing with Carp in the City of Water at the time. Li's eyes lit up when he heard the word little junior sister. Little junior sister Wai. Little junior sister is good. Li was so happy from ear to ear. Hello brother Lily. Wai hurriedly sat down tightly and solemnly bowed to Lily. Well, Wai, if you encounter anything in the future, please come to Brother Lee to help you settle it. Riley patted his chest and made a promise with Carp. Thank you Brother Lily. Wai responded quickly. Riley nodded. Then his eyes fell on the other little girls around Luo Feng. Robin had just met him not long ago, so he recognized it naturally. There is also Hancock. He was rescued from the fire pit 16 years ago. Hancock, it's been a long time since I saw you. Grave accent. Rawley greeted him familiarly. Mr. Rawley, I was taken care of that year. Empress Hancock thanked her. Don't mind. Originally, my teacher and your 9 snakes have a relationship. As a disciple of the teacher, it is natural to help a little. Rawley waved his hands casually. Then this little girl is. Rawley looked at Mealy. Mealy, good Uncle Rawley. Mealy said. Well, Mealy, Robin, and Hancock, teacher, how many juniors are they? Rawley asked. Since Wai is a junior sister, Robin and the others are naturally bigger. No, Uncle Rawley, I am a slave to the master. Lee corrected seriously. A follower. Rawley was taken aback. Hancock and I are not disciples of Master Luo Feng either. Robin laughed. Oh, did I make a mistake? Rawley rubbed his head in a daze. Look at Luo Feng, and then at Robin and Hancock, who are close to him. Rayleigh's brain twitches and asks, Teacher, what is the relationship between you and Robin Hooker? Do you really want to know? Luo Feng asked back. What? Rawley let out a cry, only to feel a sudden pain near his waist. Idiot Holdle, haven't you reacted yet? Xiuqi reminded. Oh, Rawley made a sound like a rooster crowing. Change the subject quickly. By the way, teacher, I learned from Xiuqi's intelligence network that a strange thing happened in Roger Town a month ago. Is that the teacher? Rawley asked. Luo Feng nodded. So, sir, did you go to Roger Town for Roger? Lee rubbed his hands and looked at Luo Feng nervously, waiting for the answer. Besides Roger, who else can he do for? Luo Feng Dao. Sure enough, I know. Teacher Luo Feng is the strongest. Xiuqi, have you seen it? I told you a long time ago that the monster that happened in Roger Town must be the teacher resurrecting Roger. Rawley yelled happily, the blue veins in his neck soaring from excitement. It turned out to be ... Really? Xiuqi murmured in shock. Roger One Piece ... resurrected. Robin and Empress Hancock, who have also captured this critical point for the first time, have extremely shocked and unbelievable colors on their pretty faces. After all, Roger, the Pirate King, had already been publicly executed 20 years ago, and he was determined to be dead. But what did they hear now? One Piece Roger is really going to come alive. Sure enough, that fellow Roger didn't lie to me. 20 years later, the teacher will come, and he will come back again. This is the best thing. Rawley yelled in surprise. Dyrus' teacher, where is Roger now? Did he know the news that his son Ace was about to be executed by the Navy guys? After the excitement, Lee, who thought of the urgent matter at present, couldn't help but urge a little. Don't worry, Rawley. Luo Feng's heart moved. The corner of the bronze coffin on the table opened. With the sparkle of light, two crystal coffins appeared out of thin air on the bar area. Roger and Mission. When seeing the two familiar figures lying in the coffin, his two brothers, Lee finally yelled uncontrollably, "Roger One Piece and Samurai Mitsuki Mita." Xuchi also recognized the two people in the coffin and couldn't help exclaiming, "Teacher, this... doesn't it mean that Roger is resurrected?" "And what's the matter with Mission?" Seeing the brothers lying in the crystal coffin like dead people, Rawley couldn't help but become anxious. "Boy Rawley, should you be the Chinese cabbage for resurrection?" Luo Feng said helplessly. "Li, how this world is quite special. It will take some time to fully resurrect. But you can try to shout. Maybe you will wake up." Luo Feng said casually. Good Riley nodded seriously and pushed aside the coffin. Both hands held Roger's right hand as if the hero of an idol drama is holding his beloved woman. "Roger, when are you guys going to sleep? Wake up quickly. Didn't you say you want to subvert the world with me?" Rawley was talking, tears overflowing into his eyes unconsciously. This is the fourth tear in his life. A bit of hot tears fell on Roger's right hand, causing Vivi of Roger's fingertips to tremble. Next second, amidst the cries of surprise from the girls in the bar, Roger, the Pirate King, who had been sleeping in the crystal coffin for more than a month, slowly opened his eyes. "Yo, Rawley, the Pluto, it's really shameful." Quit. Chapter 110, Roger, hurry up and wake me up. According to the legend of the last era, the sentimental roar of the great sea pirate Pluto Rawley echoed over the entire Mangrove Island number 13 for a long time. This roar contained all of Rawley. 60 years ago, alone, he met Luo Feng and Roger for the first time in the East China Sea. After that, I walked all the way and supported each other for a total of 40 years. Dream back at midnight. Rawley didn't know how many times he dreamed of what he used to be, dreaming of them fighting side by side, living wantonly across the sea. In this world, no one is more intimate than Rayleigh's relationship with Roger. Even Roger's wife, Luju, is slightly inferior to Rawley. Thoughts about the past spring up like a tide. Rayleigh's eye sockets gradually became rosy. Tears hazy his eyes. The light of invisible memory radiated from Alice's body and melted into Roger's swaying soul fire. Replenish, strengthen, and eventually spread to the whole body. Finally, catalyzed by the memory of his lifelong brother Rawley, One Piece Roger's originally weak soul body undergoes final sublimation. The body of the puppet, which was not at all angry, gradually exudes a human aura. Inside the crystal coffin, Roger, the Pirate King, suddenly opened his eyes, and at this moment, he was completely awakened, fully resurrected in the present world. "Oh, Rawley, you are Pluto. What do you look like crying so much?" Roger opened his mouth jokingly, with a silly smile on his face that was as bright as ever. Seeing Roger, who was awakened by himself, Rawley couldn't help but lose consciousness. After a while, Rawley quickly shook Roger's hand away, raised his sleeves and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "Idiot Roger, who did you say is crying?" "It's yourself. And you want others to wake you up. Are you a kid?" Rawley countered mercilessly. "Ah ha ha ha." Roger sat up, smirked nonchalantly, and then became serious. "Rawley, our meeting is indeed destined. Let's go to subvert this world with me again." Roger reached out to Rawley with his right hand. These words are exactly what he said when he first met with Lee under the leadership of his teacher Luo Feng decades ago. Hearing these familiar words, Rawley only felt a thud in his mind. With Roger's invitation, his thoughts returned to the young age of decades ago. Resting leisurely on the stolen boat, he got an invitation from a sunny boy to join him. As it is now, it seems to be a reincarnation. He accepted Roger's invitation 60 years ago. After that, he became the disciple of the most incredible existence in this world, and changed his boring destiny. This time, "Oh Rawley," responded in a loud voice, and took Roger's protruding right hand. "Roger." "Ah ha ha." Rawley, with eyes facing each other, the corners of Roger and Rayleigh's mouth became wider and wider in the loud laughter. The two hugged heavily. Boom boom boom. Two big men, over 150 years old, hugged arrogantly. Their palms banged behind each other. The overbearing aura counteracted, and the collision of powerful forces made the small hills shake together, as if in an earthquake. That, two brothers? Please take care of yourself. The whisper from YY interrupted the excited reunion of the two brothers Roger and Rawley. Oh, it's the little junior sister I met again, Roger exclaimed happily. Roger, do you know junior sister YY? Rawley was surprised. Of course, I saw it once when I was in Rotown, right? Junior sister YY, Roger said. YY nodded repeatedly. Little junior sister YY, senior brother has just come back to life, and there is nothing to give you a meeting gift, so let's go. If you encounter something in the future, if you are bullied by someone, just ask senior brother to help you settle. Roger confidently made a promise with Cap and Rawley. It is rare for these old guys to have unanimous opinions on the cute little sisters. Now YY thanked the big brother first. YY, who got another promise from a super big man, couldn't help but smile. With the protection of the three world's top powerhouses, Roger, Cap, and Rawley, even if it is not counted as the biggest backer teacher Luo Feng, in the future, YY can be regarded as a figure who can walk sideways in this pirate world. Pulled by Rawley, Roger stood up. Then he walked straight to Luo Feng, took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly. Sorry, I made the teacher bother, Roger said. Forget it this time, but don't underestimate life. Luo Feng said quietly. Yes, the disciple is taught, and there won't be another time. Roger nodded. Then Roger scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, and his gaze fell on Guanyu Mission in another crystal coffin on the side. Teacher, when will Mita wake up? Roger asked. Do you want me to try to wake him up again? Rawley does what he says. When even he opened Mission's coffin, the wake-up service began. But this time, no matter how he yelled, or even slapped Mission's big mouth, it was useless. Mita, this guy still sleeps more dead than pigs as before. His hands were on his hips, and he breathed helplessly. Could it be that the emotion is not in place? Lily, try crying again, Roger exclaimed. Go, this time it's your turn to cry. You come and you come. Rawley blushed and pushed Roger forward. Sentimental things are still more familiar to Rawley. You come. Roger declined. Looking at the interaction of these two world-shaking live treasures, Luo Feng, Xia Qi, Robin and others in the bar were speechless. No matter how you look at it, these two goods are not like ruthless people who can make the sea tremble with stomping. It's alright, don't worry about it. This kid Mission should go to the Navy headquarters later. He should almost wake up the Luo Feng Dao. The Navy headquarters? Shouldn't you go to Wano country? That's Midas' home field. Reluctant to understand the resurrection, Roger scratched his head incomprehensibly. Roger, you are stupid. Your son is currently being put on stage by the Navy for public execution. You are planning to go to the country of Hezi. Rawley rolled his eyes. Oh, ace ... My ace was caught by the Navy. Roger's cry of surprise resounded over the island on the 13th. You just know. Rawley stroked his forehead. How is this going? It's a careless person like Roger, so I can't help but worry now. Okay, don't worry too much. Aren't we still with the teacher? It's okay. Riley patted Roger on the shoulder and comforted. He'll talk about the details on the road. It's almost time to set off. Chapter 111. The time is 12 noon. There are still 3 hours before the public execution of Huo Quinace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marine fodder, the headquarters of the Navy, has a solemn atmosphere. At this moment, Marshal's office in the headquarters building. The senior officers of the Navy are having the final dialogue before the war. Warring States, stop it. Carp looked bitterly speaking. Kapu the Warring States period clenched his teeth. His face was as ugly as a dead fly. As a brother, the old man has one last word of advice. It's still too late to stop, Carp said quietly. Firefist Ace himself has the qualifications to become a king. Coupled with the assistance of Whitebeard, one day, he will become a sinful person like his father, and he must be strangled in the cradle. The Warring States period said indifferently. But can you really do it? Carp asked rhetorically. A mere Whitebeard pirate group, with the strength of our Navy headquarters, it is naturally confident that it can be taken, as long as you don't do anything out of the ordinary because of your personal affair. Even if you just look at it like this, Warring States warned. Who do you think the old man is? The old man is also a Navy. Carp stopped drinking. That would be best. Warring States roared. Warring States, you should know what I mean. Why don't you respond? Isn't your head always good? Why are you so confused this time? Carp finally couldn't control his inner emotions, and asked repeatedly. Kapu, you should be clear about what a great person my teacher is. It is true that if it is only the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy will be able to deal with it, but the teacher has returned. This war is no longer as simple as the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. It involves too much. Teacher Luo Feng will definitely come. Not only him, even the dead Roger will come alive to save his son. In this under the premise, no matter how you look at it, our Navy's winning rate in this war is only 0. While nothing has happened yet, let's end everything early. Carp said with a rare serious analysis. Kapu, the admiral of the Warring States period's teeth creaked, and the pupils of his eyes couldn't stop shaking. His fists were clenched tightly. His knuckles were white, and his nails were almost embedded in his palm. The marshal's office fell into deathly silence. I don't know how long it has been. The clenched fist of the Marshal Warring States was weakly loosened, and a bitter self-deprecating smile appeared on his old face. Carp, can you think of this? Can't I think of it? You think I don't know that this war will only be self-humiliating? Do you think I don't want to end this losing farce? The Warring States period returned all of Carp's previous rhetorical questions. Since you know why you continue, is it just for the so-called face? Carp asked inexplicably. No matter how powerful our Navy is, it is always a subordinate agency of the world government. Obeying orders is always the bounden duty of our giants. The faint way of the Warring States period. Half a month ago, shortly after the Judicial Island incident, when the Blackbeards handed the seriously injured Firefist Ace to their Navy in exchange for the position of Kuyu High, the Warring States period was very big, and they only felt that the big thing was not good. If it had been 2 years earlier, the Marshal Warring States would naturally wish to capture Ace, the son of One Piece. However, the timing couldn't be worse now. So bad that the Warring States period could not wait to catch the Blackbeard gang for a fight. In the Judicial Island incident, they have confirmed the return of the legendary Luo Feng. This time to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Undoubtedly provoke a man who is as powerful and terrifying as a god. However, things have happened, and their Navy naturally has no reason to spit out the fat in their mouths. Sending Huoquan Ace back to this kind of thing is naturally impossible. What can be done is to suppress the news of Ace's capture by their Navy before it spreads, and refrigerate it. However, when the Warring States period went to Maegoa to talk to the 5 Old Stars to discuss this matter, they were refuted by the 5 Old Stars, and they lost face. After that, the world government even ignored him, the admiral of the Navy, and forcibly released a report on the execution of Huoquan Ace to the world in the name of the Navy. The world government and the 5 Old Stars, weren't they afraid of being beaten 50 years ago? From the helpless words of the Warring States period, Carp finally reacted. Middle dot 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 find flowers 00 understand the fact that this time their Navy was once again used as a gun by the world government. This war is dominated by the existence of the 5 Old Stars or even higher, and I am afraid that they have already gained enough power to counter your teacher. Warring States Road. Don't say anything stupid, they are dying. Cap Road. Well, Warring States, the time has come, hurry up and prepare. The long silent Lieutenant General of the Navy's General Staff, he said in a deep voice. Warring States nodded, took a deep breath, ignored Carp, and strode out on Meteor. The time is 1/4 of noon. The square inches the Navy headquarters. Firefist Ace took a heavy step with a gloomy look, in the escort of 2 executioners with long bayonet in hand. The next step is to board the execution platform. At this time, the Marine headquarters, Marine Fodor, assembled elite naval officers from all over the world. This place has turned into a tiger in a dragon pond, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to throw themselves into the net. 100,000 naval elites are scattered all over the square, densely packed. All the Navy elites were full of fighting spirit, forming one piece, and even the clouds in the sky fell apart. Standing at the forefront of the Navy headquarters is the five kings called Shikai Bukai, Moonlight Moria, Bartholomew Big Bear, Don Quixote Flamenco, and the world's second largest swordsman Jolak Mihawk. The other three Kyuhai and Empress Hancock were on their way. Xi Jinping was imprisoned in Advance City for resisting the war. Crocodile exited early, and the new Kyuhai Blackbeard who succeeded him is now planning to capture Propulsion City. Guarded directly below the execution platform is known as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Three admirals of the Navy: Green Pheasant Guzon, Yellow Ape Peluslino, and Red Dog Sarkarsky. On the execution stage, the Navy headquarters Marshal Budazengo holding a phone worm stood beside the to-be-executed ace. The strongest formation of the Navy headquarters is completed! The curtain of the war has been opened! 0. Chapter 112, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor. The atmosphere is solemn and solemn. A marshal, a hero, 3 naval generals, 4 Kyuhai, dozens of lieutenants of the Navy headquarters, and more than 100,000 elite naval admirals gathered in the square inches the bay. The strongest formation of the Navy headquarters, success. The Navy roar of mountains and tsunami sounded in the square. All the admirals have high morale and are ready to fight to the death. He wanted to take this opportunity to defeat the Whitebeard fleet of the 4 kings of the New World in one fell swoop. Before this, I still have something to tell you. The Warring States period spoke, and the voice reverberated over the entire Navy headquarters through the expansion of the telephone bug. At the same time, it echoed over the live broadcast square of the islands of Chambord. No matter how pessimistic the outcome of this war is in the heart. At the moment when he stood on this stage, all the martial warring states had to do was to act according to the orders of the world government. Firefist Portkas D. Ace, report your father's name here. The Warring States period looked at Ace on the execution stage and cried out. Listening to the sudden questioning of the Warring States period, the more than 100,000 naval elites in the One-Eye Square and the people in the Xiang Bodhi Live Square are all at a loss, and Monk Chang is puzzled. I don't know what the deep meaning of the words of Warring States is. Huoquan Ace's life experience. The Marshal of the Navy wouldn't mention this for no reason. Trafalgaro, the dead surgeon, one of the supernovae said in a deep voice. Is there something interesting going on again? Big Stomach Girl Joelle Bonnie sneered. About the life experience of Huoquan Ace. This is really interesting. The brawny monk Urgi wore the same weird smile as always on his dark face. The Navy headquarters, on the execution stage, listened to the deafening and haunting chatter of the Warring States period, and the gloomy expression of Huofist Ace appeared sluggish for a moment. In the next second, he resumed as usual and said calmly, "My father is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate Whitebeard." Wrong. The Warring States categorically denied it. What's wrong? My father has only Whitebeard, no one else. Ace yelled in denial. 24 years ago, a man completed his feat of conquering a great sea route and was recognized as a king by the world. After that, that man suddenly disappeared, and he did not reappear in people's sight until 20 years ago. The Warring States period said quietly. The man in Mr. Sengoku's words refers to the Marshal of the Warring States period seems to say, Roger One Piece. But the Marshal of the Warring States period suddenly talked about that Roger. What was going on? Could it be that everywhere in the square inches the bay, how could the Marines fail to hear the clear statement of the Kaiguogo of the Warring States period? After all, in this world, only the legendary pirate group has conquered the Great Route. On the premise that the previous question was raised, I will mention the legendary One Piece. Even a fool can think of the connection. As a result, the the sea soldiers in the bay inner square and the people in the Chambord square live broadcast changed their colors. Next second, as they expected, the Marshal Sengoku announced some horrible truth that he wanted to expose in his remarks. In the years since that man disappeared, a baby who inherited the world's most evil blood was born, and that was you Portkas D-Ace, no, or it's Score D-Ace, your biological father's name is One Piece Score D Roger. The warring states roared with exhaustion, exposed to the world this shocking secret that has been hidden for more than 20 years. At this moment, the headquarters where 100,000 marine soldiers gathered was quiet, and the Chambord Island Plaza was quiet. All the islands that could receive the previous words fell into a terrible silence. One Piece's ... blood, it really still exists. Fire Fist Ace is the son of that One Piece. The most evil blood in the world, has it appeared. The legend of One Piece is still going on. It's great that he was caught. One Piece's son must have inherited his brutality. Ha 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 ha, this execution is really the best performance. This is great news. Hurry up. We want to spread this news to all parts of the world as quickly as possible. After a brief silence there was an even more violent eruption. The army of the Navy headquarters is boiling. The reporters in the Chambord Island isolated. The Navy headquarters, the speech of the warring states is still going on. Fire Fist Ace, it will be of great significance to take down your first level here today, so even if an all-out war with Whitebeard breaks out, we will not hesitate, lords. Fight. When the voice of the warring states period fell, the entire bay burst into thunderous shouts of 100,000 naval elites. Coming at this moment, the seaman responsible for monitoring the coastline suddenly yelled, "Everyone, get ready for battle." The harsh siren resounded over Malinfaudo at this moment. At this moment, a large area of the pirate fleet is looming in the thick fog off the coast of Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy. The 43 New World-affiliated pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate Group took the lead in showing their teeth to the world. Dama, Kingmaker Guy, Decaban Brothers, Skeward the Great Vortex Spider, P of the Ice Witch. No matter which one is the famous pirate captain in the New World. For the love between the pirates, they spontaneously followed the Whitebeard pirates and participated in the war. Just when people's attention was attracted by the New World pirates in the outer sea, in the next second, an unexpected change occurred again. In the center of the moon-shaped bay, a huge whirlpool surrounds it, as if a behemoth is about to emerge from the sea, attracting everyone's attention. Hey hey hey, this is not to want to emerge from an unexpected place. The Lieutenant Ghost Spider called strangely. So that's it, their main ship is coated, ready to invade the bay directly from the bottom of the sea. The Navy Chief of Staff Crane guessed the answer. Just as Lieutenant Crane's voice fell, 3 pirate ships belonging to the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the huge whale ship Mobile, broke out of the sea. At the moment, on the huge flat whale head of the USS Mobile, stood a domineering man with a tall stature and holding an S-knife. The curved white beard like a crescent moon is his mark. He is the king of the sea from the last era, no, or in other words, the king of the sea who has been traversing the sea since the era of Locks. 4 Emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate! Coola la 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 la, it has been gone for decades, warring states. During this period, my beloved son has really been taken care of. Peas. Thank you MC Xiao Wang for your reward. Chapter 113, just above the Red Earth continent not far from the Navy headquarters Holy Land Mary Jaioa. This is the residence of the world's noble Danlong people, as well as the residence of the world's highest power 5 old stars. In this glorious city full of gold, is the highest palace of the world government. At this time, in a luxurious hall paved with marble and white jade and inlaid with various gems, 5 elderly men of different shapes were sitting or standing. The atmosphere in the hall was dense, and there was an invisible aura surging vaguely, and it was heavy that made people breathless. An old man in a dark blue suit with white and long hair and beard, and a much smaller head than his body. An old man wearing a black suit, white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. The third person is a stylish old man with a dark red suit, short golden hair and a meticulously trimmed golden beard. The fourth person wore a dark green suit with a 28-shaped beard and a birthmark on his forehead. The last old man, different from the first four, wore a white robe like a training suit, and held a long sword almost equal to his body like a samurai. A hint of ominous color faintly exudes from the scabbard. The five of them are the five old stars, in charge of the highest power in the world today. It has already begun. The executions of Firefist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. The five old star with the noble curly hair spoke up. His hands trembled involuntarily, exposing the tension in his heart at the moment. After all, the Whitebeard is old. With the combat power assembled by the Navy headquarters, it is more than enough to deal with a Whitebeard, but it is more casualties. The bald birthmark Wu Laoxing said nonchalantly. The only problem now is that unknown person. The five old stars with golden hair and golden beard looked gloomy. If that man no, that man will definitely show up. The long sword in the hands of the five old stars who resembled a samurai whispered in terror unconsciously. The outsider who has power above the gods. That is not the opponent we have to consider. Since Lord Yim is leading this war, then we only need to execute the orders of the Lord. All other changes, Lord Yim must have a way to settle. The five old stars in the dark blue suit speak with certainty. Yes, Master Yim must have her arrangement. Even if that man has the power of God. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fodor, the other protagonist on the top of the war, the four emperors and Whitebeard pirates finally debut! At the beginning of a whale boat. On the huge flat whale head stood a domineering old man with a tall stature and holding an S-knife. The curved white beard like a crescent moon is his sign. He is the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate, the four emperors Whitebeard! Such a sudden appearance shocked the entire Navy headquarters. At the same time, it shocked the whole world. After a brief shock, followed by an atmosphere of horror, the powerful lineup from the strongest Imperial Regiment of the Sea confronts each other with the full combat power of the Navy. Although the war hasn't really started, the invisible warfare between the strong and the strong is already in fierce collision and tumbling. Kulalalal in Crescent Bay, on the deck of the mothership of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, laughed domineeringly and boldly. The aura that he exudes alone seems to be worthy of thousands of troops. Ace, sorry for letting you do such a dangerous thing. On the bow of the whale, Whitebeard looked at Ace on the execution platform and spoke softly. Hearing this, Ace could no longer suppress his inner emotions, and the chains behind him rattled. He leaned out hard and shouted, "No, you clearly stopped." "No, I let you go. Right, Marco?" Babyard shouted. "Yeah, I heard it too. It made you suffer." Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group 1st Division, Phantasmal Marco, echoed. "On this sea, everyone should know what the consequences will be if they dare to act on our companions." Foil Beaster, the captain of the 5th Division, smiled confidently. "We will never let anyone hurt you, Ace." The 3rd Division Diamond Jaws embraced his arms. "Wait for Ace. Save you now." "Be aware of it, Navy Headquarters." All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates Group and the White Group's affiliates who raided the outer area of the Gulf were all high-spirited, roaring loudly, "Wait for me, Ace." King Babyard raised his hand and pierced the knife in his hand into the bow of the whale, and opened his arms wide. He suddenly clenched his fists with both hands, and then closed in front of him. "Lean forward slightly, maintaining a squat position." "Drink." The Whitebeard drew in a low voice, and the closed fists suddenly opened to the sides. At this moment, the terrifying and strange sound sounded, making every navy in the square of the bay stared in shock. Kaku kaku. It seemed that the sound of something shattering came into everyone's ears clearly. The atmosphere is cracked. How come there is such a thing? Is this what manpower can do? In the next second, a more terrifying picture takes place following the fragmentation of the atmosphere. Dramatic changes occurred in the sea around Malinfaudo. The sea was boiling violently. The sea rumbling under the clear sky. The water level keeps rising, almost breaking through the sky. Kaizen, the Whitebeard bastard actually shook the sea. The elite lieutenants of the Navy headquarters yelled in anger. This is the ability of Whitebeard. How terrible it is. The Navy elites all over the square inches that they couldn't help but feel frightened at this time. Boom boom boom, the ground chirping sounded. The small island of the entire Navy headquarters vibrated and tilted away at this moment with an amplitude visible to the naked eye. At the same time, waves continued on the sea again, and the water level rose rapidly. It's coming. The seaquake that the guy caused earlier turned into a tsunami and hit it. The Marshal Sengoku shouted loudly. Just when the voice of the Warring States period fell, a huge shadow shrouded toward the Navy headquarters. It was an indescribably huge tsunami. The force of a natural tsunami triggered by manpower. This is the ability of Whitebeard, the ability to be ranked in the strongest sequence in the Superman series, the power of shaking fruits! Exclamation mark. Chapter 114, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. With the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, the world's attention has been launched on top of the war. Boom rumble, the prow of a huge whale ship in the center of the bay. The Whitebeard of the sea tyrant, who has been in the two eras, clenched his fists and smashed into the atmosphere. The strongest superhuman system with the power to destroy the earth and shake the fruit, explode. Crack, click under Babyard's ability to destroy the world and shake the fruit. The atmosphere was shattered. The entire Navy headquarters was shocked. What followed was the trembling of the sea. Driven by the force of the earthquake, the waves of the sea gradually surged. One wave after another, finally turned into a super tsunami that was enough to flood the island. In the face of this super tsunami, even the Navy headquarters is like duckweed without roots. A tsunami. It's a tsunami. The seaquake caused by Whitebeard turned into a tsunami. The Marines who were in charge of observing the coastline lost their colors and shouted. If the terrible tsunami that day was allowed to fall to Malinford, the consequences would be disastrous. Ah la la, it seems it's my turn to go. At this juncture of crisis, what came forward was one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, General King Pheasant Cuson. Ice Age, the Green Pheasant Cuson leapt up from the execution platform, pointing his hands at the large tsunami waves on both sides. The ability of the natural frozen fruit is bursting! Exclamation mark. Crack. Click. The extreme freezing gas spreads rapidly around the General Green Pheasant. Frozen the entire bay and the tsunami in the open sea. Under the sun's rays, the ice surface was shining brightly. Oh, seeing that the tsunami that was about to engulf the Navy headquarters was frozen, the seamen in a state of horror couldn't help but screamed excitedly, cheering for the General Blue Pheasant who solved the disaster. The Navy Ice Boy is as tricky as ever. Babyard spoke indifferently. Ah la la, how can you let you generals from the beginning? The General Green Pheasant stood not far in front of the mobile, and spoke lazily. Father, give me the Green Pheasant. Grave accent, grave accent. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, asked for orders. Do not worry. Babyard waved his hand and took a step forward. The gaze and spirit point directly at the Marshal Warring States on the execution stage. Coola la la la, Sengoku Whitebeard shouted loudly. What's the matter, Whitebeard? The Warring States should drink in a deep voice. We have also been acquaintances for decades. I have already learned your wisdom and methods for many times, Whitebeard said. Are you scared? Warring States asked. Afraid? What kind of joke is this, Warring States period? I just want to warn you that in today's war, you should not try to use any tricks. Everyone is going to fight each other with real swords and guns. Whitebeard said. Warning? Don't be funny, but just a pirate. Marshal Warring States sneered. In order to win today's war, their navy has indeed prepared many unglamorous means. For example, Skeward's Sword of Filial Sons, and encircling the wall. But these operations are all aimed at reducing the losses of the navy. As long as it can reduce even one damage, it is worthwhile. Warring states naturally would not give up the excellent home court advantage just because of Whitebeard's words. Kula la 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 la, Sengoku, are you really not scared at all? The Whitebeard laughed. The righteous navy is fearless. The warring states roar confidently. In that case, Marco, get things out. Whitebeard grinned and waved to the captains behind him. Yes, father. The 7 white regiment captains headed by Marco took the lead. After a while, Marco and the 7 captains came forward holding a box covered with black cloth in various ways. Wow, the black cloth was lifted. The 7 Dragon Balls that were about the size of a human head and shone with pitch black light were exposed. The moment when I saw the 7 Dragon Balls exuding a destructive aura appeared. Kapu on the 2nd floor of the execution platform stood up suddenly, moving quickly. Those old eyes were extremely shocked and horrified. It is hard to imagine that Ka, who has always been fearless and fearless, would show such an expression at this moment. It's not even just Ka. The moment when Whitebeard took out the 7 Dragon Balls, the burly body of the Warring States period on the execution stage trembled subconsciously. The cold sweat made his whole body wet. The Marshal Sengoku, who had been extraordinarily confident before, had a ghostly expression of horror on his face at this moment. No longer the previous look flying. How is this going? What the hell did the Whitebeard take out? The expression of the Marshal of the Warring States period is not right. Why did the Marshal of the Warring States period show that expression? It's not just Mr. Sengoku, look at everyone. Mr. Karp's expression is wrong. Below the execution platform, the naval elites who noticed the strange expressions of the 2 great naval legends of Warring States and Karp were shocked to the extreme in their hearts. In the Navy for so many years, it was the first time they saw 2 legendary Marines with expressions named ... horrified. No matter what the opponent was before, even Roger, the Pirate King, or the Golden Lion Shiji, who came with a piece of islands, failed to make them show such an expression. Diaresis Whitebeard, do you know what you are doing? This time, it was not the Marshal Sengoku who had stopped drinking and questioning, but the Navy hero Karp. Kula la 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 la, don't you be so scared, Karp. Of course I know what I'm doing. Whitebeard laughed. Since you know why you want to put such a dangerous thing in one place, aren't you afraid of accidentally triggering it? Karp flushed and scolded angrily. Don't worry, Karp, I have a good isolation. As long as I don't open the box and put it together, it's okay. Whitebeard soothed. Whitebeard, the angry roar of the Warring States finally remembered. You know, Warring States, this is the real warning. If you play in unruly, then don't blame me for being unkind. Everyone is done together. Cooler. La la la. Whitebeard Kaigiwago threatened. Asshole. Please. The huge Navy headquarters just reverberated with laughter and screams of Whitebeard, Marshal Sengoku and Hero Karp. Others, such as the 100,000 naval elites in the square inches the bay and most of the White Group pirates, were shocked and puzzled on their faces. Can't understand what the situation is now. Can't understand the origin of the things that horrified the 2 Navy legends. Mr. Karp, what the hell is that? On the 2nd floor of the execution platform, the Lieutenant General Huo Shashan, who was always smiling, no longer smiled at this moment. Just like the Marshal Warring States, his face was also extremely shocked, because he probably thought of some legends about those Dragon Balls, but he couldn't believe it, so he wanted to prove it. Lieutenant General Crane, do you know? Lieutenant General Doberman couldn't help but ask questions. Call Lieutenant General Tjerocheng, Chief of Staff of the Navy, exhaled and calmed down the throbbing in his heart. As you know, that is the ominous thing that is enough to bring the end to the world. Alter. Chapter 115. The 32nd Island of the Chambord Islands, live broadcast square. With the appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, the naval headquarters topped the war. The huge square was screaming from the beginning. The astonishing life experience of Firefist Ace was exposed. The super tsunami caused by the world's strongest man, and the activity of the Admiral Blue Pheasant who froze the tsunami. A series of dazzling super unfolding all affect people's nerves. Then now, as the dialogue between Baybeard and the Marshal and the Warring States period proceeded, another extraordinary thing appeared in the sight of people in the live broadcast square through the big screen. Those are 7 beads shining with mysterious and strange black light. Hey, what the hell is that? Does anyone know? What the hell did the Whitebeard take out? Why did the Admiral of the Navy show that expression after seeing that thing? It's not just the Marine Marshal, even the hero Kapu. It's unimaginable. Is that thing dangerous? Dangerous enough to make the marshals and heroes of the Navy scared? How could it be possible? Seeing the strange expressions of the Navy legends displayed on the big screen of the live broadcast, there was a lot of discussion in the huge square, and people were shocked. The source of the fear of the Marshal Sengoku and the hero Carp is puzzling. Kid, do you know? Where did that thing come from? Supernova killing warrior Kira looked at the Captain Kid beside him and asked. Kid, who had always clenched his teeth, was taken aback, turned his head and glanced at Kira silently, without saying anything. But that expression was enough to express what he meant to. And I grew up wearing a pair of pants. You don't know? How would I know? Hey, the master of the magician, can you use your ability to figure out what it is? On the other side, the same curious Death Sergeant Trafalgaro shouted to the magician Hawkins. The magician Hawkins was silent. After a while, Hawkins drew a card from the straw branch in front of him. Big murder. Ababa, ababa, ababa. No matter what the hell it is. The legend of the Navy is a terrifying weapon that can make the Navy discolored. I really want to see it. Jinskilachmanapple laughed. Don't be stupid, you don't know what a terrible thing it is. Depraved Rear Admiral Drake scolded angrily. As a former Rear Admiral, and now an undercover pirate, Drake knows much more than ordinary people. Drake, you used to be a Navy. Do you know the thing that Whitebeard took out? Mafia Godfather Karpenberg asked. Drake was silent. Now everyone is a pirate, and we fought side by side in the previous offensive and defensive battle against General Huang Yuan. If you know it, it's okay to talk about it. Weird Monk Ergi and Kindly Dao. In this regard, Drake remained silent. The previous loss of voice is already a manifestation of a loss of state. Can't go on. After all, that was the news that was suppressed by the world government 50 years ago. Once it is made public, it will make the world panic! What a stingy man. Forget it. Those news agencies seem to have a clue. Big Stomach Girl Joelle Bonnie glanced at Drake disdainfully. Soon after Joelle Bonnie's voice fell, there was a sudden uproar among the reporters in the front of the square below. Found it. Finally found it. What did you find? According to the news found by the people at the headquarters of my newspaper, the beads that Baybeard took out are called Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball? Is there something in the legendary dragon? Isn't it right? Our newspaper has also found some ancient information. Those Dragon Balls seem to be made by a disappearing legend. Oh. This is really incredible. So why is that so terrible? It is said that gathering those 7 Dragon Balls can summon a dragon. It doesn't stop there. It is said that what is summoned is a wishing dragon with the power of a god, an almighty wishing machine. No matter what wish can be realized. Nanny. Really or fake? How could there be such a thing? But that's how the previous information was written. The discussion and uproar among the reporters in front of the square became a movie. The old news agencies with a long history have returned a wide variety of news, with mixed truth and falsehoods. The root cause of this phenomenon is naturally the offline fellow Roger. 50 years ago, Luo Feng prepared this game of finding Dragon Ball for them on a whim. When explaining to Roger and Newgate at that time, Luo Feng mentioned the source of inspiration for Dragon Ball manufacturing, that is, the wishing dragon of the Dragon Ball world, which Roger wrote down. With Roger's carefree temperament, it is natural to say that leaks are commonplace. The rumors that the collective Dragon Ball can summon the wishing dragon became more and more fierce. It was originally a competition between Luo Feng's disciples. In the end, it directly evolved into a national carnival of the whole sea. Driven by human greed and desire, Countless people are involved. In this regard, it is naturally impossible for the Navy and the world government to just look at it and do nothing. After all, they had learned the truth about Dragon Ball from Carp's mouth. The collective 7 Dragon Balls summoned is not a wishing dragon at all. It is the terrifying black dragon that can bring the end to the world. The name Akanarokia! Once it appears, it is an unstoppable crisis of extinction. Good guys. What can I do if I get gathered by some idiot? The world government mobilized all its power and finally suppressed the news. Now, 50 years later, not many people remember it, until today, when the Whitebeard took out all the 7 Dragon Balls gathered, coupled with the deep digging of various news agencies with profound knowledge. The buried history of the past finally surfaced. Almighty wishing machine, gather together to summon the dragons. What kind of mess is this? It's really incomprehensible. Listening to the chaotic shouts of the reporters in front, Joe Ellie Bonnie and others looked ridiculous. He didn't believe half a word of the outrageous legend of the wishing dragon. Wrong, wrong. You are all wrong. At this moment, the hysterical, hoarse shout suddenly exploded. That thing summons not a wishing dragon at all, but the ultimate black dragon that will bring a crisis of destruction to the world. There was a dead silence in the huge live broadcast square of Chambord. The final black dragon? What a joke. That's definitely a wishing dragon, someone is whispering. But I seem to have heard similar rumors, and the color of that Dragon Ball doesn't look right. Some people agree. Let's put this question aside now. The war has begun. 116. Chapter 116. Marine Fodor, the headquarters of the Navy, is on top of the battlefield. After the double deterrence of the tsunami and Dragon Ball, all the Whitebeard pirates raided the execution platform of the square inches the bay along the frozen ice face of the General Green Pheasant. Regarding the offensive of the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy headquarters must naturally fight with all its strength. The flames of war spread. The gunpowder is everywhere. The Whitebeard Pirates group has a total of 47 pirate fleets, and a full-scale war with 100,000 naval elites in its headquarters has officially started. Directly in front of the whale ship Moby Dick, the body of the General Green Pheasant suddenly disappeared. Reappearing is already bypassing the Whitebeard on the front and boarding on the right side of the whale boat. His goal was not Whitebeard, but the 7 Dragon Balls neatly placed behind him. I knew you would be like this, but I have always guarded you, Green Pheasant. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, yelled. Shining collision! The whole body is diamondized, and at the same time, Jaws, who is armed and domineering, suddenly speeds up the sprint. Obviously he is a big guy, but the speed is not much slower than the Navy 6 Shave. Plus beware in advance. Even the General Green Pheasant was caught off guard. With a helpless sigh, the body of the General Green Pheasant was smashed to pieces by the Diamond Jaws. General Guzan. The seamen who witnessed this scene in person were all subconsciously screaming in shock. Don't be distracted. The general won't lose so easily. A rear admiral cried out. As predicted. Next second, the extreme freezing cold is overwhelming the world. I don't know when. The General Green Pheasant has come directly above the whale ship. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant's mouth. The General Green Pheasant's right hand pierced straight toward the Whitebeard on the bow of the boat. Next second, the huge ice and snow bird soars with its wings spread, with the chill that freezes everything. Papa Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment's 1st Division, yelled and was about to step forward to block the birds. Cool la 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 la, Dad do it himself. The Whitebeard laughed boldly. Marco's phoenix form has not yet been converted, and the supreme sharp knife Konyanki in Whitebeard's hand has already been slashed high. Cut it off. Then shattered. The ice bird of the General Green Pheasant was cut into 2 pieces. Then it completely exploded under the unmatched vibration of the Whitebeard. It turned into countless ice crystals and fell, shining brightly in the sun. Cool la 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 la. Do you have only this ability? Ice Cube Kid, come and fight me for 300 rounds. The Whitebeard's domineering horizontal sword pointed directly at the General Green Pheasant, with a high fighting spirit. I can only do it." The General Green Pheasant looked helpless. If he had any choice, he wouldn't want to fight with the Whitebeard in his heyday. But now the arrow is already on the string and has to be sent. It seems that there is no water to paddle today. General Green Pheasant thought in his heart. The expression on his face gradually became serious. At the same time, penalty stand in the square inches the bay. The Warring States' teeth crunched, and his face looked ugly at the 7 Dragon Balls on the bow of the whale. Whitebeard's strategy of using Dragon Ball to pressure and threaten him has succeeded. Even the Marshal Sengoku cannot bear the responsibility for the destruction of the world. Under the premise that the 7 Dragon Balls are still completely under the control of the Whitebeard, all the means prepared by their navy are impossible to implement, can't execute Fire Fist Ace in advance, and can't instigate Skudard. It is also impossible to start the encirclement battle, and siege the Whitebeard pirates without a single soldier. The abandonment of the encirclement battle will inevitably double the damage to the personnel of their navy side or even more than several times. Just Kizan alone is not enough. Warring States' eyes fell on Ka, and the next second he shook his head quickly. Porusalino, the Warring States period, looked towards the 2 generals, who were as stable as Mount Tai on the 3rd floor. "What's the matter, Mr. Sengoku?" Hearing the shouts of the Warring States period, General Huang Yuan felt his scalp numb for a while. "Your speed is fast, you go too. Whitebeard is not the point. The goal is those Dragon Balls, as long as you get one, and then you can run as far as you want." Warring States ordered. "Yes, yes, I know," General Huang Yuan reluctantly responded. "I just have to move if I don't want to move." After all, today's battlefield seems to have no room for him to paddle. Middle dot 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 Find flowers 00. Her countless golden light points shine after the General Blue Pheasant. The Navy's second highest combat force is dispatched. For those who are naturally capable of flashing fruit, the body of the great Huang Yuan suddenly turned into countless photons and dissipated. In an instant, he appeared on the ice battlefield in the bay, right above the Whitebeard. The bright golden light condenses from his fingertips, pointing to the Whitebeard not far below. "Yellow Monkey, your opponent is me." Responding to the General Huang Yuan's surprise attack was the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 1st Division Marco, the Phoenix. Raging, the bright blue Phoenix fire ignited, spinning the front to receive the terrifying laser ray in the sky. Tong, accompanied by the crisp sound of the Phoenix, Marco, who was in the form of a half-undead orc, spread his wings, and his figure shot straight up. 0 Phoenix Yin. Marco's right foot turned into the claws of the Phoenix, relentlessly kicked towards the General Huang Yuan. While interrupting its laser casting, it kicked it down into the air with one kick. Only a loud bang was heard. General Huang Yuan's figure flew upside down uncontrollably, smashed on the rock wall in the bay, smashing a huge pothole. Admiral Kizaru, Mr. Peluslino. All the Marines who witnessed the shocking scene of the general being kicked into the air could not help but yell. Ding! The dazzling golden light shone from the pothole, piercing the smoke and dust. Captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix, accompanied by this lazy voice. Countless golden photons flew away and reunited into the figure of the General Huang Yuan. "It's really scary." General Huang Yuan pouted wretchedly. The words were terrible. In fact, even Marco's armed and domineering Phoenix Seal big move didn't hurt him at all. In an instant, golden light shone. General Huang Yuan approached the whale boat again. Kizaru Marco was about to pursue it. Suddenly, a terrifying air shock burst. Kula-la-la-la-la, the yellow monkey of the Navy. The wretched guy makes people angry just by looking at it. "You come over to me too," the Whitebeard shouted domineeringly. 0. Chapter 117, Insignificant Yellow Monkey. Your picture is still so irritating no matter how many times you see it. Please come over to Lao Tzu too. The Whitebeard gave a domineering cry. The long-handled knife in his hand suddenly swung away, bringing the General Huang Yuan into his own circle of battle with a wave of vibration. He actually wanted to fight 1 against 2, with one person, single-handedly challenge the two navy's two most powerful generals, the Green Pheasant and the General Yellow Ape. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. But now it does happen. The 4 emperors Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, really singles out 2 admirals. Whether it is a Green Pheasant or a Yellow Ape, it is the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters that ranks among the generals. He is the top powerhouse at the top of the world. He is a strong man at the same level as the Emperor of the Sea in the New World. In this world, there is an unwritten common sense and no one can match the teaming of 2 generals. But now, this common sense is being broken. Under the collective attention of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters and the people in the live broadcast square of Chambord, Whitebeard fought the 2 natural admirals, but he did not lose the slightest bit, but instead became more and more courageous. Papa Marco and Joz, who replaced the Whitebeard guarding the Dragon Ball, couldn't help yelling in unison. Although he didn't say anything, the worries between his brows couldn't be hidden. Naturally, they know the strength of their father's strength best, but they firmly believe that Whitebeard is the strongest in this world. Coupled with that mysteriously aquafairy thief, even if he is 72 years old this year, the physical condition of the Whitebeard is still at its absolute peak. Even so, after all, what Whitebeard faced this time were 2 real general-level powerhouses. No matter how brave the Whitebeard is, the opponent is not a vegetarian. Cool-la-la-la-la, my stupid sons. Who do you think I am? I am a Whitebeard. For the concerns of Marco and others, Whitebeard just responded with a domineering shout. At the same time, the supreme sharp knife Kong Yankee suddenly swept across. The vibrating force of the surging prayer made the atmosphere shatter like a mirror. Under the extreme sharpness of the Whitebeard, even the General Green Pheasant and General Yellow Ape had to temporarily avoid their sharp edges, each backing tens of meters. Witnessing this shocking scene with their own eyes, the white group pirates on the battlefield shouted in excitement and their morale was greatly boosted. On the other hand, the Navy side, at this moment, all faces have a ghostly expression of horror. How come? Our generals were both beaten back. The strongest man in the world. How powerful is that Whitebeard? It's terrible. The Navy could not help but murmur in shock. Fu-fu-fu-ru. This is the strongest man in the world. This strength is really unexpected. Flamenco Kiwuhijuo, who was still on standby on the stone pier at the forefront of the square inches the bay, concealed his inner shock with a big smile. I'm so brave at this age. The shadow of the Whitebeard is indeed very attractive, but now I want those Dragon Balls more. Kiwuhijuang Moria stared at the 7 Dragon Balls on the whale boat in the distance without blinking. In his intelligence perception, the 7 Dragon Balls summoned are the wishing dragons that can fulfill all their wishes. Now, that legendary thing, something that can bring him to the limit and bottleneck in his strength one step closer. How can he not be greedy? However, even if he is greedy, now he has nothing to do. After all, even the 2 generals failed to break through Whitebeard's defense. If he goes up, he will definitely be killed instantly. All we can do now is just wait for the moment. Hey, Hawkeye, it's really surprising. How hard are you doing this time? Seeing Hawkeye Mihawk enter the ice battlefield with high fighting spirit, Doflamingo raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Whitebeard and the supreme sword cut through the clouds. What is the weight of the sword of the strongest man in the world? I just want to understand, that's all. Hawkeye Mihawk said calmly. Whatever you want, but since yesterday I have been very curious. How did your saber become this tattered? Where is your supreme sword? Doflamingo's eyes fell on the plain wooden knife at Hawkeye's waist. This time, Hawkeye Mihawk did not answer. Just stepped calmly, heading straight to the battlefield of the 4 emperors and the generals. At the same time, it's terrible. The 4 emperors Whitebeard, seeing that he and the Green Pheasant teamed up, they were unable to take off the Whitebeard. She sighed terribly from the bottom of her heart. Obviously you are over 70 years old. but your strength will not decline with age. You are also a monster. Whitebeard. The General Green Pheasant's expression is also extremely solemn. Cool la 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 la, if even you two kids can't handle it, what face do I have to face the old man? Whitebeard laughed. Old daddy. Listening to the Whitebeard, who has always been called the daddy by others, is called the daddy of others. The General Green Pheasant chuckled subconsciously, and a hint of ominous premonition was suddenly born in his heart. Whitebeard, don't tell me that the old man in your mouth is. General Green Pheasant asked. Cooler la la la, Ice Kid, it looks like you. Babyard heard the slight hesitation between the words of the General Green Pheasant, and just wanted to communicate with him. Floor. Taking advantage of the distraction of the Whitebeard, the General Huang Yuan suddenly got into trouble. His right foot slammed on the back of the knife cut by the supreme big knife Kunyan with a mighty force, sinking it deep into the ice. At the same time, General Huang Yuan's 5 fingers flashed with golden light. 5 laser beams shot out in full, covering the vitals of the Whitebeard. Upon seeing this, Babyard decisively abandoned Kong Yun and cut. The Xian's high-level armed color is domineering attached to his arms. At the same time, the strongest superhuman ability to shake fruit is also launched, blocking the laser of the General Huang Yuan. Boom 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 boom, 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 bomb. The dazzling explosion flame suddenly soared above the battlefield, covering everything. Driven by the shockwave of terror, the General Huang Yuan retreated lightly and elegantly. Suddenly, the expression on Huang Yuan's face changed drastically. The danger signal flashed one after another. There is almost no hesitation. The great Huang Yuan turned his body into countless photons, and he wanted to turn the element into a distant escape. However, at this time, terrible things happened. A figure suddenly penetrated from the flame of the explosion, the size of a sandbag, and the fist shining with vibrating light was continuously enlarged in Huang Yuan's eyes. Can't avoid it. Almost to the extreme, not right. It's not so much that Baybeard's fists are reaching the extreme, it is that he is slow, and his time is stopped by boom. Chapter 118. The situation of the battle is changing rapidly between the electric light and the flint. 1 second before, General Huang Yuan's sneak attack succeeded. 5 glaring explosive fireworks exploded on the battlefield. Next moment, unexpected changes happened suddenly. The Whitebeard's fist condensed with the strongest shockwave ruthlessly smashed onto the body of the General, Huang Yuan, who is known for his speed. Boom! The entire ice battlefield trembled 3 times at this moment. Take the position where the Whitebeard stands as the center. The ice continued to sink. Densely dense and cobweb-like cracks continue to spread to the 4 directions. Immediately afterwards, under the collective gaze of hundreds of thousands of people in the Navy headquarters, the General, Huang Yuan, who suffered a shock punch from the Whitebeard, bowed his back like a shrimp. The usual ease and ease on his face is no longer, and only pain and horror are replaced. Oh, a mouthful of blood gushed out from the General Huang Yuan's mouth. A moment's lag, his figure suddenly accelerated and blurred, flying backwards at a terrifying speed that is almost unrecognizable by human eyes. Only a loud bang was heard. The time before and after is less than 10 seconds. The figure of General Huang 28 spanned hundreds of meters and slammed heavily on the wall, so the ice surface before this, a huge depression, was smashed into the solid wall. Countless smoke and dust rose into the sky. This moment, tens of thousands of people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters fell into deathly silence. Flash Kid, don't do any small gestures when others are talking next time. Whitebeard spoke indifferently, breaking the dead silence of the battlefield. Wow, like the same stone, it stirs up 1,000 layers of waves. The people who witnessed all this on the battlefield can no longer calm down. Admiral Kizaru, General and others, what happened before? General Huang Yuan. He was beaten into the air by Whitebeard. How is that possible? That's General Huang Yuan. Mr. Peluslino, how are you? The seamen from all over the battlefield had their eyes widened and shocked, and they couldn't help screaming in surprise. They couldn't believe the facts they saw before them. Kapu, could it be that, on the execution stage, Lieutenant General He of the Navy's General Staff was full of horror? Ah, it can't be wrong. That's the flashing power that the teacher granted to my junior brother, Whitebeard. The power of jumping time. Even Peluslino's speed can't escape. Carp said faintly. The power of controlling time, flashing power, is really a terrible power. Lieutenant General Heihai shook his head repeatedly. Porcerino, are you okay? At the top of the execution platform, the Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth and asked. Patter suddenly, there was a slight sound of falling rocks in the smoke-filled center. With a heavy footstep, the General Huang Yuan slowly walked out of the smoke and dust and reappeared in people's sight. Fine, General Huang Yuan responded with a hoarse voice. However, the appearance of General Huang Yuan at the moment looked too miserable, far from the so-called okay. It's like a beggar on the side of the road. His neat suit was in tatters and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His head was bursting with blood, and the dripping blood stained almost his entire face. What is even more frightening is that his chest and abdomen are sunken for an inch, protruding from his back. How does this look okay? The Marines yelled subconsciously. Damn it, what a monster! Whitebeard, I'm afraid only Carp can stop him. The Warring States period was unwilling to think. It is different from the horror of the Navy side. When I saw Huang Yuan, one of the highest combat forces in the Navy headquarters, was beaten into that miserable situation by his father. The white group pirates on the battlefield couldn't help but shouted again, oh 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 Daddy Mighty. Really worthy of being an old man. Navy, realize it? Our father is the strongest in the world. Cool la 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 la. It's just that 2 generals are not enough for me to fight. Warring States, if you want to stop me, let the 3 major naval generals go together. Then the sons shouted with excitement, and Whitebeard once again made a domineering declaration to the audience. Want to play 3 generals at once? This time, for the arrogant and cool Whitebeard, the Navy side completely lost its temper. No one will laugh at his arrogance anymore. After all, the Whitebeard, who almost defeated a general with a punch, did have arrogant capital. Red Dog, General of the Navy, my father is telling you to roll over too. Didn't you hear? Seeing the Navy's silence, Jaws, who was overwhelmed, couldn't help but yelled at the last Admiral Sarkaski, the last admiral who was guarded directly under the execution platform. Dare to ignore it? In that case, come on. Jaws, who was ignored by the Red Dog, snorted coldly. His burly body leapt into the air flexibly, and his diamond-shaped fists slammed down against the ice. Drink! Jaws yelled. His hands embedded in the gap in the ice, his arms exploded. He picked up a huge block of ice weighing more than 10,000 catties and threw it straight to the execution platform in the square inches the bay. Seeing that the huge ice block was about to cover, swallowing the entire execution platform, the General Akainu finally could no longer remain indifferent. He raised his hand and touched his small flat head, and straightened up. his right arm suddenly turned into a flowing lava. The high temperature that is released at will is to distort the atmosphere. Great Spitfire! The General Akainu yelled violently. The huge magma fist touched the huge ice block thrown by Jaws, and countless hot water mist evaporated in an instant. Next second, the Red Dog's magma fist burst open and turned into countless bolide falling, covering all aspects of the ice battlefield. Both the pirates and the navy were affected by the indiscriminate Avaka Dog, and the scene was tragic. Well, the screams became the only melody of this battlefield. Magma Kid, your magma is not as good as the candles for birthday banquets. Babyard blew out the magma on the supreme sharp knife in one breath. Kong Yankee was clenched with his right hand, and he was about to strike again. Give a lesson to the General Akainu who didn't let him go farther. You take a break first, and then let us behave. Marco quickly dissuaded. Today's Whitebeard is really a bit too excited. Just like killing crazy. It is not enough to knock down a general. Now I want to break into the square inches the bay directly. It's really different from the usual calm appearance. Marco, don't worry, your father, so sober, today is in the best condition. The Whitebeard grinned. Marco. Chapter 119, The Navy Headquarters, on top of the battlefield. As the General Huang Yuan was punched by the Whitebeard, the fierce duel between the four emperors and the general came to an end. At the strong request of Marco, as the main general, the Whitebeard returned to the bow of the whale to bandage the wound and recover. Under the leadership of the major captains, the front of the Whitebeard pirates continued to advance the city. Dong dong dong. At this moment, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the ice on the coast. As the same battle drum was beating, the gravel ice on Ling's ice surface jumped. 1 minute later, the huge figure from the overseas fog gradually revealed its true face. It was green and oily, with a size comparable to that of several large warships. One of the captains of the White Regiment's attached pirates, Oz the Devil. Little Oz held a huge saber, and walked hard step by step toward the execution platform. Under the suppression of his overwhelming size, the Navy's blockers were all shot off. Even the giant lieutenant is no match for Oz's brute force. Ace, I'm here to save you. Just like the Straw Hat friendship between red-haired Shanks and Luffy, there is also a unique feeling of Straw Hat between Ace and Oz. Little Oz looked rough on the outside, with a green face and fangs enough to scare any child in the world into tears. But there is also a unique tenderness in such a little Oz. The feeling of forming a hat into a hat at the beginning has now turned into a driving force for Oz to move forward. Kings endured countless artillery fire erosion, always firm footsteps. Ace, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Little Oz blasted off the last giant lieutenant admiral he was blocking in front of him, and raised his foot to burst into the last square inches the bay. However, at this moment, the atmosphere fluctuates strangely. Unlike the previous aerial shocks caused by Whitebeard many times, this time the atmosphere is constantly compressing. Look, the atmosphere is compressing. That's the Q High Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Grave accent, grave accent. What does he want to do? Could it be? Little Oz, be careful. The pirates on the Whitebeard side shouted for reminders. Oz, you idiot, don't rush so fast, go back quickly. The Whitebeard, who also noticed the bad news, also gave a cry. However, it was too late. The Q High Tyrant Xan, who was completely transformed by a naval genius scientist, folded his hands, and then opened it like a Kaigong of Fangi School. A small bear's paw ball slowly drifted towards Oz's belly. Boom! At this moment, the power of Xan's shock, the stunt of Xan, the tyrant of Q High, broke out in an all-round way. The massive atmosphere previously compressed by the ability of the flesh ball fruit in the bear's hand exploded at this time, generating an unparalleled huge reaction force. Starting from Oz's abdomen, an invisible shockwave of terror radiated in all directions. Wherever the shockwave touched, the screams were endless. Whether it is a pirate or a navy, they all fly out under this terrifying power. Staggered marks appeared on the thick ice surface, and the ice cube where Oz was standing dropped a few meters, more than a few meters, and a circular pit with a radius of 100 meters appeared. Little Oz, who had received the full blow of the tyrant bear head, was covered in scars, and his big eyes rolled blankly. There was blood splashing all over the body. Little Oz, Captain Oz, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates screamed in anger. Oz on the execution stage, Ace yelled hysterically. Listening to the calls of his friends and Ace, Oz's almost fainted consciousness recovered a little. Taking one last breath, Little Oz raised his palm and slapped him flagrantly at the three Kyuhai guarding the front of the square inches the bay. Hee-ha-hee, Kyuhai Moonlight Moria laughed several times. Shadow angle gun! Exclamation mark. Pouch. A sharp spear made of shadow pierced Oz's chest. At the same time, Doflamingo, dressed in a flamboyant pink coat, rose into the air like a flamingo. As the fingers flicked slightly, Superman's ability to tie the fruit was activated. Puff! Without warning, Oz's calf was severed by a sharp steel wire, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Boom! It's like pushing a golden mountain and falling down a jade pillar. Little Oz, who was holding a sigh of relief, finally couldn't hold on anymore and crashed to the ground. Captain Oz! The members of the Majin pirates screamed in horror with exhaustion. Oz, even if it's an idiot son, I can't leave it alone. Baby Ard held the S-knife and cut through the clouds, and straightened up from the seat. Father, leave the guard of the ship to me. This time, Marco did not stop. The Whitebeard's vigor was condensed, and he jumped off the bow again. Diaris, her green sword aura suddenly came across the sky. King Baby Ard swung the supreme sharp knife to cut through the clouds, smashing the powerful sword energy from Eagle Eye. Whitebeard, let me try your sword. How about? Hawkeye held a wooden knife and pointed directly at the Whitebeard. Your wooden knife. Looking at the familiar wooden knife in Yin Yan's hand, Baby Ard raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. For the sake of this wooden knife, I won't bother you today. Baby Ard ignored the eagle eyes and walked straight to the square inches the bay. Upon seeing this, Hawkeye Hawk said nothing, just waved his knife peacefully. However, he didn't wait for his wooden knife to be swung out. In the next second, something strange happened. The Whitebeard that was supposed to be in front of him suddenly disappeared. Reappearing is already 10 meters behind him. When is it my time? Hawkeye Mayhow, who sensed the reason, could not help but burst into cold sweat. Also shocked in a cold sweat were the two Kyuhai standing on the wall of the square inches the bay. Hee-ha-hee. Is the old man with Whitebeard serious? Does he want to break into the square inches the bay alone? Kyuhai Moonlight Moria laughed without a sense of crisis. Hey, why do I suddenly have an ominous premonition that Whitebeard seems to be coming at us? Doflamingo's inner warning signs abruptly. What did you say? After Doflamingo's reminder, Moria finally had a bad feeling in his heart, and the cold sweat instantly wetted his back. Just when Moria and Doflamingo were dumbfounded, Whitebeard disillusioned step by step, straddling hundreds of meters of ice and standing on the shoulders of Oz. Stray dogs of the Navy, Tyrant Bear, Moria, and the Joker, how do you want to disturb him? Chapter 120. How do you want to die? Whitebeard stood on the shoulders of the badly injured and unconscious demon Little Oz, with the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and the clouds cut and pointed directly at the three Kyuhai not far away: the Tyrant Bartholomew, Moonlight Moria, and the Joker Flamenco. As Whitebeard's murderous voice fell, the atmosphere in the field instantly dropped to freezing point. The smiles on Moria and Doflamingo's faces stopped. Instead, there was a strong shock and horror. Shocked by the fact that Whitebeard came to them so quickly, it seemed that the time from the ice battlefield to the one-eye square was fast-forwarded and skipped. At the same time, they were even more horrified at the intense and violent killing intent that filled the Whitebeard's body at this moment. Baby Ard went straight ahead, unexpectedly, to kill them. This is no joke. Although the Kyuhai, the Navy and the four Emperors are the three powers that balance the world, but their Kyuhai can make up the number at best, and the world government brags about it. A single Kiwusi power and the four Emperors pirate group that dominates the new world cannot be compared at all. Similarly, the strength of a single Kiwu is far inferior to the Emperor of the Sea who stands at the top of the world. Not to mention that what they are facing now is the most terrifying figure among the four Emperors not long ago. They defeated 2 generals by 1 person, and they were the peerless fierce men who almost blasted the General Huang Yuan with 1 punch. "Hey, Whitebeard, are you serious?" Moonlight Warrior yelled in horror, and stepped back unconsciously. "Is it possible for you to come to us for revenge for the fallen demon? What a joke. This is a battlefield. Look at it for yourself. Your Whitebeard pirates are falling down every minute and every second. Do you want one? Does one get all revenge?" The small eyes under Doflamingo's pink sunglasses suddenly opened wide, and his body was tight to the extreme. "Joker, you are really right. This is a battlefield. Even I can't avenge all the sons who fell here." Babyard spoke indifferently. "If you understand, it would be better. This incident will be exposed. From now on, I will not stop you anymore." Doflamingo resolutely admits to give in. Revealed? Haha, it's light. Cut off one of my son's legs, and want to prevaricate with such a light sentence? Who do you think I am? Babyard said coldly. "Whitebeard, what do you want?" Doflamingo asked. "It's very simple. Give a leg for a leg and leave one of your legs." Whitebeard said. "What a joke." Doflamingo was furious, and the veins on his forehead swelled instantly. "Doflamingo, it's useless to say more. This old guy is determined to find us trouble. Let's go together, Tyrant Xung. Don't want to stay out of the matter." Moonlight Warrior cried out. The footsteps moved quietly behind the dull mechanical Tyrant Xung. At the moment when the voice fell, Warrior turned decisively and ran, the soles of her feet rushing out dozens of meters like oil. However, in the next second, something terrifying to Warrior happened. Even if he has tried his best to escape. However, the horrible airlock from the Whitebeard is always in the shadows. "Where do you want to escape?" The Whitebeard's cold sigh suddenly exploded from Warrior's ears. Warrior, who was frightened in a cold sweat, yelled and tried his best to dodge. Pouch! The light of the sword and the light of blood flashed together. The cutting edge of the supreme sharp knife Kong Yun flashed and disappeared. A devilish arm rose to the sky instantly. It was Moriah's right arm. Next second, without waiting for Babyard to continue chasing and killing him, there was a strong wind behind him. The Whitebeard suddenly turned around, and shook the fist, smashing the atmosphere. At the same time, the impact of the Tyrant Bear's small bear was shaken away. How the Whitebeard stepped forward, and his clenched right fist swiveled and hit the Tyrant Bear's abdomen. Boom! The body of the Tyrant Xungna completely transformed with a special alloy is sunken. The current lines in the body exploded under the impact of vibration. It's really sad. As a human being willing to be a broken piece of iron, go ahead. Babyard snorted, turned his fists into his palms, and slammed the stalled Tyrant Xung away for dozens of meters. "It's your turn next." Whitebeard stared at Doflamingo's left foot. "Damn it, damn Whitebeard, are you really not giving in at all?" Doflamingo said sternly and restrainedly. "Cool la 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 la, who do you think you are? But just a mere clown. What qualifications do you have to let me back down?" Babyard joked. "In that case, let's fight." Doflamingo suddenly slapped his hands to the ground. Xian fruit awakens! Exclamation mark. Doflamingo, who knew that there was no retreat, was his strongest move when he shot. Superman's ability to link fruit is fully awakened at this moment. The ground of the square was assimilated into countless white lines under his ability. With Doflamingo's manipulation, it surged up and down. Shield white line. Doflamingo crossed his hands, and the white lines on the ground suddenly rose, crossing each other to form an airtight birdcage defense. Coolalala! The Whitebeard slashed down. The supreme great knife with the power of shaking fruit easily shakes Doflamingo's shield. 16 sacred bullets. The gods will kill. Doflamingo defensively turned offensive, and did not hesitate to show his most powerful move. The white lines are condensed into 16 spikes, and the top is wrapped with a jet black armed color domineering, shooting towards the Whitebeard. However, it was still inferior to the unmatched shock of the Whitebeard, and was easily broken. Damn it! Doflamingo was incompetent and furious, and his stature retreated rapidly. Marshal of the Navy and Warring States, General Akidog, I have already brought the Whitebeard into this, don't you plan to do it? Driven into desperation, Doflamingo decisively asked the Navy for help. However, his request for help did not get a response from the Marshal Zengo. Upon seeing this, Doflamingo's heart sank. Between the distractions, Doflamingo felt a sudden cold in his legs. Next second, the piercing pain of severed limbs suddenly struck, making strong people like Doflamingo cry out in unconscious pain. Accompanied by the spurt of blood, Doflamingo's left calf was severed by the Whitebeard clouds, and the incision was as smooth as a mirror. If I want you to have a leg, I won't want more. I will do what I say. Whitebeard spoke indifferently. His gaze shifted from Doflamingo, who was rolling in pain, to the execution platform. Ace, it's okay. The Whitebeard spoke softly. Daddy. Chapter 121. Between sparkling flints. The four emperors. Whitebeard headed straight into the square inches the bay. Cut Kyuhai Moonlight Moria with the knife, and punched the tyrant Bartholomew Big Bear. In the end, it was easy to disperse Kyuhai Duo Flamenco's onslaught, and cut down his left calf. With this series of actions like flowing clouds and flowing water, the seamen in the square inches the bay were all shocked appalled. In any case, Moria, Tyrant Bear and Doflamingo are all Kyuhei level superpowerfuls. However, now it was like cutting vegetables and melons. Under the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard, he couldn't turn a bit of wind and waves. The panic being hunted down is like a dog at home. 7 Yuhai and the 4 emperors, no, to be precise, the gap in strength between the world's strongest and the world's strongest can be seen. This is Edward Newgate, the strongest man in the world with the Whitebeard. Our general is defeated, and Chi Yuhai is even more like a chicken. Who else can stop him now? Seeing the Whitebeard approaching step by step, the sea soldiers in the square inches the bay were shocked, and subconsciously stepped back and gave way to the execution platform. No one dared to block this road, in front of the world's strongest Whitebeard. This man as strong as a ghost. I am afraid that only the Marshal of the Warring States period and Mr. Carp can deal with it. A seaman was panting nervously. Yes, we still have Lieutenant General Carp here. Mr. Carp is the strongest hero in our Navy. The words of Lieutenant General Carp can definitely stop him. The Marines in extreme panic and chaos are like travelers who grabbed the last straw. The sight of the Navy legends on the execution stage gathered in unison. Cool-la-la-la-la, Warring States period. What's the matter? Are all your Navy cowards? Why no one dares to stand up? If this is the case, I will go directly to the execution platform and pick Ace away. Whitebeard laughed domineeringly. Papa on the execution stage, Ace yelled as hard as he could. The situation has developed to this point. His own father, Whitebeard, went deep into the naval encirclement net for him alone. In this situation, how could he still tell Whitebeard to go back and don't risk it? Ace, it's okay, Dad will take you back right away, and then everyone will celebrate together. Whitebeard spoke gently like a loving father. Don't be too arrogant, Whitebeard. The Warring States finally ceased to be silent. Look at your surroundings, Whitebeard. There is no partner by your side. You are already deeply surrounded by our Navy. The tiger's eyes widened in the Warring States period, and he drank with dignity. Listening to the voice of the Marshal Warring States, the Marines in the chaos and panic in the square inches the bay subconsciously clenched their weapons. Looking around, they are full of Navy comrades, a total of 30,000 elites. On the other hand, there was only the Whitebeard on the other side. The captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, which is closest to the edge of the square inches the bay, is still more than 100 meters away, and is still being intercepted heavily, and the progress is slow. Now is their advantage. Everyone, don't be afraid, the other party is just a person, an old man. Yeah, don't be afraid at all. We have 30,000 people here. The reinforcements of the Whitebeard will not be able to break through the square inches the bay for a while, and we will almost take their coach first. The victory of this war belongs to our Navy. Several leading rear admirals raised their hands and shouted, "Oh oh 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 oh." 100 responses. Encouraged by the momentum, all the Marines responded with loud shouts, and most of the fear and confusion in their hearts were reduced. Mr. Waring states, "Since that plan is abandoned, let me take the lead here." The General Akinu on the seat directly below the execution table stood up again. "Go ahead, Sarkaski." Waring states calmly said. Boom! The General Akadog jumped down from the execution platform and smashed a deep hole on the ground of the square. The ground immediately below his feet was suddenly blackened and boiled, turning into a piece of scorching lava. "Magma Kid, I haven't asked you to settle the previous account." The Whitebeard pointed straight at the General aka Inu. "Old man with white beard, try if you can." Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00 Kainu sneered. "Cool la 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 la, dare to say it." The Whitebeard's old face showed a ghostly human expression, and the supreme big knife suddenly swung through the clouds, bringing a whirling gust of wind. The seamen who were 100 meters in radius from Ling could not help but yelled in horror, "Heaven dog!" The General Akaga made a protection, and the strongest attacking magma fist penetrated into the body of the Whitebeard without mercy. The battle of karma between the four emperors Whitebeard and the General Akinu begins. At the same time, ice battlefield. The bow of the whale ship mobile. Hateful Jaws slammed his fist on the deck. "Marco, can we just look at it like this? Dad is now surrounded by enemies, but we." Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, was full of unwillingness and anxiety. "Jaws, do you think I'm not in a hurry? I should be the strongest shield of my father, but now I can only sit here." Marco looked gloomy. "Marco, you can definitely leapfrog the Navy's siege for the first time. Go to Dad's side, leave it to me here, and go over there." Jaws said. "Really can?" Marco opened his mouth faintly, and his gaze swept over the green pheasant who was staring at him not far away. "These 7 Dragon Balls are the strongest bargaining chip we have. If something unexpected happens, you can also use this as a threat to force the Navy to compromise. If anything goes wrong, the Navy will have no qualms. From this point of view, our task is the real top priority," Marco said. "Then aren't we just watching Dad be besieged by the Navy?" Jaws said. "Now I can only pray that Busto and the others can penetrate into the bay quickly, and..." Marco looked up at the sky. "Daddy Steady, if he really comes, please hurry up." Marco muttered to himself softly. Boom! It seems to be responding to Marco's expectations. There was a loud noise in the sky, and someone appeared on the scene! 0. Chapter 122. A quarter of an hour ago. The 4 Emperors Whitebeard's ability to shake fruits was fully utilized, launching a blow that shook the sky and cracked the sea, and this caused a super tsunami that was enough to engulf the entire Navy headquarters. After the Navy headquarters, the green pheasant shot frozen tsunami in the Ice Age. However, no one knows. At that time, there was a warship at the top of the tsunami that was frozen by the General's blue pheasant, the warship that was pushed into the city from the deep-sea prison. On board the warship was naturally a prison escape squad headed by Straw Hat Luffy, Bucky the Clown, Sixia Jinping, and the Shemal King Ivankov, with a total of more than 200 people. 6 days ago, with the help of Luo Feng's transmission, Straw Hat Luffy invaded Propulsion City in advance. He even got the support of a fairy bean from Luo Feng. However, it may be due to luck, or the power of correction from the world. In the end, everything went back to the original line. With Straw Hat Luffy's advanced city invasion operation, various details have undergone many changes, but the final result remains the same. Those who escaped from Pushing City were frozen at the top of the tsunami as always, and because of a genius proposal by Straw Hat Luffy, the frozen warship was finally released from the ice. However, at the same time, the frozen tsunami with a radius of 100 meters in the area where the Straw Hats were located was also cracked. The result is what Marco sees now, in the sky. There are boats in the sky and people falling down. Marco's eyes rounded in surprise, with a ghostly expression on his face. A second he was still thinking that it would be better if there were reinforcements, And the next moment his wish was answered. Only no, it's not Grandpa. Who are those people? Marco's question is also a common doubt on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. Those who can answer are now falling from the sky, and there is no leisure to answer. A scream full of fear and panic resounded over the entire Navy headquarters. Listening to the sudden scream like killing a pig, the pirates and Navy in the battle on the battlefield all raised their heads unanimously, following the sudden loud noise. In the sky, one after another small black spots appeared in people's field of vision. Who is that? Not only people, but also ships. That seems to be a warship of our Navy. But why did the Navy's warship fall from the sky? And what the hell are those people? What the hell? The battlefield of the Navy headquarters was suddenly noisy. Straw Hat Boy, this uncle really believes in your evil, so he will believe your way. This is Bucky the Clown screaming, horse. Sure enough, my ominous premonition has come true. The candle fruit ability person, Mr. Three Galdino, who was defeated by Vivi not long ago, screamed. I said earlier that you have done too much. It is obviously better to dig and fight bit by my uncle. Bucky wanted to cry without tears. It's all because of this dead monster blinking indiscriminately. Former Shikai Bukai Katsura Raku Katsuta. Are you trying to come to me, Crocboy? Shemal King Ivankov squinted at Crocodile. This kind of thing doesn't matter. It's really dead now. It's all ice underneath. But I seem to be a rubber, and it's okay to fall. Straw Hat Luffy said stupidly. You just want to be saved by yourself. Think about a way. I don't want to die yet. 3 candles. Who's going to save me? Please help us to stop. Shemal King Ivankov's big face gradually distorted under the gust of wind. The mysterious squad that suddenly descended from the sky caused the entire battle on the top of the battlefield to stop. The Navy side thought that this was an airstrike reinforcement planned by the Whitebeard pirates, and they gritted their teeth one by one. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, the warship was regarded as a surprise soldier of the Navy. No matter which side, people have a common view, that is, this mysterious team that fell from the sky is over. If he fell directly from such a high place, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. It will not have much impact on the situation of the battle unless the Navy and pirates who held the same idea saw the huge ice hole. Previously, Joss had dug a huge ice block the size of a hill with one person. What is left is the huge ice cave that reaches the bottom of the sea. The successive screams in the sky approached. Puff through puff through puff through puff, puff, puff. The huge warship and the 200 prisoners who escaped from Propulsion City on the ship, relying on Luffy's protagonist Halo and Bucky's overlord Luck, happened to fall into the huge ice cave opened by Jaws, and all of them survived. As the sky revolved around the world, the people on the shattered warship gradually gathered. Luffy wearing a straw hat, Ivankov the Shemal King, Bucky the Clown, Shaq Crocodile, and a larger number of prisoners in Advance City appeared one after another. On the surface of the ice hole, there were also many people in prison uniforms who came out of the sea and climbed up the mast of the warship. Until this time, everyone in the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates knew this squad that descended from the sky is not any of them. It is the prisoners who have successfully escaped from the big prison under the sea. Luffy rode fly on the execution stage. Watching Luffy falling from the sky, Ace yelled emotionally. As early as when he was still locked in Push City, Ace had already heard the news that his reckless brother suddenly invaded the prison. However, he couldn't see his brother until the end. The disappearing Luffy once made Ace very worried, but helpless. Now, seeing his brother reappearing alive, the rock in Ace's heart was finally put down. However, thinking that this is a more dangerous place than advancing the city, Ace's heart that had just been let down hangs again. The other side. Those prison uniforms can be wrong. That's the former Kyuhai Crocodile. What's the matter with that big face? I know, that's the Ladyboy King Emporio Ivankov. There is even the 7 Marshal CC Knights. Those are all prisoners advancing the city. Chapter 123. Those guys are all the prisoners of Advance City. On the battlefield, When the identity of the incoming person was identified, the screams and uproars of the Marines on the battlefield of the headquarters suddenly appeared one after another. The pirate Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile, Shemal King, Xi Jinping. Why do these guys come together? Why do the prisoners of Advance City appear here? Could it be said that Pushing City, known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall, also fell? It was captured by the pirates. How can it be? Listening to the shocking screams from the Navy elites of the headquarters, the more than 200 prisoners from Propulsion City on the dilapidated warship were all in high spirits. Ying Shi Lang looked at the vast battlefield of the Navy headquarters with great pride. Among them, a certain man with a bright red nose is the most popular. Ha 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 ha. What's the matter with the Navy? Are you scared by the heroic appearance of this uncle? The big red-nosed pirate clown Bucky smiled triumphantly. 28. Really worthy of being the legendary big pirate Captain Bucky. This appearance is so handsome. Descent from the sky has made the entire Navy headquarters a Captain Bucky. I want to follow you all my life. Bucky's group of prisoners suddenly shouted in unison. Shemal King Ivankov, Crocodile, and Jinping were silent. As for the Straw Hat Luffy with a stubborn character, naturally he would not pay much attention to other things on the battlefield. After chasing for a while, Luffy's gaze was locked on Ace on the execution platform in the bay in a square, and he took a deep breath and shouted, "I.S." Luffy on the execution stage. Ace couldn't help but yell in response. Luffy also shouting was the naval hero Carp from the execution stage. Carp was also stunned when his grandson suddenly appeared on this battlefield. Xio, what the hell is going on? Why is Luffy with the guys in Push City? Carp probably guessed some reasons. Sorry to keep you from Carp. In fact, not long ago your grandson Straw Hat Luffy invaded Propulsion City. I originally planned to let you pick up people after the war. The chief staff officer he calmly said. What are you talking about? That kid Luffy invaded Propulsion City? How daring. Carp creaked with his palm fingers. Luffy Straw Hat was completely unaware of the threat from his grandfather. At this moment, it is still full of confidence to make a fist towards Ace on the execution stage. Ace, wait, I will definitely save you. The square was broadcast live in Chambord, as the Straw Hat Squad suddenly entered the city. All the footage of Milin Fodor's video phone bugs fell on the Straw Hat team. The emergence of the Straw Hat Squad of Push City is naturally another piece of great news for the reporters in the square. Luffy with Straw Hat, he didn't even die, and he was entangled with the prisoners pushing the city. What exactly is going on? What kind of combination is that? The former 7U High Crocodile, Xi Jinping, and even the Shemal King Ivankov. The reporters were struggling to write while expressing their inner surprise while talking. Record the previous scene in detail and send it to the headquarters of major newspapers. That idiot Straw Hat has been involved in a troublesome incident again. He is the source of disaster. Big Stomach Girl Joe Ali Bonnie gritted her teeth. The supernova pirates, such as Carpenberg, Magic Hawkins, Drake, and Skillage Apple, who occupy the high point of the live broadcast square, nodded in sympathy. The Chambord event that almost wiped out their army a week ago is the masterpiece of the Straw Hats. Naturally, it is impossible for them to have the slightest grievance in their hearts. Asshole Straw Hat Captain Yustaskid clenched his fists unconsciously and looked grim. He, who has the highest bounty this year, consistently ranks himself as the #1 supernova. However, the focus of people's discussion is always the Straw Hats, not their kid pirates. Whether it is defeating Kyu High Crocodile or rioting on Judicial Island, the Straw Hats made a lot more noise than they did. Now that Straw Hat Luffy appeared on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters again, Kid's heart was already imbalanced to the extreme. However, no matter how unbalanced he was, there was no alternative, and he could only watch the Straw Hat Luffy show off again. The Navy headquarters is on top of the battlefield. With the addition of the Straw Hat Squad in Advance City, the battlefield situation suddenly became more and more chaotic. At this moment, in the square in the Bay, a stage for a man with a white beard. Cool la 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 la. The white beard let out a deep, Heroic laugh. The left hand shakes the fist against the magma punch of the General Akinu. Kong Yanki with his right hand swept across the thousands of troops, and Dakai Day swept all the approaching navies away. Even surrounded by 30,000 seaman elite regiments, with the Admiral aka Inu fiercely attacking, the Whitebeard still did not lose the slightest bit of a disadvantage. The domineering spirit is fully demonstrated. Kula-la-la-la, Ace's complacent brother, he is indeed a funny kid. Babyard watched with interest the Straw Hat Boy who rushed into the ice battlefield. Ka, how many things will your grandson cause? On the execution stage, the Marshal Sengo shouted angrily. Puff ha 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 ha, sorry, I will personally teach him later. Ka touched the back of his head and said with a grin, forget it this time. The Warring States suddenly turned, and the corners of his mouth raised a subtle arc. What's wrong with you? Warring States, this is not like you. Carp was taken aback. Hee, thanks to your grandson who is messing up. The Whitebeard pirates have revealed their flaws. The Warring States period laughed cheerfully. Arsehole yoke, return our things soon. Marco's furious shout was heard on the ice battlefield. Chapter 124, Arsehole yoke monkey, return our things soon. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate regiment, roared angrily throughout the ice battlefield. Ahem, who will return this dangerous thing to you? General Huang Yuan held the pitch-black dragon ball the size of a human head, lifted his breath, and fleed away in an instant. Don't even want to run. Raging Marco lit up a raging blue flame all over his body. He transformed into the form of a phoenix for the first time, pursuing him in the sky. Ah la la, the task finally completed can't be wasted. The General Green Pheasant spoke lazily. His hands slammed a palm on the ice. Boom boom boom, the huge and thick ice wall instantly soared into the sky, stopping between the General Huang Yuan and Marco. Dong dong dong. Next second, heavy footsteps rang suddenly. It was a diamond-shaped Jaws sprinting, shining collision. Exclamation mark. Boom. Jaws' burly body slammed into the ice wall tens of meters. The terrifying force made huge ravines crisscrossed vertically and horizontally on the surface of the ice wall. Eventually it exploded. Marco, come on, Jaws yelled. Oh, the phoenix form. Marco took a deep breath and pursued the golden light ahead. The probability of catching up is not zero. The General Huang Yuan was seriously injured by the full blow of his father's Whitebeard before. Now he is not at his peak, and his speed is greatly reduced. I can catch up. Marco thought so. However, in the end it was still a step away. In the sky, bright golden light and blue fire line one after another entered the square inches the bay. In the end, Huang Yuan, who had the upper hand, succeeded in leading the way to the end. The golden light shined on the execution stage. The figure of the elemental General Huang Yuan gradually manifested. Too slow, Peluslino. The Warring States voice said solemnly. Please, Mr. Warring States, occasionally you have to be considerate of me. Cough cough. General Huang Yuan's face was pale, and his body coughed. I'm still seriously injured, and the breath of this thing has a lot of influence on my elementalization. Cough. Grave accent. Let's do it. Just finish the task, it's hard work. Go down and rest for a while, let the doctor treat your wound. Looking at the coughing General Huang Yuan, the Warring States period was also a little unbearable. Encouragingly patted the General Huang Yuan on the shoulder. I can't talk about the hard work. Is it all for our navy? General Huang Yuan said righteously. Hey, Peluslino, you seem to be a little different today. The Warring States accident. It's too much, Sengoku. I have always been like this. General Huang Yuan pouted and retorted. Sengoku's eyes narrowed slightly. Cough cough cough. General Huang Yuan's complexion changed, and he coughed violently while covering his heart. Then Mr. Warring States, fortunately, this Dragon Ball will be handed over to you. I will go to see your doctor first. Huang Yuan couldn't wait to stuff the Dragon Ball in his arms into the hands of the Marshal Sengo. After saying that the body is elementalized, he flees away without turning his head, and the speed is more than 10 times faster than before. I was afraid that the Warring States would hand the Dragon Ball to him again and let him take it away. After all, this is terrible work. That guy Peluslino. The Marshal Sengo frowned, feeling a bit wrong. Without waiting for him to think about what was wrong, a strong wind rushed toward his face. Phoenix Seal, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, undauntedly launched an offensive against the Marshal Sengoku, hoping to retake the Dragon Ball. You better go back, Phoenix Kid. Before Marco's Phoenix paw prints fell, a sharp crackling sound suddenly came from the sky. A burly navy figure suddenly flashed in front of Marco. Boom, one punch falls, the sky falls. With just one punch, Marco returned to his original form in the form of Phoenix, and smashed heavily on the ground of the square. That was the unparalleled iron fist of the legendary Navy Lieutenant, the hero Carp. Oh, it's Lieutenant General Carp. Lieutenant General Carp has taken action. Really worthy of being a hero. The Marines who witnessed this scene shouted in excitement. Capu Marco grinned and covered his neck, unable to recover for a long time. Even with the Phoenix's resilience, he is so. It is enough to see the weight of Carp's previous iron fist. Forget it, Marco, come back. Whitebeard spoke, drinking to stop Marco's suicidal behavior. Father. But Marco blamed himself. It's not your responsibility. Besides, let them steal it. I didn't even think about using this thing. Whitebeard comforted. Papa, Marco's eye sockets are reddish. It sounds good, Whitebeard. Now one of the summoned Dragon Balls is in our hands. So you said that. Warring States Road. Cooler la la la. It's up to you. Whitebeard's free and easy way. Humphrey the Warring States snorted. Carp, leave this thing to you for safekeeping. The Warring States, who was unable to let the General Huang Yuan with the Dragon Ball decisively squeeze it into Carp's hand, and hand it over to him for safekeeping. Immediately after the Warring States period, he took a step forward, his face full of anger and spirit. Previously, it was precisely because of the Dragon Ball that caused their navy's various strategies to be restrained and unable to do their utmost. Now that the worries have been lifted, it is time to start all the plans and demonstrate the Navy's majesty. Regarding the outcome of this war, victory or defeat, the Warring States period cannot predict. But at least, they cannot give up until the final result comes out. Every effort must be made to bring hope to the people who believe in them. They want to annihilate as many Whitebeard pirates as possible. The Marshal Warring States took out the contact phone worm from his pocket. Diaresis now notify the entire army. Encircling the wall to fight. Start! Encircle the wall. Officially launched on the execution stage, the Marshal Warring States indifferently gave the original order to start the encircling wall operation. Wow! In the four corners of the square inches the bay, a seaman waved a flag and gave instructions to his comrades on the ice battlefield. That's an order to retreat, Li Ma Zhao. Stop pestering the pirates, retreat. Hurry up, our battle ends here. Hey we, idiot. The war to encircle the wall has started, don't hurry up, wait for death. The Marines who existed on the ice battlefield supported each other and retreated. What's wrong, bastard Navy? How did you retreat? Ha 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 ha. Are you finally afraid? We are the Whitebeard pirates. If you are acquainted, don't hurry up and kowtow to Grandpa for mercy. Most of the pirates are simple-minded people. Even if they detect something wrong, they don't think too much. Watching the Marines retreat and flee in a hurry, the arrogant screams of the pirates suddenly appeared. It's just that their pride didn't last long. They were interrupted by a sudden rumbling. When all the Marines evacuated from the ice battlefield, the Navy's encirclement operation for this battle was officially launched. 125. Chapter 125. Boom rumble. The naval encirclement battle started. There was a loud rumbling noise under the thick ice. Under the frightened eyes of the Baituan pirates, blocks made of special alloys burst out of the ice. It takes only a few breaths before and after. Most of the bay is already surrounded by a special metal barrier tens of meters high. One black muzzle was erected, aiming at the Whitebeard pirate group on the ice. At this moment, the ice battlefield turned into a huge Now there are only their Whitebeard pirates in this urn. Upon seeing this, even the dull people should understand what this is all about. The Navy's retreat was not due to fear of the prestige of the Whitebeard pirates. Everything just wanted them to be the Whitebeard pirates in the urn of Iceface Bay. Next, the Navy does not need to come down to fight them in close combat. It only needs to continuously fill the shells and completely smash the ice, and they can almost wipe out their Whitebeard pirates. Damn it, it's so despicable, Navy. That is, come down to me if you have the ability, and I will hit 10 of you alone. This is what your Navy calls justice? It's just a group of incompetent rats with hidden heads and bare tails. The pirates of Baytuan shouted angrily. He was resentful at the Navy's despicable but very effective strategy. Don't be fooled by their nonsense. Our Navy's mission is to eliminate the Navy. It is the best to be able to use this simplest method. It can greatly reduce the casualties of our army. Now we will start to fill the shells. A Navy commander yelled at him to stop the blushing young people. Yes, dang 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 dang. One black hole after another appeared on the copper wall and iron wall rising from under the ice layer, aiming at the people of the Whitebeard pirate group on the ice of the bay. Boom 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 boom. Thousands of guns were fired. The battle situation is changing rapidly. Under such a wall, they have fallen into a complete disadvantage, and there is no way to fight. The worst case scenario is that all of them will be trapped and die in this surrounding wall. The whole audience was in chaos. Wow, oh. This time it is really bad. Hifap. Shemal King Ivankov fears the independence of the Golden Rooster. Master Ivankov, what shall we do next? The lady boys who followed Ivankov also screamed in horror. Straw Hat Boy, do you want to continue? Ivankov looked at Straw Hat Luffy seriously. Certainly, of course. Straw Hat Luffy nodded firmly. And if you export it, isn't there just one there? Straw Hat Luffy slowly raised his right hand, and pointed in the direction directly opposite the execution platform. Because of Little Oz's blood and weight, the surrounding wall did not rise as usual. Everyone, don't panic. We still have a way to go. Foil Beaster, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, yelled. Everyone is walking on the body of Little Oz. Break into the square inches the bay and meet up with Dad. Little Oz used his body to secure a way for us. Don't waste it. Oh. Under the leadership of Beaster and other White Regiment captains, the pirates rushed towards the square inches the bay with high aura. Of course, not all pirates are advancing toward the gap opened by Oz. Those New World-affiliated pirates who had just entered the ice of the bay decisively retreated to the closer bay exit. However, just at this moment, a pirate running in the front suddenly widened his eyes, and his footsteps came to a halt because of panic. What's that? Someone screamed in horror. Don't stop. Keep running. Someone urged. Shoo, who bang. A golden ray of light shot out from the smoke and dust in front, and it fell on the ice to produce a powerful explosion. The golden red explosion light is remarkable, releasing a lot of light and heat. Be careful, there are enemies ahead. Those people are the Kyuhibasual action. The pirate yelled in horror. Bear, how could this be? How could there be so many big bears? It's impossible. Others screamed in disbelief. In the next moment, the only exit that was surrounded by smoke and dust lit up with dozens of golden light spots. It was a laser beam after another, shooting out toward the pirates who wanted to escape from the exit, and the sight was terrifying. Damn it! The exit is also blocked. Damn the wall. Break it for me. A pirate brandishing a great club roared and smashed his weapon against the iron wall. However, the end result was that his own weapon shattered to the ground, and the surrounding wall remained intact. This is the first genius scientist in the Navy to improve the use of Wobo alloy. In terms of sturdiness, few metals in the world can match it. Under the persecution of the pacifists, the pirates had to gather in the bay, accept the baptism of the sky, and struggle hard. Wow, Captain Bucky, the big deal is not good. What should we do next? Captain Bucky. The prisoners in Push City who were thrown out by the pacifists screamed in horror and looked at Bucky for help. hoping that Bucky could show his power this time and turn the dangers into disbelief. "Of course it's over to the Whitebeard," Bucky yelled, and ran towards the square inches the bay without looking back. "Ah, I see." A prisoner with a small head and a big body suddenly realized. "Captain Bucky. Our Captain Bucky is." "This is going to take the top level of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard." "Impressive." "As expected of Captain Bucky. I want to follow you all my life." All the prisoners in Advance City had pilgrimage-like pious expressions on their faces. Question mark. 2 lines of snot drooping from Bucky's red nose. At this moment, it is about 300 meters above sea level from the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. Navy Admiral Huang Yuan lay comfortably among the comfortable clouds, enjoying the rare comfort of war. The hollow between his chest and abdomen bulged with his breathing. The whole person's momentum gradually strengthened and returned to its peak. As a general of the Navy headquarters, he was beaten and scrapped by Whitebeard. How can this be? Although the power of Whitebeard was terrifying, it was not enough to kill the general with a single move. From beginning to end, most of Huang Yuan's miserable and weak state was pretending, including Marco, who was almost caught up. Just now, he also deliberately slowed down. It was his real speed when he left the execution platform earlier. The reason was that he didn't want to give the warring states a chance to pass that hot potato back to his own hands. After all, the ghost knew if Whitebeard would send him another shot for that Dragon Ball. Although the Whitebeard's fist wouldn't make him seriously injured and leave the field, it also left a deep impression on him, especially the ability that seems to have skipped time. It makes Huang Yuan truly fearful. If not necessary, Huang Yuan doesn't want to get a shot inexplicably. Mr. Warring states, "I'm sorry, now the encirclement operation is going smoothly. I will rest here for a while, and I will come back when I really want to take action." General Huang Yuan stretched out leisurely, moving his head up and down a few times. What at this moment, the General Huang Yuan suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Within his sight, a sheep boat comes from the horizon. Flying, and the flying flag is, damn it, that's the Straw Hat Boys' boat. Chapter 126. The Navy headquarters is on top of the war. Led by the successful theft of General Huang Yuan, the battle has entered a whole new situation. There is no threat of the end of the world. The Yan Black Dragon. The Martial Warring States decisively launched the originally planned encirclement battle at the first time. Originally handed over in short-handedly, the close combat with the sword and the blood no longer. What is going on is the unilateral artillery massacre of the Whitebeard pirates by the Navy. While the effectiveness of this combat is outstanding, it also has a fatal flaw. Because of little losses blood and the huge weight, the surrounding wall where his body was could not rise normally. The originally perfect enclosing wall also appeared a gap. Now the pirates on the entire ice battlefield are all pouring toward this gap, and because there is no naval blockade, the advancing speed of the White Group pirates is surprisingly fast. The first group of pirates headed by Foil Vista had already swarmed into the square with Oz's body and moved closer to the place where Whitebeard and Marco were. At the same time, in the middle of the square inches the bay, Marco, who was in the form of a phoenix, floated in the air, calmly ignoring the rain of bullets from all directions. At this moment Marco's face was full of grief and self-blame. In his mind, it was all because of his mistakes that finally led to this dangerous situation. The Navy's encirclement battle was able to take place, all because he lost the most important Dragon Ball, so that the Navy side had no scruples. "Daddy, everyone, I'm really sorry. It's all my responsibility." Marco cried out in pain. "Marco," the Whitebeard shouted. Papa Marco was stunned. "Now even if I say it's not your reason, I don't blame you, and everyone doesn't blame you. I'm afraid you won't listen, but instead of blaming yourself here, you now have more important things to do." Whitebeard Education Road. "It's okay with me, the place you need to be is not here, right?" "Papa," the expression on Marcos' face gradually became firmer. "Yes, I got it, Father. Marco nodded his head. The wings moved suddenly, go straight to the ice battlefield with endless artillery fire. Raging, the flames of the blue phoenix rained down all over the sky. While blocking the naval artillery fire, it also fell on the wounds of the injured pirates. The group healing abilities belonging to the Udmans and Phoenixes are fully exploded at this moment. Everyone, I'm really sorry, Marco said loudly. Captain Marco, Captain, what are you talking about? We are partners. When we set foot on this battlefield, we were already enlightened. Brothers, take advantage of Captain Marcos cover. Come on, little ones, go. The Baituan pirates, who were enveloped in despair, saw the dawn of hope at this moment, and shouted with excitement, "Kula la 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 la, these are my proud sons." In the square inches the bay, the Whitebeard laughed boldly. After laughing, the expression on the old face of the Whitebeard gradually became serious. The line of sight swept over the general Akadog, the martial warring states on the execution stage, and the surrounding marines, full of pressure. I guessed early in the morning that your navy will never face confrontation honestly, Whitebeard said solemnly. As long as the pirates can be eliminated, whatever means is allowed. The martial warring states said solemnly. Kula la 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 la. The Whitebeard smiled instead of anger. The whole body was suddenly surging. Boom. Babyard took a sharp step. The momentum of the release alone set off turbulent storm, sending all the marines with the radius of tens of meters away. How dare you do such a thing to my beloved sons? You guys should have been awakened. Navy. Babyard's angry outrage exploded over the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, the martial warring states expression gradually became ferocious. It's been a long time for you to see it. The Whitebeard grinned. The supreme big sharp knife in the right hand touches the ground of the square lightly. There was a soft sound of ding. It seems to have no power at all. However, the complexion of the warring states on the execution stage of Ling changed suddenly. A circle of invisible ripples centered on the Whitebeard, spreading and sweeping in all directions. This is an unparalleled and powerful spiritual pressure. This is the king's spirit of the old age legend that has been riding the sea for decades. This is the strongest man in the world. Domineering look of Edward Newgate, the Four Emperors Whitebeard! The invisible overlord color swept the entire film on top of the battlefield instantly. Dozens of sea soldiers who had launched a surprise attack on Whitebeard's bodies were all solidified in unison. Middle dot 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 middle dot. Fine flowers. 00. Their dark pupils gradually dilated, their eyes turned white, and their heads suddenly tilted back. Patter-patter. More than a dozen elite Navy commanders in the front took the lead to unconsciously fall to the ground in Akuma. This is just the beginning. A terrifying domino effect occurred on the battlefield. One by one, more than 100,000 naval elites gathered in the square inches. The bay fell into a coma in the incomparable overlord attack. This is the domineering look of the Four Emperors Whitebeard. Although it failed to reach the extreme like Roger and Red Hair, the qualitative change of territory occurred. But the intensity of the overlord's color has reached its peak. In the original plot, Straw Hat Luffy can stun many Navy elites with his awakened half-hand overlord color. Now that the Whitebeard in his heyday is personally released, its power is naturally stronger by many times. Under the impact of the domineering Whitebeard's top-notch color, the average admiral naturally couldn't bear it at all. With the Whitebeard as the center, there are not enough hands to stand in the end within a radius of 100 meters. Even the rear admiral of the naval elite has only one hand in this range, and that is to fall to the ground in Akuma. Out of the absolute central area of this overlord color. In the farther direction, the overlord's coercion also weakened accordingly. In the most peripheral area, the Whitebeard's overlord color can only be worthy of a commander-class Marine Kuma. But this is scary enough. Under the domineering Whitebeard raging, an fifth of the 100,000 naval elites in the square inches the bay fell, to 20,000. The biggest effect of his attack was to stun the relatively weak Marines who were responsible for the shelling. In this way, the surrounding wall artillery that enveloped the ice battlefield was also followed by a period of blank space. This blank period is enough to increase the survival probability of the White Group pirates on the ice battlefield by more than 50%. This is my limit, it's far from it. Whitebeard sighed secretly. However, in the next second, the change regenerates. In the square inches the Whitebeard suddenly turned and raised his head, looking towards the sky in the distance. There, a vigorous sheep boat is slowly entering the venue. At the same time, a spiritual coercion similar to the previous one, but far superior to the Whitebeard's overlord color, suddenly broke out and burst. That is the overlord color that is enough to overthrow the world. Belongs to the territory of the overlord! 0. Chapter 127. 3 minutes ago, at the beginning of the naval encirclement operation, a ship flew over the misty sea of the Navy headquarters, a vigorous sheep boat. Compared with an ordinary sailing ship, the bow of the sheep of this spaceship is covered with a comb. The two wings of the sailboat really have two wings stretched out. There is also a tail wing device at the stern that can control the flow of airflow. This is exactly the flight mode of the almighty treasure Golden Mary based on the legend of the Straw Hat crew flying up and down the Sky Island. Wow, teacher, you can already see it, and it's going to the Navy headquarters soon. On the deck of the Mealy, YY said with a cheerful face, "Ahahaha, although it has been delayed for some time, it should not be too late. We will meet soon, Ace." Dad's backers agreed. One Piece Roger rubbed his hands nervously, his face full of excitement. "Roger, I advise you not to be happy too soon." Rawley had a weird face. "Why?" Roger was puzzled. 20 years ago, you left Ace and their mothers so cruelly. Little Ace was afraid that he had a grudge in his heart. "I saw him once when he came to Champagne 5 years ago. Because of you, I bothered him." "I won't be able to see you by Little Ace," Lee said. "Aha." The smile on Roger's face stopped for a moment. The excitement that was about to see the grown-up son was instantly diluted by the anxiety. "But don't be too reassured. 5 years ago, Ace was indeed younger and more vigorous, and it was normal to be in a rebellious period. However, when I saw him again 2 years ago, he was more mature and more polite, probably Newgate's credit," Lee said. "What does this have to do with Newgate?" Roger looked dumbfounded. "Hey, don't you know Roger? Didn't your future eyes see it?" Rawley asked. "Ahahaha, I'm sorry, the eye of the future is a bit bothersome, and to be honest, I didn't dare to look at the future of Little Ace when I saw it a little bit." Roger shrank his head angrily. After Rayleigh's reminder, he also remembered. "I saw the childhood of his son Ace. For his irresponsible daddy, Ace really resented deeply. But no problem, he will spend his whole life to make up for it next. By the way, Rawley, Newgate should have come out because he knew Ace is my son, right?" "This favor is really owed," Roger said with emotion. "Not quite. Ace Little is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates," Lee said. "Well, Ace replaced me as the captain." "This is a coincidence." Roger was surprised. "Hee, Roger, you shouldn't forget. What do everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group call Newgate?" Rawley reminded. This Roger gave a jerk in his heart. "Yes, now Newgate is also Ace's father, and in my opinion, Ace is probably closer to Newgate than your irresponsible father." Lee shook his head. "Aha, the world's invincible pirate king Gaudy Roger. At this moment the whole person is stupid, no longer the previous high spirits." It was enough for Babyard to become the father of his own son. Roger would not particularly care. After all, Newgate is his junior, not an outsider. He had originally planned to let Ace recognize a few senior brothers as foster fathers. It's just that Roger couldn't accept the picture when Ace was called Daddy Whitebeard and didn't call him himself. "Look ahead, old man. Take your time, don't worry." Rawley patted Roger on the shoulder comfortingly. "Teacher, Brother Roger seems to have been hit hard." YY blinked her big eyes, worryingly. "Just leave it alone. Let Roger boy calm down." Luo Feng smiled. Master Robin trot with Lee, a charming and lively girl. "Master, the Navy headquarters is here," Mealy reported. "Master Luo Feng, there seems to be something wrong with the war in the Navy headquarters." Robin frowned slightly. "The Navy encircles the wall to fight. It's okay." Luo Feng Hun nodded indifferently. The other side. After standing stupidly on the deck for a long time, Roger was suddenly awakened by the sound of gunfire from the sky. Seeing and hearing the domineering suddenly spread away. After capturing the status quo of the naval headquarters battlefield, Roger's brows gradually frowned. The Navy guys even used this method. Li's expression also sank. "This is war. The Navy is so unscrupulous. I'm afraid it is aware of the existence of the teacher, so it wants to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates as quickly as possible." Xiuqi analyzed. Soon after Xiuqi's voice fell, a powerful mental coercion suddenly burst from the Navy headquarters. "That's Newgate's domineering look." Rawley made a judgment. "It's true." Roger took a deep breath, the expression on his face gradually returning to normal. He had figured out everything, and he didn't continue to be horny. Ace is close to the foster father, Babyard, but not his father. Isn't this a matter of course? He should have known this in the first place. After all, he has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities in these years. In contrast, Whitebeard has been protecting Ace in recent years. Teach Ace as a father and give Ace the taste of paternal love. What can he complain about? "It's all my own fault." "Rawley, I haven't fully returned to the top yet and can lend me your power," Roger said calmly. "Of course, very happy." Rawley drank it without hesitation. After answering, he continued to ask, "Roger, what do you want to do? Newgate has done so much for Ace. How can I not pay back some favors?" Roger grinned. "Even if it is Newgate's overlord color, I am afraid it can only lag behind the artillery fire that covers the audience a little bit. I want to try to completely paralyze those artillery fire and use that power." "Ha ha ha, I see." Riley nodded clearly. "Lowl. What are you going to do?" Xiuqi asked curiously. "Do you want to rush into the battlefield directly?" Robin guessed. One Piece and Pluto are coming to the Navy headquarters together. This is really an interesting scene. Even Hancock, who only had Luo Feng in his eyes, couldn't help but arouse some interest at this moment. "Ha ha ha, it's not right, just take a good look." Rawley laughed and moved forward, shoulder to shoulder with Roger. Boom! The overlord color, surging like a sea wave, suddenly rushed out of Li's body. Snapped. Roger's right hand rested on Rayleigh's shoulder. Under the lead of Li's domineering color, the ultimate overlord color belonging to Roger, the Pirate King, also burst at this moment. Boom! One Piece and Hades, the two legendary great pirates. The domineering of the two strongest overlords blended with each other at this time. Then it was further sublimated under Roger's guidance, turned into a territory, and fell towards the Navy headquarters with the power of heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! The entire battlefield of the Navy headquarters was shaken at this moment! Exclamation mark. Chapter 128. The Navy headquarters is on top of the battlefield. With the Whitebeard's Xion overlord's domineering color burst, more than 100,000 naval elites gathered in the square inches the bay fell and more than 20,000 people fell. The ensuing chaos caused a period of blank space for the surrounding wall artillery covering the ice battlefield. For this situation, the martial warring states on the execution stage seems to have been foreseeable. Although the old face looked angry, but it didn't make a mess of it. "Whitebeard, it's only at this level, but there is no way." The martial warring states just wanted to say a few words to stimulate the Whitebeard and find his place. However, he didn't wait for him to finish. Next second, the Whitebeard on the square suddenly turned around and looked towards the sky. At the same time, the look of the martial warring states on the execution stage also changed drastically, his teeth clenching tightly, his eyes unblinking at the little black spots still overseas. Boom! Rumble! Immediately after the Whitebeard's domineering look, the seamless second domineering look suddenly formed from far away. Moreover, the second wave of power that followed was far superior to the 28 of the Whitebeard's Xion. Amazingly, it has reached the level of qualitative change and sublimation The ultimate domineering overlord is their domain. Territory. Belonging to the territory of the overlord, the forces that make heaven and earth and all things instruct and allegiate to come to the Navy headquarters in an all-round way. Feel the majestic breath that seems to overthrow the world. The people gathered on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, whether it is the Navy or the pirates, can't help but panic in their hearts. However, the terrifying coercion did not fall on them. The goal of the power of the territory turned out to be the thousands of muzzles surrounding the wall. Crack, click, boom, accompanied by successive crackling sounds. The hundreds of gun barrels extending from the enclosing wall made an overwhelming click. Cracks appeared on the surface of the gun barrel made of fine iron, which eventually exploded. What the hell is it? What happened? Where did this power come from? The cannon. The cannon is damaged. It's the same with me. Can't attack, accompanied by the screams of shock and horror from the Marines. At this moment, all the cannons of the surrounding wall collapsed under the power of the territory triggered by Roger, the Pirate King. This moment, the huge naval headquarters on the top of the battlefield fell into absolute silence. I don't know how long it has been. Is this the overbearing domineering? On the deadly silent battlefield, people's shocked murmurs sounded. SSSSSS gudong gudong. At the same time, there was the sound of people sucking in air conditioning and the hard rolling sound of Adam's apple. Feeling the terrifying coercion that seems to overthrow the world. Whether it was the pirates or the Navy on the battlefield, everyone was appalled. The emotion called shock immediately encroached on and dominated their whole body. Hey, what is going on? Is that the domineering look? It's definitely the domineering look. But why is it so strong? Even the daddy's overlord look is far inferior. This overlord's coercion obviously didn't make anyone coomer. But why is it so terrible? It caused substantial damage to the encircling wall of the Navy, and even the steel was unbearable. Who can tell me what is going on? Even the red-haired overlord looks domineering. It will definitely not have such an effect. If the previous overlord's color was aimed at us, how many people will fall on this battlefield at the same time? Where is it sacred? All over the battlefield. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the elite lieutenants of the Navy all involuntarily lost their voices in horror. The sea soldiers and pirates' uproar and shouts full of shock and horror resounded through the sky for a long time. Although this terrifying aura that looked like the descending might of heaven did not make any of them comatose, just feeling the aura in the darkness caused them to involuntarily produce extreme horror. It seems that it is not a man who releases this terrifying coercion, but the true God! It's finally here. Is it the end? On the execution stage, the look on the face of the old Marshal Warring States was already extremely hideous. After a while, the clenched fist of the Warring States period was loosened, and the strength of the whole body seemed to vent completely with the fall of this sentence. The whole person seemed to be more than 20 years old in an instant. Marshal Sengoku, what is going on? Ace, who sensed the changes before and after the Warring States period, couldn't help but shake. However, what surprised him more was the reaction of Ka, who was also in the Navy. Puff, ha, here comes, finally here. Ka laughed happily, with extreme excitement on his old face. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Ka, who was laughing excitedly, Ace was completely confused. Obviously, Kapu and Warring States are both veteran Navy legends. How could there be such a huge emotional contrast at this time? One was disappointed and desperate, while the other was extremely excited. It really made Ace unable to understand. In addition to Cap and the Warring States period, the reaction of his own father, Whitebeard, in One Eye Square is also very intriguing. Cool la 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 la, the heroic laughter sounded. And it was the Whitebeard laughing wildly with excitement. Papa, Daddy, here we are. Father, what's wrong with you? The voice of the Whitebeard laughs. Beaster, Bramank, Legio, Isang, etc. The captains of the White Regiment, as well as Hisong, Cat Viper, Inulan, and others finally broke into the square inches the bay and joined Whitebeard. Papa, the captain of the White Regiment Division, Marco, descended from the sky. Marco, It's all right. The Whitebeard smiled happily. Father, what the hell is? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Could it be that Marco seemed to have guessed something, and there was an uncontrollable shock and disbelief on his face? Coming. Babyard's head was tilted back, his eyes closed, and his old face was full of intoxication and excitement. Is it really here? Our father. Grandpa, Marco murmured in shock. The other side. Near the square inches the bay. Straw Hat Boy, what are you looking at? Shemal King Ivankov asked curiously. Nana. Straw Hat Luff opened his eyes and tremblingly raised his right hand and pointed to Yuankong. That seems to be Mealy. Chapter 129, The Navy Headquarters. On top of the battlefield, there was no merciless bombardment surrounding the wall artillery fire. The pirates on the ice battlefield smoothly broke into the square inches the bay. However, the tragic battle of blood and blood did not start immediately. Whether it is the Navy or the pirates, it is a tacit truce at this moment. Everyone's eyes on the battlefield were just staring at the sky in the southeast direction. There is the beginning of Tanwai. There, a vigorous sheath-head spacecraft is slowly flying towards. At this moment, near the entrance of the bay in a square where Little Oz is located, Master Ivankov, look there, a ship ... flies in the sky. Who is the sailboat flying in the sky? Is that horrible breath the masterpiece of the man on that ship? A crowd of ladyboys in dresses with piercing eyes pointed to the spaceship on the horizon, shocked and lost their voices. Hey ha ha ha, this war is really a surprise. I have a hunch that something big will appear soon. The first 7 High Crocodile smiled under test. There is such a terrifying overlord look in this world. This is the first time I have encountered it. I hope that those who come are not enemies. Murloc High spoke very calmly, his face couldn't hide the nervousness. Straw Hat Boy, what's wrong with you? Ivankov, who also paid attention to the spaceship in the distance, noticed the abnormal mood swings of Straw Hat Luffy. Nana. Looking at the increasingly familiar spacecraft, Straw Hat Luffy seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in the world, and the shock on his face couldn't be suppressed. His right hand was trembling and raised, pointing to the spaceship in the distance, his mouth closed, but he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Brother Luffy, what's the matter with you? Do you recognize that ship floating in the sky? Asked very calmly. It's not to acquaintance, that was originally my ship, it was our Golden Merry. Grave accent. Straw Hat Luffy yelled uncontrollably, telling the name and origin of the spacecraft. It's your ship. Hearing the words of Straw Hat Luffy, the Ladyboy King Ivankov and a group of Ladyboy brothers, Haixia Jinping, Crocodile and other surrounding pirates and navy all screamed in shock. If you take a closer look, it's true. The flag on that spaceship is exactly the Straw Hat flag of Brother Luffy. Hifp. Shemal King Ivankov was shocked by the independence of Golden Rooster. But Brother Luffy, even if it's your ship, you don't need to be so surprised. Jinping raised his confusion. This time he escaped from prison together. Jinping probably understood Straw Hat Luffy's carefree temperament. It stands to reason that he should be happy to see his ship appear and his partner might arrive. But now it was a completely hell-like expression. Jinpei, how can I not be surprised? Because because the melee was completely broken when she was in the water city. I personally lighted the fire and sent Mealy away. But is this a dream? Straw Hat Luffy yelled in excitement and astonishment. What did you say? Sky. The Golden Merry in flight mode slowly entered the top battlefield. With the approach of the Golden Merry, the other pirates gathered at the Navy headquarters were finally proud to see the appearance of the incoming ship. At the same time, it was inevitable to see the Straw Hat pirate group flying on the mast. That's the banner of the pirates' straw hats. There can be no mistake. What the hell is going on? Haven't they been wiped out by the Yellow Ape General Group? Many people on the Navy side were shocked and lost their voices. Colonel Smoke, that is indeed the boat of the Straw Hats. The Spectacle Lady Diasiki said in surprise. Of course I know this kind of thing, but haven't they already changed ships in the water capital? Why is this ship still flying. Smog's face was stunned. There are many people who have the same doubts as Smog. At the same time, it is not just the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. There are also people who are broadcasting the square on the islands of Chambord at this moment. Hey, who can tell me, what is going on right now? What happened to the Navy's previous battle against the Whitebeard pirates? Why did it stop suddenly? What happened to the Navy headquarters? Why didn't everyone move? The reporters and onlookers gathered on the live broadcast square inches Chambord were all shocked and lost their voices. Naturally, they were far away from the Chambord Islands and could not feel the terrifying coercion that caused the entire Navy headquarters to lose its voice. Look, everyone, what's coming out? It's a ship. At this moment, all the pictures on the big screen of the live broadcast were occupied by a sailing boat flying in the air. Diaresis, that ship is. There is nothing wrong with that banner. That's the boat of the pirate Straw Hat crew. But why? Why did the Straw Hat crew's boat appear there? Why can that ship fly in the sky? Is it because of the ridiculous wings? No. Is this the focus of attention? Yes. The real point shouldn't be why that ship has the flag of the Straw Hat Group. It is obvious that the lion boat of the Straw Hat Group is still stopping at the port of Chambord. Is that so? Hurry up to verify and see if the Straw Hat crew's boat is still there. The live broadcast of Chambord Square suddenly became a mess, especially when the news comes back. When the Thousand Suns with the Straw Hat pirate flag was still anchored at Port 40, the noise of people shockedly incomprehensible suddenly even worse. The supernova pirates who occupy high places are no exception. I've seen in the newspaper before that the ship was indeed the ship of the Straw Hats, or their first pirate ship. Death Sergeant Trafalgar nodded affirmatively. But why do ships that have been eliminated still appear? Big Stomach Girl Joelle Bonnie bit her thumb tightly. Regardless of whether it is the boat of the Straw Hats, one thing is certain, that is, it is absolutely impossible for anyone on the boat to be any of the Straw Hats. Captain Mustard Kid made a decisive move. That's right. There is no strong person among the Straw Hats who can stop the war. The godfather of the mafia, Karpenberg, echoed the Tau. Look at it. The real gouge of this war has just begun now. Chapter 130. The eyes of the world focused on the Flying Golden Mary, except for a few old people such as Baybeard, and the Warring States period. No one knows what kind of people are there on the ship that suddenly flew to the battlefield. Countless people are eagerly waiting for the battlefield of the Navy headquarters and the live broadcast square of Chambord. At the same time everyone else was waiting nervously. There was a man who saw the shocking truth in advance. That man was General Huang Yuan Peluslino of the Navy headquarters. Because you stand high, you can see far. When the Flying Golden Mary was still a black spot, the General, Huang Yuan, who was quietly recovering from his wounds and watching the play in the clouds, has already noticed its arrival and has been paying attention to it. Now, when the Flying Golden Mary officially boarded the Navy headquarters, the condescending General Huang Yuan was finally able to see the scene on the ship. Just a glance. The horrified cold sweat wet the General Huang Yuan's body. The emotion named shock took over his whole body. His old godless eyes, which had been squinted all the time, suddenly opened wide. The wretched old face was no longer calm at the moment. Instead, there is only shock and panic. Horrible, terrible, really terrible. General Huang Yuan's mouth opened and closed, and his usual terrible mouth addiction was repeated for 3 times. It means that at this moment, he is really scared and feels tremendous pressure, because of the 3 terrible men on the deck of that small sailboat. The first terrible was to the legend that had fought him not long ago, the King of Hades, Raleigh. A week ago in the Battle of Champagne, the General Huang Yuan fully understood the body of Lis Pluto Suzaku, of a new understanding of the horror of Raleigh in the posture of Pluto. The second terrible sound was for the tall figure standing next to the Hades King Lili at this moment. How can I not recognize it? How can I not recognize it? After all, That was the man who led and created this era of great pirates. That's Roger One Piece, the One Piece who died in Rotown 20 years ago. Resurrected! Exclamation mark. This is a picture that anyone should be afraid of when they see it. But for the General Huang Yuan, the resurrection of One Piece Roger was not the most shocking and terrifying event. His third sound was terrible. At the same time, the source of infinite fear in his heart was the third man on the deck. General Huang Yuan didn't know who it was, but at the moment when he saw Luo Feng, Huang Yuan felt that his entire scalp was about to explode, and his entire body's hair was upside down. Numerous cells all over his body are telling him and sending dangerous signals. How terrible this is. It's not good. It's really bad. The General Huang Yuan was shocked. His feet were as if oiled while he was speaking, and he ran away from the elements instantly, not daring to stay there anymore. At this moment, the Flying Golden Merry Deck TSKTSKLE tweeted, "The old silver coin that hid in the sky before peaking should be the yellow monkey of the Navy, and the speed of running is still as fast as before." Lee said, "Before Luo Fengzima's power, what about a Navy admiral? After all, it's just a chicken shingle." Empress Hancock spoke decisively and proudly. The two girls, YY and Mealy, nodded in unison. Yes, it was the same last time. Robin smiled, unconsciously thinking of the water capital banquet not long ago in my mind. At that time, the Admiral of the Navy, the Green Pheasant, was the first time he ran away after feeling the breath of Luo Feng. Ha, that's what I said. Roger grinned broadly. If it wasn't for the teacher's help, Rayleigh and I couldn't deal with the entire surrounding wall at once. Roger sighed to himself. I haven't seen him for many years. The teacher's power is still like prison. Rayleigh echoed with emotion. Previously, even if he integrated all his overlord power into Roger's territory, it was absolutely impossible to cover the entire naval headquarters battlefield. Only after Luo Feng's breath intervened, their overlord territory was able to rise to the level that seemed like a mighty heaven, and everyone in the Navy headquarters of Ling's Navy remained silent under that breath, unconsciously thinking of worshipping. Well enough, Luo Feng Hun replied indifferently. For him, this is just a matter of effort. After all, this is the first show of my disciples. If he pulls his hips halfway, Luo Feng, the teacher, will not be able to survive. When it's time to support, it's natural to support it. I'm almost on the execution stand. Rayleigh, do you want to go with me? Roger grinned. Very happy to. Rayleigh also grinned. Then teacher, well go first. Roger said. Go ahead. Luo Feng said casually. At the same time, the square inches the Navy headquarters. With the Flying Golden Merry, it flew over the square. People's gaze is also straight up. It can't be wrong. That is the Mealy. Our Golden Mealy Sky Island Special Flight Mode. At this moment, be sure that you are not dreaming. After the Putnam Lee, who once perished in the raging fire, really appeared again. Straw Hat Luffy couldn't help crying with excitement, and tears could not stop overflowing his eyes. Why does the dead ship still appear? According to what old brother Luffy said, this ship should have fallen asleep already. Shemal, King Ivankov and Sixia were shocked again and again. The point is not the ship, but the people on it. Who is controlling that ship now? Is the ability to make the ship fly into the sky? Is it the flying big pirate Golden Lion Shiji? Clockdle guessed subconsciously. No. In the next second, Clockdle quickly overturned his guess. Even the Golden Lion, it would never be so scary. Father, is this true? Father, is what Marco said true? The people on that boat are the ones we're waiting for. That's Daddy. Your Daddy, our father, Grandpa. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates group such as Jaws and Beaster stared at the spaceship in the sky unblinkingly, and murmured in shock subconsciously. Warring states, when things are up to the present. What do you still want to do? Don't be impulsive. On the execution stage, watching Sengoku with his palm aiming at Ace's head, Carp's smile narrowed a little, and solemnly persuaded him. I just can't sit still and wait for death anyway. The warring states was covered with a thick haze. Just when everyone's eyes on the battlefield were on the Golden Mary, the whole body of the warring states was suddenly illuminated. The form and ability of the big Buddha of the animal family, the fruit, the phantom beast, are fully utilized. That's it. Warring states. A loud shout suddenly exploded in the sky. Chapter 131. When the attention of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters was attracted by the flying Golden Mary, suddenly a loud bang came from the direction of the execution platform. As Huang Zongdalu was ringed, it's like the Zen singing of the ancient Buddha. On the execution stage, the golden light was released instantly. The light shines vigorously, shining the whole battlefield. That was the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. The warring states period of Buddha was showing his power. At this moment, the animal family of the Marine Marshal warring states, the human fruit phantom beast species form of the great Buddha, awakened. Not good. Marcos' expression changed abruptly. That Sengoku bastard wants to attack Ace in advance. Joz yelled in anger. That warring states bastard. He really doesn't even want his face, and he still doesn't give up yet. The pirates of the white group were all in a hurry, and they couldn't help but yell at them. Cool la 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 la, don't be nervous, sons. The Whitebeard laughed boldly. Even seeing the martial warring states show his fruitful ability and show his strongest posture, there is still no worry on the old face of the Whitebeard. Some are just smiles and expectations. With the old man, the guy in the warring states period can't get through any storms, but just die. Everything is already doomed. Whitebeard spoke confidently. On the execution stage, the warring states period was full of anger, like an angry Vajra Buddha. The right palm shining with brilliant golden light was raised high. The shockwave of the terrifying Buddha shot mercilessly at the irresistible Ace in front of him. Ace Aisijun, the Straw Hat Luffy, and Jinping, who had been immersed in the joy of Melis' reappearance, came back to their senses. Seeing this, he couldn't help but yelled in surprise, but he couldn't do anything and could only watch. That's it. The warring states period calmly spoke. Boom! The shockwave of the great Buddha with the power of opening the mountain and cracking the rock relentlessly pressed down on the unresisting Ace. The palm of the Buddha has not yet arrived. The ensuing shockwaves have already cracked the execution platform. Warring states. At this moment, there was suddenly a heroic roar in the sky. That's it. Your next opponent is us. Immediately afterwards, a second domineering roar sounded. Two sudden vigorous roars draw people's attention away. The people on the battlefield all raised their heads subconsciously, looking at the Golden Mary, which was floating 100 meters above the execution platform. The two figures suddenly jumped down from the deck. The speed is so fast that human eyes can't catch it. When the Marshal of the warring states period, the shockwave of the great Buddha was just released, those two tall figures had already fallen on the execution platform. The shockwave of the martial warring states in the true form of the war Buddha stopped abruptly before it completely fell. Boom! The dull collision of fists and palms exploded. The ensuing terrorist shock ordered the entire execution platform to be shocked. Boom! Rumble in the violent roar. The square where the execution platform was located shattered. The frightening smoke rose into the air instantly, covering the surrounding area. Asshole! He's already dead. Why come back? From the execution platform in the flying dust, an angry shout from the Marshal Sengo was heard. I said 20 years ago that I won't die and I will come back one day. Roger faintly responded. With the power borrowed from teacher Liu Feng, the armed color in his brand new body boiled over. The Overlord's domineering awakening. The power belonging to the Overlord's territory burst in an all-round way. Boom boom boom! Exclamation mark in the violent crackling sound. The execution platform made of fine iron sinks one after another under the heavy pressure. Immediately afterwards, the sea soldiers from all over the battlefield watched in horror. The Golden Buddha involuntarily flew upside down from the dust in the sky. The Marine Martial warring states in the true form of the Buddha was beaten into flight. At this moment, the entire Marin Fodder battlefield fell into absolute silence again. Marshal. The warring states marshal was beaten away. This kind of thing. How is it possible? That's the invincible Buddha. Who the hell? Who is on the execution stage now? Whether it was the Navy or the Whitebeard pirates, everyone was deeply shocked by this sudden situation. People's uproar and yelling came and went one after another, one after another. Wow, lala, there is a gust of wind blowing between heaven and earth. It was raised because of the previous impact, and the thick smoke surrounding the execution platform dispersed, revealing a corner of it. Under the eyes of the world, Raleigh, the king of Hades, wearing shorts and slippers, combed with a big golden back and dressed in shorts and slippers, appeared. That person is that person. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00 Pluto, Sir Buzz Riley, the legendary big sea thief appeared. A member of the legend, One Piece's right hand, Hades, Sir Buzz Riley. Wait until you can see the appearance of the incoming person and recognize Raleigh's identity. The Navy and the pirates on the battlefield had their eyes widened, with shocking expressions on their faces. At the same time, Chambord Island Live Plaza. With the appearance of Lee, the pictures on the 3 live broadcast big screens are all occupied by Lee. The onlookers gathered in the square opened their mouths in shock. The quill pens in the hands of the reporters also fell one after another because of the vibration. The silence only lasted for a moment, and the next moment the square boiled. It turned out to be that Pluto Raleigh. 01 Piece's right hand. Has it finally appeared? He must have appeared to rescue Roger's blood. Damn it, shouldn't Roger's son die? Apart from Pluto Raleigh, who else? There are at least 2 people who have fallen from the sky before. One Piece's right hand has appeared. Is it that left hand jabber next? There is one more person. He shouldn't be Roger One Piece. During the live broadcast of the Square Inches Chambord, the reporters were full of weirdness and absurdity, and the voices of speculation came one after another. Roger One Piece? How could it be possible? It's too ridiculous. Captain Eustace shook his head in disbelief. But how can the previous admiral's words not make people think too much? Big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie whispered again and again. The dead. Can they really come back? The expression on Elky's face, the strange monk on the Sky Island, was almost sluggish. What a joke. If the dead can come back, what else is there for us in this era? Go home as soon as possible and go back to the old business. The captain of the flame tank pirate regiment, Karpenberg, said angrily. The balance of war is stilted. The fallen Rear Admiral Drake's hands trembled unconsciously. Wait. I have a hunch that what will happen next may be 100 times more exaggerated than we thought. The direction of this war has completely shifted and it has become unpredictable. Trafalgaro spoke quietly. Look, the other's figure is already clear. That person is 0. Chapter 132. The execution stand of the Navy headquarters is highly anticipated. A member of the legend, Pluto Raleigh, the former right-hand deputy captain of One Piece, has appeared. So what about the person who sent the Marshal Sengoku to the execution stand? Who is the other person left? This is a common question that lingers in the hearts of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters and the live broadcast Square Inches Chambord. The war in the Navy headquarters was stopped. Whether it's the Navy or the Whitebeard pirates, people's eyes are all looking in the direction of the execution platform, not blinking, waiting for the final reveal of the truth. Wow! A gust of wind blew across the sky and the earth. The heavy dust covering the execution platform was blown away, and the hidden scene on it was completely exposed to the sight of the world. As a result, the people on the main battlefield and the live broadcast Square of Chambord were finally able to see it. On the execution stage, besides the Pluto King Raleigh who had appeared, there was another wide back, even with his back to the world. But that costume, that familiar figure. The Navy veterans on the battlefield and the veterans of the Baytuan all had an inexplicable sense of familiarity in their hearts. Hey, it's impossible. Who the hell is that man? On the battlefield, people shouted one after another. The huge battlefield of the Navy headquarters plunged into unprecedented chaos at this moment. Roger didn't realize the chaos caused by his appearance to the Navy headquarters. Without any care and attention at this moment, There was only one person left in his eyes. Penalty: stand in the square inches. The bay. Time and space seemed to fall into absolute stillness. One old and one young. Only the existence of each other was left in the eyes of the two men who were connected by blood. All the noise in the outside world has nothing to do with them. Ace: I'm back. I'm sorry, I must have troubled you with this irresponsible dad. One Piece Roger spoke. He has always been heroic, and his voice at this moment is actually a rare tremolo. He raised his big hand, trying to stroke his grown-up son's hair. However, before touching it, he hurriedly retracted fearfully. At this moment, Roger did not have the domineering posture of being a One Piece at all. He was just an ordinary father who cherished so much guilt for his son that he didn't dare to approach him rashly. Dad. Ace opened his mouth, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Looking at this familiar face in front of me, this face that had appeared many times in my dreams in the past, Ace's eyes were rosy and ruddy. He bit his lip with his teeth, stubbornly letting his tears of joy or pain drip. At this moment, the thoughts in Ace's mind are even more intertwined, so messed up that they can't think about anything or think. Memories of the past spring up like a tide. When he was 2 years old, his irresponsible father left for some inexplicable goal. They left their widows and orphans in the mountains. During that time, Ace, who was still a baby, didn't know how many times she saw her mother wash her face in tears. Mother's sadness and pain were also engraved in Ace's young heart. But at that time, Ace was still proud of the greatness of his own One Piece father. However, he was a little older. When he was 7 or 8 years old, he gradually heard the evaluation of Roger from people around him. The cynicism that Roger would have if he had offspring gradually obliterated his longing for his own One Piece father. For a while, he even had the idea of dying when he was less than 10 years old. If it weren't for her mother, Luju, who loved her deeply, and her 2 brothers, Sabo and Luffy. Ace really doesn't know if he can survive the barriers of life. 3 years ago, at the age of 20, he bid farewell to his mother and set foot on the sea. Ace is determined to surpass Roger and become the new One Piece. However, under a blunder, it was Roger Whitebeard's Whitebeard's boat. It was also on the Whitebeard's boat that he learned a lot of the unknown past about his father and the story of the teacher who made his father desperate. Even in the description of Whitebeard, his father, Gear D. Roger, is such a great man. However, due to the prejudice of raising up from a young age, Ling's Ace still couldn't face and recognize Roger. In his heart, his father always has only Whitebeard. It should have been this way. Until now. When the man in front of him fell from the sky, he suddenly appeared and stood in front of him. 20 years later, his biological father One Piece, Gordy Roger, really came back from the resurrection. Now he obviously should hate Roger, hate his own blood, hate the man who left him and his mother. However, he actually felt a little joy at Roger's resurrection. Even the eyes were red in an instant. All kinds of complex emotions are intertwined and brewing. Grown up, Ace, you used to be such a small one. Roger gestured with his hands and smiled gently. The gaze towards Ace was full of kindness. Finally, Ace could no longer suppress his inner emotions. With his head down, tears burst out like no money. Ace looking at Ace who was crying suddenly. Rao is the unparalleled pirate King Roger, and at this moment he is also at a loss as to what to do. Roger opened his arms and plucked up all the courage to hug Ace. However, Ace slammed his head away. Someone like you? I don't even recognize you as my dad, bastard. Ace yelled like a collapse. Roger, your father's journey has just started. Don't worry, Lee said. Ace, I'm sorry. Roger apologized again. You bastard, you should apologize, not only to Ace's mother and son, but also to the world. The naval hero Kapu, who was also on the execution platform, said quietly, "Ahahaha, goodbye, don't be so harsh, Cap." Rawley slapped ha. Humphrey Cap snorted. Lieutenant General Cap, Mr. Cap, What is going on right now? I seemed to have heard the prisoner when Ace called father. Is he called Whitebeard, or someone else? Who is the second person besides Pluto Rawley? There was chaos directly below the execution platform. The Marines who heard Ace's painful yelling finally couldn't restrain their curiosity anymore, and yelled inquiries again and again, regarding the questions asked by the Marines. Ka, who had always been answerable in the past, was silent at this moment, saying nothing. The one who answered them was the Marshal Sengoku, who was shot down to the execution stand. Roger. Chapter 133. Naval Headquarters, Square Inches. The Bay. One after another, shocked, horrified, unbelievable, or unbelievable sights focused on the execution platform, looking at the familiar tall and stalwart figure on the stage. The entire battlefield of the Navy headquarters is silent. Many of the veterans of the Navy and the old members of the White Regiment have vaguely recognized the familiar back. It's just that no one dares to believe it. The legend on the execution stage really turned around, before revealing his identity to the world. No one dared to assert this shocking fact. Marshal of the Warring States. Are you okay? Under the execution stage, a seaman who noticed the abnormally trembling body of the Marshal Warring States could not help yelling in panic. Fine Marshal Warring States gritted his teeth. A pair of old eyes is flushed with blood from above. The breath emanating from his body caused the surrounding Marines to retreat again and again. Finally, when the tense string inside broke, the various emotions in the Marshal's inner heart are like a volcanic eruption. All the emotions that were shocked, or angry finally merged into one and turned into a name. Roger. The 28 roars of the Marine Marshal Warring States devoted all their strength and emotions, resounding like the thunder of the gods, resounded through the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. Reveal the identity of the person on the execution stage with his back to the world. Unveiling this horrifying fact that no one can believe but actually appears, subverting life and death. Shocking echoes floated and echoed over Mary Jaioa, becoming the only one on the battlefield. At the same time, it is constantly echoing in everyone's heart on the battlefield, becoming the only one in people's hearts. Wow, lala, there is a gust of wind blowing between the heaven and the earth. Blow away the dust covering the execution platform. At the same time, it also blows away the fog that has shrouded people's hearts. Roger. Gordy Roger. One Piece. Gordy Roger. At this moment, the battlefield of the huge Navy headquarters was silent again. The live broadcast square of the Chambord Islands was also quiet, falling into an absolute silence. After the brief silence, what broke out was a tumult enough to make the sky tremble. Roger. The Warring States Marshal said Roger earlier. The identity of the other person has been revealed. It turned out to be Roger One Piece. How can this kind of thing be possible? The pirate King Luo Jieming would have died 20 years ago tomorrow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can the dead be resurrected? What the hell is this kidding today? The chaos in the square inches the Navy headquarters escalated further. The uproar and shouts of the Marines rushed into the sky. The noise and shock spread. In just a few breaths, the entire Navy headquarters was shocked. At this moment, after seeing the pirate King Gold Roger, who should have been dead for 21 years, reappeared, no one can calm down. Boiling. The Navy headquarters is boiling. The islands of Shampoo are boiling. Even the whole world is about to boil over because of this shocking news. Because of the return of Pirate King Roger. This must be me dreaming. Everything I see in front of me is not real. What Roger, the Pirate King, must not be true. Pluto Rawley, and One Piece Roger. The fake ones are fake. Many people on the Navy side closed their eyes in an attempt to escape this cruel reality. Is the Roger Pirates really going to be resurrected? Do we still have a chance to win this war? Why did this war turn out like this? The Navy who accepted this cruel reality fell into a dark abyss of despair because of it. Originally vowed to eradicate the high morale of the Whitebeard pirate group, at this moment, with the return of the resurrection of the Pirate King Roger, it finally collapsed and disappeared. Gold. Roger, Ace's biological father, Really. Resurrected. Is this also Grandpa's masterpiece? Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate regiment, murmured dully. It turned out to be Roger, the pirate king. Resurrected. A miracle really appeared. The white team captains such as Diamond Joss and Foil Beast took a deep breath. Even if I had been mentally prepared for a long time, when the truth was revealed, they realized that their psychological preparation was still far from enough. It turned out to be the One Piece. That Roger was resurrected. Are you sure it's the person and not a fake? Ace's biological father. Come to rescue Ace. The Navy and pirates all over the battlefield were unconsciously shaking and murmuring, "Hey ha ha ha, this water day couldn't be more interesting." On the edge of the square inch is the bay. Kyuhai Crocodile, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly laughed wanton. After the initial shock, Crocodile has accepted the reality. He. It hurts. Kyuhai Gwang Moria clutched his newly connected arm, grinning in pain. However, his demonic eyes still stared at the unexpected figure on the execution platform unblinkingly. Roger One Piece. How can the dead really resurrect? It must be something like my zombie. Moria didn't believe it. 10,000. Fur in the other direction, Kiwuhido Flamenco, who was also disabled because of the Whitebeard, burst into laughter. Now this is the best stage. Doflamingo said. Pluto Roly, even Roger, the Pirate King, even the dead souls have returned. What will come next? What is there on the ship? Is Roger's person resurrected? Doflamingo opened his arms and shouted. Now this is the center of the world. The center of the times. I have a foreboding that an unprecedented storm is coming. The world government that has dominated their world for 800 years, this time, can you continue to sit on the high ground? The 5 old stars and the existence behind you can continue to be calm. Doflamingo made all kinds of shocking remarks like no one else. It hurts so much. Doflamingo, who accidentally affected the wound on his left calf, broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly sutured the wound again with the ability to thread the fruit, and did not dare to move again. Cool-la-la-la-la, Roger. You are really cunning. Finally, the Whitebeard, who was Roger's lifelong rival, laughed out loud in the square inches the bay. With his deep pale golden eyes, he looked at the familiar figure on the execution stage without blinking, his eyes full of nostalgia. After a while, Whitebeard raised his sight and landed on the golden Mary at a height of 100 meters. Father, you should be on the stage next. Whitebeard whispered with expectation on his face. Chapter 134. When the Pirate King Gordy Roger, who had been dead for 20 years, returned to life against the sky. The battlefield of the entire Navy headquarters is boiling and surging. Break the limit. It's all because that is One Piece King Gordy Roger! In recent decades, the most legendary man in this sea! He was the first man in history to conquer a great sea route. It is also recognized by the world as the One Piece. 20 years ago, Roger used his own dead hand to create today's era of great pirates. He is the beginning of this era. Looking at the sea, no one knows the existence. Such an existence, resurrected and returned on a stage where the world is watching, is imaginable for people's shock. The response was so great, as can be seen from the reactions of people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. That's the One Piece. Ace's father, he's also alive. Come to rescue Ace with Uncle Leely. At the edge of the square inch is the bay, watching the resurrected One Piece on the execution platform. Luffy's chin in the straw hat almost fell to the ground. He was determined to become the One Piece since he was a child, and now seeing his former predecessors, the people he dreamed of, appeared alive like this. Even someone with a carefree personality like Straw Hat Luffy was completely stunned at this moment, standing still, unable to move. I thought that Melis' reappearance was the most incredible thing in the world. But now he knows that there is not the most incredible in this world. only even more incredible. Hey ho, I must be dreaming all of today. It hurts. It turns out not to be a dream. Shemar King Ivankov made a funny 3 in a row to reduce the shock in his heart. The ability to resurrect from the dead. What is it sacred to do all of this? Ivankov's lieutenant, the Shemar Lightning, held the goblet with his right hand shaking uncontrollably, and looked at the golden Mary in the sky. Pirate King Roger, Hades King Raleigh, Hero Kapu, and Daddy Whitebeard. I once heard a terrifying secret while staying on Daddy's boat. Merlin Kiwu Hai Jinping solemnly spoke. What rumor? Grave accent. Grave accent. Shemar King Ivankov asked immediately. Father, Roger, Raleigh, and Karp are all 4 of them in the same category, and they have a teacher who is like a god. If this is the case, everything can be explained. Haxia is very flat. This kind of thing. How is it possible? Shemar King Ivankov yelled in horror. Captain Bucky, what's the matter with you? In the other direction, looking at Bucky, who was suddenly stunned, Bucky's younger brother of prisoners in Advance City also had to stop. It can't be wrong. Deputy Captain Raleigh and Captain Roger. Bucky yelled suddenly out of control. Tears and snot unconsciously poured out from his eye sockets and nose. Captain Roger, I didn't expect to see you again. It's really great. Bucky concealed his face without being a master and wept loudly. However, even this kind of crying scene can be interpreted by the completely divorced Push City prisoners. Really deserve to be Captain Bucky. Really deserve to be a member of the legend. Captain Bucky really is the man that Pirate King Roger and Hades King Raleigh value highly. Such a deep relationship. There is no other but a life and death partner. The macho shed tears for the resurrection of the former captain. Captain Bucky really is the most loving and righteous man. Following such a captain is our luck. Captain Bucky, I want to follow you all my life. The prisoners of Advance City, who were lacking in their heads, screamed in excitement. Hopeless. Mr. Three Galdino, who sees through everything, touches his forehead. Bucky's cry was stunned. On the battlefield of the Navy headquarters, people's attention is all attracted by the resurrected Pirate King Roger on the execution stage. In the same way, there are people watching the Chambord Land Plaza on the top of the live broadcast of the war, no exception. Hey, what the hell is this? One Piece King Geardy Roger has really been resurrected. DJ Skirokmanapple screamed in surprise. Obviously it has been dead for 20 years, why do you come back now? With that man here, who can become the next Pirate King. Captain Yustaskid wanted to be calm, but he couldn't really calm down. Pirate King Roger, Hades King Raleigh, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, this war is destined to go down in history. The dead Sergeant Trafalgaro took a deep breath continuously. For this war, if the Navy does not have a backhand to prepare, then the result can be announced now. From now on, the execution of Hugo Fistes has been a joke. The godfather of the Mafia Karpenberg made his conclusion. Perhaps not yet, or not necessarily. After all, there is still that strong inhuman hero on the Navy side. Weird Munkirky said. Hero Karp. Indeed, but I have heard a subtle rumor before that Karp and Roger are all in the same group. Big Stomach Girl Joe Ellie Bonnie said. Drake, the supernova who is in the pirate's heart and the Navy, has a dark face. He has also heard about that period of history. Ha ha ha, what silly thing are you talking about? That Karp is a Navy hero. How could he be with the pirates? Diaresis. In other words, Karp is the strong enemy of Roger One Piece in his life. Isn't this a recognized fact? Of course, more people didn't know about the past 50 or 60 years ago, and they ridiculed Joe Ali Bonnie's hypothesis. To shut up, Joe Ali Bonnie drank out of anger. The other small pirate groups nearby shrugged angrily, not daring to say more. Except for the pirates who gathered here. The screams of people in other places in the square also came and went one after another, one after another. One Piece, who has been dead for 20 years, is resurrected. This is really the biggest news of this era. Someone yelled. I at %. Some people breathe fragrance and vent their inner shock. Headquarters, big news, big news. Now immediately. Headquarters, Please answer when you hear it. Just now, the top war broke out. The biggest incident. Headquarters. This is the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. One Piece Roger is resurrected. One Piece King Gordy Roger has reappeared again 20 years ago. Lizos, it's not just rocks. The overlord of the sea, but now even Roger, the Pirate King, has returned from the resurrection. Whether it's the wealthy people who come here to watch the game deliberately, or the news agency reporters from all over the world. At this moment, there were no other superfluous expressions on their faces, and some were just extremely shocked. On the live projection screen of Chambord Place Square, all the images of the Pirate King Gordy Roger, who was publicly executed in the town of Ra 20 years ago, were reflected. People who were supposed to have been dead for more than 20 years have reappeared and appeared before the eyes of the world. How can this not be shocking? Exclamation mark. Reporters from different newspapers from all over the world are all working hard at this time to convey this shocking event to the headquarters and the world as soon as possible. The shock caused by the resurrection of One Piece King Gordy Roger is spreading. With the joint efforts of newspapers around the world, this shocking news spread throughout the world in the shortest possible time. Then the world is shaking! Exclamation mark. Chapter 135. The big news from the return of One Piece Roger's resurrection is still being fermented. The reporters at the Chambord Island Broadcasting Plaza are all working hard to spread the biggest news of this era to the world as quickly as possible. The other side, the Navy headquarters, is on top of the battlefield. The resurrection appearance of One Piece Roger has only just begun. Kakapong, under the domineering power of Roger's high-level armed sex, the iron chain that bound Ace and the execution platform was broken. However, the most crucial one, the 100% pure Heilu stone, was still unscathed. It's still as hard as ever. Heilushi, even my armed color can't be destroyed. Sorry, Ace. Roger frowned and spoke apologetically. Ace's mouth was pressed tightly, but she shook her head silently. By the way, Carp, you happen to be here? Do you have the key to Ace's sea tower handcuffs? Roger's eyes lit up suddenly, and he looked at Carp, who was holding the Dragon Ball to the side. No. Carp glared sharply, and said angrily, I thought that it was not in my own place. Even if I was in my own place, I would definitely not give it at this moment. After all the big guys in the Navy are watching. As the veteran of the Navy, I should set an example. How can I help you, the pirate? Be a big help. Roger, you old boy is really bad-hearted. It's really ... cunning to want to use this to bat old man his fame. Carp got more and more angry, and sat down on stool with an annoyance. Naturally, there are no stools on the execution platform. Some are just crystal coffins brought by Roger and Rawley. Seeing Carp sitting right above Mission's head, Rawley finally reacted. He could not help but slap his head and slap Carp decisively. Rawley, what are you doing? It's itchy, right? Carp stared at Rawley with a nasty look. Kapu, you old boy. What do you sit on someone else's head if you have anything to do? Rawley's old face turned black. Who is sitting? Carp looked intently and finally realized it. Prior to this, his sight had always been firmly locked on the two big living men, Roger and Rawley. It wasn't until Rawley reminded that he finally realized that not only Roger and Rawley, but also a third person came on stage. A dead man. This guy is Samurai Mida. As Carp, who has dealt with the Roger pirates for decades, it is naturally impossible not to recognize Mitsuki Mita. Hey, this old kid Mission is lying down too? Why didn't the teacher tell me the previous time? Carp moved closer. Go, go, go. Rawley waved his hand anger, and took the crystal coffin with one hand to the edge of the execution platform. The sight fell on the members of the Whitebeard pirate group below. Hey, Newgate, Rawley greeted. Whitebeard did not respond. His pale golden eyes just stared at the golden mirror in the sky unblinkingly. Compared to the old guys like Roger, Rawley, and Carp, the one he wants most to see is naturally the daddy who has never shown up. Papa, father, that Rawley calls you again. The captains, such as Marco and Joz, couldn't help but remind. Hearing this, Baby had recovered his senses, reluctantly averted his gaze, and looked at Rawley on the stage. "Rawley, what's the matter with you?" Whitebeard asked. "You probably don't recognize this guy." Rawley lifted the crystal coffin with one hand. Ling's tall samurai lying quietly appeared under the eyes of the world. In an instant, the battlefield in the huge naval headquarters bay was once again silent. "That is when I saw the tall warrior in the crystal coffin." The breathing of the Whitebeard in the center of the square and the captains of the White group were all stagnant. Their eyes suddenly widened, and their mouths widened. Extremely shocked and excited motions appeared uncontrollably on every face. "How can I not recognize it? How can I not remember?" Mito adult, born in Kazakuni, Izo, the captain of the 16th Division who had joined the Whitebeard pirates with Mida, was the first to scream out of control and emotionally. "Mito adult, it's really our mistress. It's been 18 years. It's great to see you again." Immediately after Israel, shouting were the 3 red squirrel samurai who were on the expedition with the Whitebeard pirates Kappa Kawamatsu, Dukinu Arashi, and the shopkeeper of the Cat Viper. 18 years ago, before his death, Mitsuki Mita had left a prophecy to them. He predicted that he would return again in 18 years, no matter who it is. The words resurrection from the dead would sound too ridiculous and would not believe it. Gwengayu Mission, who left this prophecy that day, was ridiculed by Kaido, Oki and others. Even the residents of One Okini who love to wear Mission can't believe this outrageous prophecy. Only the red sheaths of Mission, such as Kawamatsu, Cat Viper, and Inu Arashi, have always believed in this. For 18 years, I have never questioned and have been waiting. This is also the spiritual pillar that supports their survival. This year is the 18 years predicted by Mitsuki Mita. A few minutes ago, when they saw the pirate King Roger, who had been dead for 20 years, appeared alive. He song, Inulan, and Cat Viper only feel that life is bright and bright. One Piece Roger has returned from resurrection. What about their Mita-sama? While the world is shocked by Roger's return, Hisong and others have been looking forward to it. And now, the scene they were looking forward to finally appeared. 18 years have passed. Their lord, Gwengayu Mission, really arrived as promised and appeared in front of them again. The excitement of Inulan and Cat Viper was filled with tears, and they all roared to the sky. Iwasama, Mita-sama is really coming back. Ha-song's chubby body couldn't stop shaking. Tears named joy overflowed uncontrollably from his eye sockets. It's not just them, the Red Sheath retainers. After seeing the appearance of Gwengayu Mission, the entire Whitebeard pirate group was completely boiling. Mita. That is our partner Mitsuki Mida. Mita is alive too. Father, Mita is alive too. It's not just Roger, but Mita is coming back too. The shouts of joy, excitement, and excitement of the members of the Whitebeard pirates rang throughout the Navy headquarters. Kula la 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 la. Chapter 136. Kula la 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 la. The heroic and loud laughter exploded in the square inches the Navy headquarters, blasting into the sky. It was Edward Newgate with the white beard, the strongest man in the world, laughing out loud. In the long life of Baybeard for more than 70 years, this laugh is also the pinnacle, one of the happiest in his life. All because of the surprise brought by Roger and Rawley, his former brother Gwengayu Mission. 30 years ago, he accidentally went to the country of Wano and met Mitsuki Mita, and since then he has forged a deep bond with him. 25 years ago, at the request of Roger's rogue, Mita's own will was added. Baybeard allowed Gwengayu Mission to go to Liuoji's boat to help temporarily. I had agreed to come back for 2 years, but it turned out but I never returned. Later, from Roger's mouth, Baybeard finally knew that something urgent had happened in Hezi. Even so, for the brother who forgot his promise, Whitebeard can hardly avoid resentment. Before Mita personally came to apologize, he would never take the initiative to go to the country. This decision eventually caused him a lifetime of regrets. 23 years ago, returning to the country of Wano, Mita relied on his powerful strength to single-handedly enter the Flower City. Want to find the black charcoal big snake and the undeveloped beast Kaido for revenge. However, as Roger predicted, mission was once again forced by the vile hostage methods of the black charcoal snake. 3 years later, he is inevitably reduced to a fool that everyone laughs at. Every week she dances the fool's dance naked in the streets and alleys of the capital. However, this is just a superficial burden of forbearance. Even if it is laughed at by the people, it doesn't matter. After the initial defeat, Mitsuki Mida learned from the pain and determined not to let the tragedy of Wano country happen again. So he spent 3 years bearing the humiliation. On the surface, he was wantonly fooled by the black charcoal snake. Secretly, he was also secretly arranging backhands to rescue the hostages, such as 3 years later, Gwenyu mission counterattacked in one fell swoop. Together with the underworld boss Gorahana no Hyogura, Hakamai Daimyo Shwangetsu Yasuji, Suzuo Daimyo Shwangetsu Numaru, and others will raise their troops together. The pirate group of beasts and the black charcoal snake who had beaten Kaido were caught off guard. A battle will determine the universe. In that battle, Gwenyu mission completely stunned Kaido with his general strength. At the same time, it almost scared the black charcoal snake into a fool. But at the last minute, he still relented. In order not to allow the country's damage to expand further, he didn't fight to the end with Kaido's pirate group of beasts. It just forced them out of the country of peace and ordered them to never step into the country of peace again. However, only 2 years later, just when Mitsuki Mida was busy with the founding of Wano country, the unwilling black charcoal serpent and Kaido's pirate group of beasts are making a comeback. And this time, it's not just both of them, there are also third-party forces involved. That was the Big Mom pirate group that was already a powerful force in the New World at the time and now ranks among the 4 emperors. Even if it is as strong as Mission, it is impossible to defeat Kaido and Charlotte Lingerling. As for the samurai of Wano country, they were also defeated by the combined army of the Beast Pirate Group and the Big Mom Pirates Group. The country of Hezi changed hands again. After that, Gwenyu mission was tortured to death by cooking in a pan. Before his death, he left a prophecy 18 years later to the samurai of Akasaku. 3 months after the Wonokuni incident, the Whitebeard pirates finally got the bad news. The furious Whitebeard led the entire regiment to kill the country of Wano, and hung up the beast Kaido and beaten him violently. Just before he was going to hurt the killer, the black charcoal Loki was a repeat of the old trick, threatening the lives of the people of the entire Wano country to make Baby Yard retreat. To be honest, Baby Yard would not have any feelings for the general public in Wano country. Only after learning Mission's final prediction, Baby Yard finally compromised, because he knew that the final prophecy of Mita's life was not without a target. If Mita returns 18 years later and sees the country of Wano that has been completely destroyed, it will be so sad. But before leaving, Baby Yard is going to leave the Cat Viper and Inulan who were captured and imprisoned by the 100 Beasts. Afterwards, they found Gwenyi Uri and Hisong who were wandering around, and protected them from the country of Wano. It has been exactly 18 years so far. The regret of not seeing my brother for the last time 18 years ago has finally been made up for now. Father, you really are the best dad in the world. Whitebeard's eyes flickered with tears and whispered softly, middle dot 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 fine flowers 00. In the square inches the bay, excitement is still spreading. It's great. It's really great. The 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jaws clenched his fists excitedly. His face flushed with excitement. This is really a big surprise. Foil Beaster's body trembled happily. This is also. It must be Grandpa's power. Dad's daddy. How sacred is our grandpa? Marco murmured in shock. Of course, as the times change, not all Baituan pirates know the past history, especially the new members of the white group who joined this year. Everyone, why are you so happy? I just heard from the Navy guys that the samurai seems to belong to the Roger Pirates. Why are the captains so excited? The faces of the new members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who did not understand the years decades ago, were filled with doubts and incomprehension. Idiot, Mitan is indeed from the Roger Pirates, but before that, He was also a partner of our Whitebeard pirates. In the beginning, Mita followed our old man to go to sea from Wano country. You are too young, so I don't know that Mita is the former 2nd Division captain of our Whitebeard pirates. The old people of Baituan enthusiastically and excitedly explained to the newcomers the past decades. Oh, is the captain of Ace's 2nd Division team that Mita? This is the first time I heard about it. The new members of the Whitebeard Pirates group couldn't help being surprised. Ha ha ha, there was still some fate between me and Mission back then. The octopus man Kalma, one of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, proudly told the traveler Dima and others. Karma, as far as I know, you seemed to be frightened by Mission's head. The Witch of Ice belonging to the original Whitebeard pirate group dismantled her way. Gar Kalma, the octopus man, blushed. Ha 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 ha. The nearby New World captains all laughed, compared with the excitement of the people of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, everyone on the Navy side was upset again, and their faces became a little ugly. Chapter 137, another tricky character appeared. The Navy elite Lieutenant General Ghost Spider's face darkened. Kazuki Mitsuki Mida ... I heard that he was killed by the Kaido more than 10 years ago. As expected, he is still the same as Roger. Was he resurrected by someone? Lieutenant General Huoshan no longer smiled. Regardless of the reason, Mitsuki Mida, who has been with the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates at the same time, has already appeared in the Wano Country Samurai, so it needs to be 12 minutes of spirit. More than 20 years his strength before is no longer under the general. Lieutenant General Doberman clenched his teeth. While listening to Lieutenant General Doberman judge that Mission's strength is not weak, the naval elites on the square are unavoidably shocked. After all, the impact of a general-level combat power on war is unimaginable. Another legendary big pirate. The glasses girl Diasaka's nervous palms were full of cold sweat. Pirate King Roger, Hades King Roly, Samurai Mitsuzuki Mita, plus the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. This war is going to hell difficult. Everyone must be prepared to fight to the end. White Hunter Smoke took a deep breath, his expression more solemn than ever. No, more than that. Tina shook her head. Tina, what do you mean? Small frowned. Didn't you think about it? What kind of power or who brought the dead like Roger One Piece or Samurai Mita back to life? Tina said solemnly. Smug was taken aback and couldn't help being shocked. Tino exhaled long. I have a hunch that the person behind the scenes who contributed to all of this today is still on the ship, and if that existence appears, it will be a shock to the world. Tina spoke word by word. While making these conjectures, the lingering figure in her mind suddenly became clear again. No, how is it possible? It hurts. High Moonlight Moria suddenly laughed out of a gloomy laugh. Looking at the tall warrior sleeping quietly on the execution stage, Moria's eyes shone with an astonishing look. Unconsciously, for the rebirth of the Samurai Mitsuki Mita, his heart was equally excited. It's just that his excitement was not because of his special bond with Mitan. Just because he and Mitan have a common enemy. That is Kaido, the 4 emperors and beasts who are now entrenched in the country. 20 years ago, the Spirit and Wind vowed to find the great secret treasure and became the 2nd pirate king after Roger. It's a pity that his own strength does not match his aspirations. Under the overwhelming horror of Kaido and the Beast Pirate Group, his pirate group instantly fell apart. All his partners were ruthlessly killed by the Beast Pirate Group in order to cover his escape. Under the protection of the lives of his friends, Moria took his injuries and hid in the icy and snowy Lingu Township. However, it was only a few months after his defeat. The situation in Wano Country has once again undergone earth-shaking changes. His Royal Highness, the fool who has endured the humiliation for 3 years, violently rises. The samurai army of the United Kingdom defeated the beasts and pirates in one fell swoop. Samurai Mida himself even showed the world's invincible power to defeat the strongest creature. Kaido, the beast. Moglia, who was once so excited, was very excited. However, Mitsuki Mita's final innocence was also beyond Moria's expectation. With the overall upper hand, meat and only expelled the black charcoal serpent and the pirate group of beasts, but did not kill them all. Moria was very angry with Mission's idiot, but he was helpless. In the end, he stole the tomb of the sword god Ryoma in the country of Wano in a rage, escaped from the country of Wano, and went to the Devil's Triangle to secretly accumulate power in order to personally avenge the beast Kaido in the future. Later, after becoming Kyuuhai, Moria also learned through the navy that Kaido had once again occupied the country of Wano. Except for a few words of sarcasm, he naturally had no other words to say. But now, he, Mistress Mitsuki Mida, you're fool, this time you shouldn't be so stupid enough to make the same mistakes as you did in the past. Moria sneered twice. One Piece Roger, Hades King Raleigh, plus the Whitebeard pirates. This is really an unprecedented lineup. If you want to counterattack and seize the country, these people will inevitably become the power of Mitsuki Mida. I don't know when Kaido sees it. What kind of expression would this terrifying lineup look like when seeing Gwenyu Mission appearing again in front of him? I am looking forward to it. Thinking of the near future, with the panicked and terrified expression of Kaido, the invincible beast, Moria only felt happy in his heart and life was very bright. In addition to Moria, Moonlight, Doflamingo, who is also Shikibukai, also recalls the story of the samurai Mitsuki Mida and Kaido of the Beasts. Compared to Moria's excitement and expectations, Doflamingo's complexion at the moment is not pretty. After all, the current relationship between him and Kaido is a cooperative alliance. The maintenance of his position in the underground world is also due to Kaido, the Beast of the Four Emperors, as a backer. If Kaido falls, it will have a huge impact on their Don Quixote family. This trading chain can no longer continue. After I go back, I will stop the trade of artificial devil fruit. Smile. It is time for me to find my next home. I believe there are still many people in the world who are interested in artificial devil fruit. Mr. Do, you should ask for your blessing. Doflamingo nodded secretly and made up his mind. Hey Samurai Mitsuki Mida is really a boring idiot. There was a bleak haze in front of the original Kyuuhai crocodile's eyes. Obviously, he had an unpleasant past with Mita. Oh, boy clock, it seems that you have some secrets hidden. I am the most curious person, but can you tell me a little bit? You don't want me to accidentally leak your mouth and leave you tell which news agency's little secret. Shemal King Ivankov looked at Crocodile with interest. He once again threatened with the little braids of crocodile that he had mastered. Roll Crocodile's face became a little more ugly. Chapter 138, The Navy Headquarters, on top of the battlefield. The war, which originated from the endless surprises on the execution platform, has been delayed again and again. Emotions of shock or panic continued to spread, gradually spreading throughout the audience. Wow, Mr. Mida ... Mr. Mida is also alive. It's great, it's really great. Lucky Stark Yanliang Wen Bucky's great god once again resurrected the former predecessor and cried like a child. Awesome. As expected of Captain Bucky. With such a deep friendship, Captain Bucky is indeed the most affectionate and sexual. With such a captain, our future can be expected. I think if any one of us is publicly executed today, Captain Bucky will definitely go to war with the Navy headquarters with full combat power. Candle 3 Hall Dino, you guys think too much. JPG. That's right, this is Captain Bucky, who is passionate and righteous. Captain Bucky, I want to follow you all my life. The prison guards who were pushed into the city put their heads tortured through various brain supplements, but they believed in Bucky's righteousness, and the atmosphere was very happy for a time. Partner of One Piece 28. It is really extraordinary, but even so, I will still find the big secret treasure and become One Piece. Kid and others in the live broadcast square at Chambord were desperate because of the resurrection of Roger and his pirates, and felt at a loss. Only with Straw Hat Luffy, his goal has not changed from beginning to end, and his confidence has never been shaken from beginning to end. It's a great dream, brother Luffy, but the road to One Piece will be more difficult in the future. Murloc nodded appreciatively. This kind of thing is completely okay. Straw Hat Luffy clenched his fist sharply. You really deserve to be Long's son. Chambord King Ivankov laughed and the Golden Rooster became independent. But Guiayu Mission's state is different from that of Pirate King Roger. He seems to be a dead person. I can't feel any breath from him. Chambord King Ivankov raised doubts that haunted him for a long time. In fact, Ivankov is not the first one. There are hundreds of thousands of people on the top battlefield, and there are countless strong ones. Among them, many people have long noticed the state of Mitsuki Mission at this moment. That state cannot be called a living person at all, and the things he sleeps in are like a coffin in every way. Isn't Guiayu Mission resurrected? The people on the Navy side couldn't help but hope. Isn't Meaton able to resurrect like Roger, the Pirate King? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was full of tension and anxiety. Master Mida, please wake up quickly. Kappa Kawamatsu couldn't help shouting loudly. Yes, Master Mida, I am a cat viper. Master Mida, please open your eyes and look at us. The Fur Clan Twin Kings, the Cat and Snake Shopkeeper, and Duke Inyulan shouted in unison. Me too, Adult Mito, what the hell is wrong with you? The captains of Izang, Marco, and Joz also shouted in unison. However, the tall warrior in the coffin remained unresponsive. As a result, the inner anxiety of the Whitebeard pirates group suddenly became even worse. On the other hand, many people on the Navy side were secretly relieved and gradually excited. Rawley, what the hell is going on? What is the state of mission now? Finally, Babyard retracted his gaze on the Golden Mary again, and asked Rawley instead. Who knows? I don't understand either. Maybe it's Meaton who slept a little too deadly. Roger and I can't wake him up, or you should try. Rawley shrugged. The right hand gently pushed on the coffin. Guiayu Mission's crystal coffin floated out from the execution platform, and fell in the direction where the Whitebeard was. At this moment, the sudden change occurred. Pluto Dog, a loud shout suddenly sounded in the square inches. The bay originated from Sarkarsky Akagin, General of the Navy Headquarters. The General aka Inu, who had been silent for a long time because of the appearance of Rawley and the resurrection of Roger, suddenly attacked him. The magma dog's head fist exuding terrifying heat, with the power of melting and penetrating everything, suddenly hit the crystal coffin in the midair of mission. It doesn't matter what the state of Guiayu Mission is. It doesn't matter whether it is alive or dead. The important thing is to stifle the danger in the cradle. As long as he exploded and obliterated the Guiayu Mission in this state, it would be a major victory for their navy. General Akino thought so. And when the audience was relaxed, when the crystal coffin happened to be at the closest distance above his head, he suddenly attacked. The speed is so fast and so sudden that not many people on the battlefield can react. When people notice it, the dog's punch had already landed on the crystal coffin, and the scarlet hot magma swallowed it completely, engulfing it and falling to the ice battlefield. Me too, Adult. He Song, Cat Viper, Inulan, Izang and others screamed in horror of exhaustion. Meter, asshole Red Dog. What the hell did you do? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in anger and hatred. Raging the flame of the blue phoenix shines. The first team leader, Phoenix, rushed to the sky for the first time, chasing the crystal coffin wrapped in magma. Red Dog. There were bursts of blood-red steam on the surface of the Whitebeard's tall body. It means that the anger in his heart is on the verge of breaking out. It's not just because of the sudden attack on Brother Mission. At the same time, it was also because the General Ake Ainu trampled on the surprise his father had prepared for him without authorization. HMPH, Whitebeard. It's really ugly. This is a mistake made by yourselves that you have slackened. This is the battlefield. The General Ake Ainu spoke triumphantly. Aka Inu, die. The Whitebeard swung the supreme sharp knife in a rage and cut through the clouds, cutting down towards the Red Dog in front of him. Boom! Kong Yunki's blade collided with Akagi's magma. Countless magma splashed around, causing the surrounding navy and pirates to shout and dodge. Hey! Newgate, don't be so impulsive. On the execution stage, Looking at the Whitebeard, who was almost irrational because of his anger, Lily couldn't help but remind him, Newgate, whose masterpiece do you think that thing is? That thing won't be damaged because of magma. Roger also spoke. Hearing that, the blood-red steam around the Whitebeard gradually subsided and dissipated, representing the calming down of his anger, because he has also reacted. Listening to Roger and Rayleigh's words, and watching the Whitebeard's changes, the triumphant expression on General Akaina's face suddenly disappeared. What silly things are you saying? There is nothing in this world that can withstand my ghost dog. General Akainu. In the next second, the speed of light came. Father, Daddy, it's okay. Mission is okay. Marco yelled in surprise. Chapter 139, Daddy, everyone, it's okay. Mida is okay. From the sky came Marco's cry of joy and excitement. Really? Your Excellency Marco. Is Mida-sama really okay? The expressions of Hisong, Cat Viper and Inulan were all subconsciously happy, and they shouted with excitement. It's okay at all, not even a single injury. No, the Dread Dog's attack has not even broken this crystal coffin. Marco yelled, turning over. Show the intact mission on his back to the friends in the square. Wow! When witnessing the state of the samurai Mitsuzuki Mita with his own eyes, there was an uproar in the huge square inches the bay. How can it be? This kind of thing. That's the dog of General Red Dog. General Sakaski's attack is useless at all. What kind of joke is this? What is the material of that crystal coffin? Even the general's attack can't be broken. No, not even a trace is left. Why? The natural rock berry has the strongest attack power. Is that crystal coffin as hard as a diamond or a sea floor stone? Who did it come from? Everywhere in the square inches the bay, the sea soldiers who witnessed this scene were all screaming in shock. To vent the shock and disbelief in the heart. Compared to the incredible of the Navy, all the people in the Whitebeard Pirates group are left with at this moment is excitement. It's great. It's better than anything for Meatan to be safe. Ha-Song wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Meow the cat viper gave a long roar. Leaping up together with Lord Inaran, he took Gwingayu Mission's crystal coffin from Marco. Me to adult me to the captains of Izang, Joz, Beast and others gathered for the first time. Protect the crystal coffin of Gwingayu Mission at the center to prevent any sudden attacks. Kula-la-la-la Whitebeard, who was furiously fighting with the General Akainu, suddenly burst out laughing. Let's see, Newgate, I said grave accent a while ago. Rawley spread his hands. Am not calm at all. Carp shook his head. My fault. My fault. I am indeed far from mature. Whitebeard nodded, accepting the old guy's taunts humbly. How can this kind of thing be possible? Admiral Akina's unbelievable yelling loudly resounded over the Navy headquarters. He just said just a second ago that no one can withstand his big move. In the next second, Kaiguoguo's face slap event was coming. Who can stand this? The most unacceptable thing for General Akinu was that he tried his best to attack even the skin of the crystal coffin. How strong this is. Kula-la-la-la, Akainu kid. Who do you think the thing you attacked earlier came from? Your attack is still far away. The Whitebeard laughed boldly. The supreme sharp knife Konyanki once again slashed down mercilessly with an unparalleled vibrating force. Because of the shock and loss, the reaction was slow, and the General Akimaru, who could not completely prevent the blow, let out a scream. A bloody flower burst out of his shoulder, and the whole person flew upside down dozens of meters. After successfully hacking the flying General Akainu to vent his anger, Baby R did not pursue the victory and continued to follow up. He didn't even look at the Akainu, turned around, strode towards his sons and brother Mida. Patter the crystal coffin opened in response. Only then did the white team leaders finally know. The reason why they couldn't perceive the little bit of life in mission before was all because this mysterious crystal coffin cut off all perception. It's amazing. What is the material of this crystal coffin? Not only can it withstand the blow of the General Red Dog, but it can even isolate everything. How did it do it? Several Baitu Anfan captains rubbed the crystal coffin wall. and were amazed. "Is this also Grandpa's power?" Marco murmured in shock. "No. The focus now is Mida," Beaster reminded. "I heard it. I can hear it." Mita-sama's heartbeat. "This body temperature is alive. Master Mita has indeed been resurrected." He song, Izang and others shouted excitedly. "But, why doesn't Mitan keep waking up?" Joz wondered. Everyone was nervous and silent. Their movements are already so great that Gwengayu mission has no signs of awakening, which is really unusual. "Papa Daddy is here." With the arrival of the Whitebeard, the crowd suddenly parted a road. "Mita, it's time for you bastard to wake me up. How long do you want us to worry about you?" the Whitebeard shouted. "That means, Mita, it's almost enough to stop joking. Don't worry about us anymore." Mita adult. "Please wake up quickly. Master Mission. Princess Raiha is still waiting for you. Wano country is still waiting for you." Mita adult. The shouts of the white group pirates headed by the Whitebeard and the 3 red squirrel samurai were joined together. The sky of the Navy headquarters was shaken. Countless missing and memory that are invisible to the naked eye converge, which are the soul particles that exist in the memories of Babyard and others. At this moment, he was continuously pouring into Mission's body, supplementing and strengthening his faint soul fire. "It's almost there." The only person in the audience who could see the countless gleaming particles was Luo Feng on the Golden Merry. "What's the end?" the Empress Hancock asked subconsciously. "It's probably Mitsuki Mida who is about to wake up." Robin guessed and answered. "Really? Great." YY said in surprise. She and Gwengayu Mission are not close to each other, and naturally they will not be surprised by their awakening. The surprise at the moment is Babyard, her 4th Linuhao brother. As early as on the islands of Chambord, Luoxia had already told her that there were 2 seniors who would meet today. One is Rawley, who is ripping off the bar. As for the other person, before coming to the Navy headquarters, she was not sure yet. But now, she already guessed who her 4th brother is. After all, since they appeared, only the Whitebeard has been looking forward to watching them intently. The look in Weiwei's eyes was very familiar. That's the look in the eyes looking forward to the teacher. "My brother is too powerful," Weiwei murmured inside to herself. At the same time, the square inches the Navy headquarters, under the unanimous shouts of Babyard, Shizo's retainers, Marco and others, the fire of Gwengayu Mission's soul in Chen Mayania's crystal coffin instantly became extremely fierce. Finally the village, Wake Baixioji, finally met. Chapter 140. Mita. Captain Mission. Mita adult. Headed by Whitebeard, thousands of pirates shouted in unison across the sky. Under the thoughts of so many familiar old friends, Gwengayu Mission's originally faint soul fire suddenly blazed, violently to the extreme. Finally, Wake. His fingers flicked slightly. It was all his upper and lower eyelids, which trembled slightly. Whitebeard and others who have been paying attention to Mission will naturally not ignore this change. The captains in front of them all subconsciously held their breath and looked forward nervously. Next second, under the gaze of people's hope, Mitsuki Mission's eyelids trembled more and more violently, and finally opened slowly. Oh, the excitement of the people exploded again. Master Mitu is awake. Master Mitu is awake. Great. Mida finally came alive. Mita, how much do you want us to worry about? He song, Izang, Joz and others all shouted excitedly. Listen to the sudden explosion in the ear. In the crystal coffin, Gwengayu Mission, who could be resurrected, only felt that his entire head was dumbfounded. He looked at the familiar faces in front of him with a confused expression. His retainers He Song, Cat Viper and Inulan, former partners Marco, Joz, Beaster, Izang, and the most important one is his brother Edward Newgate with the white beard! This moment. The memories of the past emerged from Mitsuki Mita's mind like a tide. He understood the past before death and the present after resurrection. I really lived. Mitsuki Mita spoke uncertainly. Even if he left the resurrection prophecy 18 years ago, to be honest, there is no bottom in his heart. After all, I have never experienced it. He only left this prophecy after thinking about what he had said before he parted with Roger, plus wanting to give confidence to his retainers. Never thought that now, 18 years later, the prophecy came true. He really came back from the dead. This is really like a dream. But the faces I saw before my eyes and the familiar voices heard in my ears were real. Meter, you bastard. How long do you have to sleep? Hurry up. Whitebeard laughed and cursed, and slapped Mission's head with a slap. Listening to the lesson of his brother Whitebeard, the dull expression on Mission's face gradually receded. The corner of the mouth raised a big arc little by little. This is not a dream. Mitsuki Mita's voice grew a little higher. I'm really alive. Yes, yes, this is not a matter of course, Whitebeard said. Ah ha 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 ha. Gwing Mission smiled heartlessly, and sat up straight. Then Mitsuki Mita opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. White's more lucky Mitsutsu Mita yelled at the Whitebeard in front of him, making horns with both hands. The words Baikseoji resounded instantly over the entire Navy headquarters, makes countless people dumbfounded. Although this title is very unfamiliar, but somehow, people understand the moment they hear it. Understand that the Baikseoji that Mitan calls is the world's strongest man. 4 emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate! Whitebeard and the unique nickname Baikseoji. This is really ... surprising. Listen to the Baikseoji that spread throughout the audience. Babyard's domineering body suddenly became stiff. Immediately afterwards, an expression of extreme disgust appeared on Whitebeard's domineering old face. It was like the first time he heard of Midas' name for him. Too many years have passed. Babyard himself almost forgot this unique title. However, Mitsuki Mita's daughter, Nai, helped him remember. Now Gwing Mission himself revives his memory again. It is really Mita, you fool. Babyard laughed and cursed, raised his hand in anger and patted Mission's head. Ah ha ha ha. Gwing Mission hugged his head and smiled without annoyance. Ha 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 ha. The captains such as Marco, Joz, and Vistu also burst into laughter. I feel nostalgic for this long-lost picture. Well, Marco, Joz, Beaster, Branmank, Lacio. Mitsuki Mita's eyes swept over the surrounding captains one by one. Write out the names of these familiar partners one by one. Mita have not seen you for a long time. Very good. The people named by Mitan responded happily. After looking around for a week, Gwing Mission's eyes finally fell on the former retainers. Izang, Kaesong, Inaran, and Cat Viper. Sorry. Mitsuki Mita solemnly apologized. No, Lord Mida, what are you talking about? I can't afford it. Song waved his hand again and again. Yes, yeah, Master Mida. Inu Arashi and Cat Viper are attached together. I must apologize to you for my previous innocence and be responsible, Gwing Mission solemnly said. Master Mita, don't talk about the accounts of Kaido and Hitanoki in such a happy day. We will settle with them in the future. So please cheer for this reunion now. To Tibetan Tao. Yeah, Lord Mita. Lord Iwa has been waiting for you. We should finish today's affairs soon, and then go to Master Iwa to report this great news. River Songdao Day. And thinking of his beloved daughter, Gwing Mission couldn't help scratching his head. It's been 18 years, Niwa must have grown into a big girl. Yeah. Kihuazama is exactly the same as Shizama before. Song Fu Road. Ahahaha, this is really looking forward to. Mida said silly cheerfully. After a simple greeting, Mission suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and quickly straightened his face and looked at Babyard. Baikseoji, I can be resurrected. But what about Roger? Roger died 2 years earlier than me. Where is he now? Is he also resurrected? Mitsuki Mission asked anxiously. In response to his question, Whitebeard didn't say anything, just gestured the direction of the execution platform with his eyes. Ahahaha, long time no see, Mission. On the execution stage, Roger One Piece greeted with a big smile. Mita. Finally meet again. The corner of Alice's mouth also raised a big smile. Wow, Roger. There is also Rawley too. The smile on Gwing Mission's face was instantly extremely bright. Chapter 141. The most eye-catching naval headquarters of this era is on top of the war. The battle has been ups and downs, with ups and downs. In front of the world's strongest man, the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard, beat 2 generals, and slashed Chiyuhai with a sword. Later, there was the appearance of the underworld king Rawley, and the legendary man Roger One Piece came back from the dead, which shocked the world. Now, as a member of the legend, the samurai Mitsutsu Mita, who is also regarded as a partner by the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, is staged a resurrection drama under the public. How shocking is all this? In the face of resurrection miracles such as Roger and Mitsuki Mita, the top war that had attracted the attention of the world seemed to have become a secondary foil, and was no longer so important. As for the outcome of the war, it was basically doomed when Roger One Piece knocked the martial warring states off the execution platform. Without any suspense, the public execution of Huoquan Ace by the Navy headquarters today is no longer possible. Navy headquarters, up to the martial and warring states period, down to ordinary naval elite generals. Everyone was shocked and inexplicably shocked by the awakening incident of Mitsuki Mita's resurrection in front of them. At the same time, the mangroves on the 32nd of the Chambord land islands were also in a state of uproar once again. It's not just Roger, the samurai, but also the samurai mission who has come back to life. We have witnessed history today. We have witnessed miracles. The legendary samurai Mitsuki Mita. He turned out to be the common partner of Roger and Whitebeard. It is amazing. Quick, additional report. Declare this miracle to the world. The reporters in the live broadcast square worked hard to write additional reports to their respective news agency headquarters. But I have a question. For the time being, Roger, the Pirate King, was that Guiayu mission originally a dead person? It wasn't the one who was seriously injured lying in the coffin, right? An onlooker who didn't know the truth raised his own question. Idiot, you know what a shit. Yes, I know that Guiayu mission died 18 years ago. It was the four emperors and beasts Kaido who shot him, the lord of the country of Wazi. People who know the inside story are very emotional. Wow, when this inside story came to light, the audience was in an uproar again. It turned out to be Guiayu mission who killed Kaido. Then, a reporter seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly appeared in shock. So now that Guiayu mission has returned from resurrection, he will definitely return to the country of harmony to avenge the four emperors and beasts Kaido. No matter how strong a single samurai Mitsuki Mita is, he will never be the opponent of Kaido of the four emperors and pirates of beasts. But now he has both Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates at the same time. The scariest team, four emperors and beasts Kaido, is going to be unlucky. After the war on the top of the Navy headquarters, the war with the country will be ensued. That must be another incredible super event. Or there will be a sea emperor ... fallen. Quickly, all quickly report this too. Yes, that's right. Especially to spread the news to the 100 beast pirates. A reporter spoke anxiously, and the newspaper behind it was inextricably linked with the four emperor Kaido. I really want to tell the four emperor Kaido. I really look forward to it. How the strongest creature will react after learning this news. In addition, reporters from news agencies who have no interest in the Beast Pirates group have a schadenfreude mentality. The uproar in the Chambord Islands continues. The supernova pirates in the highland of the live broadcast square, at this moment, all look inexplicable. The resurrection of Mitsuki Mita, the lord of the country of harmony, plus Roger and Whitebeard, the four emperors and beasts Kaido are already in catastrophe. So my pirate undercover mission will be meaningless. There was a heavy haze in front of the fallen Rear Admiral Drake. As an ancient species of Allosaurus, he fallen into a pirate, originally for the undercover, all-animal pirate group. But now, all his previous efforts have been denied, and the so-called undercover for Emperor's mission is no longer needed. This was naturally a huge blow to Drake, who was full of passion. Roar. The legendary samurai Mitsuki Mita and Kaido still have such a level of grievance. This is really a good show. Fine flowers 00. The godfather of the mafia, Karpenberg, grinned expectantly. The first emperor of the sea to fall in the New World seems to have been determined. Weird Monkirky said, "It's really worth seeing." The strongest creature with immortality, Kaido, the beast, met Gwingayu mission. Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard's performance. Big Stomach Girl Joelle Bonnie said, "The four emperors and the beasts Kaido is doomed to fall. In this way, how do you bastard, Doflamingo plan to deal with this crisis?" Trafalgaro sneered again and again. "Kid, what's the matter with you?" Kira, the slaughter warrior with a reward of over 100 million, looked at his captain with concern. Gold Roger has returned from the resurrection, and the throne of One Piece is no longer vacant. It is really boring to find the treasures and titles left by the living. Captain Eustace Kid muttered to himself in a deep voice, with black lines in front of him. "Kid, Captain Kid, the people of the Kid Pirates are all worried." Fine." Kid took a deep breath. "Now let's focus on this legendary war of the age at the Navy headquarters. I have a hunch that today's surprise is not over. The existence that created this miracle has not yet appeared. He must still be on that ship." Kid spoke firmly and raised his finger to the golden Mary floating in the sky on the screen of his left hand. Next second, it seems to be responding to Kid's speculation. After the shocking period of the legends resurrecting one after another, the Navy headquarters once again fell into absolute shock and horror. This time it was because Whitebeard blurted out two words: "Lao lao lao lao, Dad." "What a joke is this?" "I heard that right. That old Whitebeard is calling Dad." The loud-sounding supernova Skillachmanopus sonic fruit ability has been exerted to the limit, and his single voice is resounding through the entire Chambord Island sky, and broke the dead silence caused by the Whitebeard's daddy. "Wow!" Exclamation mark 0. Chapter 142, The Navy Headquarters, on top of the battlefield. As Gwingayu mission returned to life under the eyes of people, the atmosphere of the square inches the bay once again ushered in a small climax. After greeting the old acquaintances of the Whitebeard pirates, Gwingayu mission's eyes fell on Roger and Rawley on the execution stage. "Roger, Rawley, it's great to see you again." "Kagetsu Mitamachi." "Yeah, I didn't expect to see you idiots." "Goodbye." Rawley was full of emotion. "Ahahaha." Roger smirked twice. "Roger, here I want to say some thanks to you, and I'm sorry, I messed up again." Gwingayu mission, who has always been careless, bowed in a rare solemn 90 degrees. Don't care. If you really want to thank you, this is not me either." Roger waved his hand indifferently. Intentionally or unintentionally, he looked at the golden Mary, which was peacefully floating in the sky. Following Roger's sight, Gwingayu mission's gaze also fell on the melee. Immediately afterwards, the people who noticed Roger's sight on the battlefield all subconsciously looked up at the sky. Looking at the golden melee, which has always been in the air, some thoughts that can be called horror gradually emerged in my heart. Not long ago, Pluto Rawley, the resurrected pirate King Roger, and the samurai Mitsuki Mita got off from that ship. So what about the three of them? Is the existence that created this series of miracles also on board? If this is the case, what a terrible existence would be a person with the power to control life and death! Exclamation mark. Lieutenant General Crane, do you also know the people on that ship ... Where are the sacred people who resurrected Roger and Gwingayu mission? Lieutenant Admiral Huo Shashan, the squinted Navy elite, asked solemnly. "He is someone close to God." Lieutenant General He of the Navy's General Staff spoke quietly. "What did you say?" Lieutenant General Huo Shashan and Doberman were both dumbfounded. "That existence, shouldn't it be me?" In the Nine Snake, in the other direction, looking at the Lieutenant General flying squirrel on the Golden Mary, the painful memories of 6 days ago unconsciously appeared in his mind. His face was pale, without the slightest blood, and his tall body couldn't stop trembling. The emotion called horror once again dominated his whole body and mind, and lingered again. "Ah, Mr. Carp's reaction. It seems that today's war is over, teacher. Ha. The real impact is just beginning now." The General Green Pheasant sighed with faint emotion. Oh, it's really scary, that man, Is he the one who resurrected Roger and Mitsuki mission? He obviously looks so young, really. Enchanting. The general, Huang Yuan, who hid far away in a family town on the back bank of Milinfoguo, shook unconsciously. Except for the navy on the battlefield. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group looked at the golden Mary in the sky nervously and curiously. Marco Foil Vista poked Marco in the waist. What? Marco asked. The one above is really what the old man said. Is it really our grandpa? Beast asked with a weird look. Daddy often talks about Daddy during this time. How sacred is he? Joss of the 3rd Division is also curious and weird. We really need one more grandpa. Each of the other captains was at a loss as to what to do, feeling awkward about this title. After all, suddenly a generation shorter, and a grandfather. Who can stand it? What do you think I do? I don't know too. Marco spread his hands, unable to answer the questions of the partners. But, Xu is aware of the troubles of his sons. The Whitebeard, who is the elder of everybody, coughed slightly, cleared his throat, and personally answered the doubts and incomprehensions of his sons. Daddy. Babyard's loud, full-bodied shouts echoed over the entire Navy headquarters. All the sounds on the battlefield were overwhelmed in an instant. Or maybe the people who heard the Whitebeard's father were involuntarily shocked and silenced, and couldn't make a sound. Dad. Who is calling Daddy? Oh, it's Whitebeard. I poke! Exclamation mark. What's the situation? Exclamation mark. I heard it wrong. Exclamation mark. Isn't Whitebeard the old man? That Whitebeard called someone else Daddy. What kind of joke is this? Exclamation mark. The entire Navy headquarters on the top of the battlefield fell into a deathly silence again with the sudden noise of the Whitebeard's daddy on the battlefield. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, everyone just widened their eyes, their jaws gradually drooped, and the whole person was stupid. There are countless grooves in their throats, but they are blocked by the emotion called shock, and they can't utter a word. There are tens of thousands of thoughts in their minds, but the louder the echoes clearly, making everyone's brains buzzing, and they can't recover for a long time. I don't know how long it has been. With the death silence retreated, the shocking sensation caused by the old Whitebeard finally broke out. Hey, what the hell is going on? Am not mistaken. Babyard was calling Daddy just now. The world's strongest man, the Whitebeard, father of the 4 emperors. What to existence is that? Is the person who resurrected Pirate King Roger and Guanyu mission the old man with the white beard? Terror and horror. If it really existed, what a horrible person would he be? The Marine elites all over the battlefield couldn't help but yell out loudly. Father is calling someone else Daddy. It turns out to be true. Daddy is really back. Daddy's Daddy. Isn't that our grandpa? What a character our grandfather is. In addition to the captains of the various groups, the pirates of the White Group were also shocked to the point of indescribably by their father's daddy at this moment. More infinite excitement and excitement followed. People who are qualified to be called daddy by their daddy must be the greatest existence in this world. Exclamation mark. Ah, look, the Whitebeard father ... appeared. Daddy's daddy, our grandpa, is finally here. At a certain moment, all the Navy and pirates on the entire battlefield shouted in unison. Chapter 143. The huge Navy headquarters came on top of the battlefield, and an unprecedented sensation broke out because of the words that Whitebeard blurted out. It was much more exaggerated than witnessing the return of Pirate King Roger, because the identity of the person who created this series of miracles today has finally been revealed. The sacred person who resurrected Roger and Guanyu mission. His true identity turned out to be Dad! Exclamation mark. Whose father? The strongest man in the world. The father of Edward Newgate with the white beard. Recognize this reality. The hundreds of thousands of naval elites on the entire battlefield were stupid. The people of the Whitebeard pirate group and its 43 affiliated pirate groups in the New World are also stupid. On the battlefield, people's shocking uproar and shouts became one piece, shaking the sky and the underground. The Whitebeard ... Daddy. Shemal King Ivankov's voice increased more than 80 degrees. Hearing this amazing name spit out from the confession beard, Ivankov stared out a pair of big and small eyes in shock. The body involuntarily assumed the independent posture of the upside-down 28 vertical golden rooster, and then rotated like a top, knocking the surrounding sea soldiers into flight. Daddy's daddy. This is really. Merlot Kiwuhai Jinping didn't know what to say for a while. So, that man is back. Only that person has this kind of power. The expression on the original Kiwuhai crocodile's face was uncertain. Kiwuhai Duo Flamenco, who had a broken leg, smiled reluctantly and opened his mouth. As the king of Sohua, he couldn't say anything at the moment. No matter what words are enough to describe his mood at the moment. That man turned out to be a Whitebeard. Daddy Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's second largest swordsman, pressed his mouth tightly, and was shocked by the shocking news. From the moment the Golden Mary appeared on the battlefield, he had already sensed the breath of the supreme big sharp knife black sword knight that he had cultivated with one hand. So, Hawkeye Mihawk knew, on that ship, there must be a man who defeated him with an overwhelming kendo realm not long ago. It's just that even if Hawkeye wants to break his head, he can't think of it. The man who once encountered in the port of Puke turned out to be such a big man! It turned out to be the father of the 4 emperors with Whitebeard. But it was precisely because of this that a big doubt lingering in Hawkeye's mind was finally answered. That's why Luo Feng looks so young, yet he has stepped into the realm of Kendo. It is not so incomprehensible that a man who has the power to control life and death and reverse yin and yang can live forever. Even though he looks young, his true age is more than enough to be his grandfather. Next, I am afraid that it will inevitably be another sensation. Hawkeye Mihawk thought. Ahahaha, let's take a look. I've already said that the Newgate guy can't help but call the teacher daddy. Give me money, I won the bet. On the execution stage, Rawley laughed and beckoned to Carp for money. For Rawley, who is often defeated in gambling, winning once is already a big deal. Only fuck you Leely. The old man has already guessed this kind of thing, and you still need to talk about it? Besides, who would admit this kind of self-talking bet? Carp gave Riley a white look. Cut it. Rawley made a cut. Wait a moment, what the hell is going on? Who is the old man's father? Mr. Rawley, you said that the old man's father is your teacher. What's the matter? Ace, the only junior on the execution stage, was completely confused and stunned at the moment. With the speed of his thinking, he is completely unable to understand the status quo. Ahahaha, don't worry, Ace, you will know in no time what a great existence our teacher is. Roger patted his son on the shoulder. Ace looked at the 3 old men on the execution stage, and then at the old man's white beard below. Boom! Ace only felt like a huge bomb exploded deep in his mind. There was a bold idea in his mind for no reason. The Myak-anticipated Golden Mary. At this moment, on the deck of the Mealy, the expression on Luo Feng's face didn't seem to be as calm as usual. He has a rare headache. Teacher, is the 4th brother Whitebeard calling you? Why asked curiously, her mouth wide open. That Whitebeard isn't Master Luo Feng's disciple, but is actually Master Luo Feng's son. Robin was also stunned by the news. Well, where is this woman? She was so fateful that she gave birth to an heir for Master Luo Feng, so obviously I'm going to be the first to say. Empress Hancock whimpered softly with envy. Listening to the unintentional booing of the girls on the deck, Luo Feng's temple throbbed more and more violently. At this moment, he is not calm. Just as Baybeard himself disliked Guangyu Mission's title of Baixioji. Same. Luo Feng also disliked Baybeard's daddy. Obviously the teacher's call was quite pleasant when it first started. Suddenly one day it was changed to daddy. No matter how Luo Feng corrects, Baybeard does not change his name. When the Whitebeard was still in his teens and 20s, Luo Feng could also change his appearance slightly to make himself older, and it would not hurt to be a father once. Just now, this is why Luo Feng has been quietly staying on the melee without showing up. I'm afraid the boy Baybeard is yelling daddy everywhere. Papa. Just when Luo Feng was thinking of something with a headache on his face, the second daddy of Whitebeard followed one after another in the square inches the bay. Obviously, you have already come, so don't hide, Dad. Are you shy? Dad, coola la la la, Whitebeard laughed provocatively. That bastard kid, dare you to say it. It's true that you won't get on the house for 3 days. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and straightened up his body. Oh, Master Luo Feng, Empress Boa Hancock calls one voice. Are you going? Master Luo Feng, Robin asked. You guys stay here for a while. I'll go and teach those boys first. Luo Feng grinned, creaking between his palms and fingers. Despair, a thunderous footstep resounded between the heaven and the earth. That is Luo Feng stepping forward. Under the expectation and attention of everyone, Luo Feng finally appeared! Exclamation mark. Chapter 144. Despair. Suddenly there were footsteps above the sky. It's like stepping on the pulse of heaven and earth. The ensuing noise was as loud as thunder. It blasted in the ears of hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters. Under the anticipation and attention of everyone, a long figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. It's so dazzling. It is even more invisible than the sun in the sky. But whether it is the battlefield of the Navy headquarters or the live broadcast square of the Chambord Islands, everyone persisted. No one looked away, because they desperately wanted to know the sacred character that created the miracle of resurrection, that man called the old man by the white beard. Now, they finally saw it. Luo Feng is no longer Loke. It just appeared under the eyes of the world. Then, the Navy headquarters, the Chambodian Islands and even the world seemed to be quiet with his appearance. After a long silence, whether it is the Navy or the pirates on the top of the battlefield, you look at me, and I look at you. Everyone looked at each other dumbfounded. That's the calling father of Whitebeard. Just kidding. How could the Whitebeard father be such a young man? You know that Whitebeard is already a 72-year-old man. As the father of the Whitebeard, he must be at least a 100-year-old man. How could it be so young? The order is upside down. People's hearts once again carried out a series of crazy psychological activities to complain. There was a deep shock and disbelief that was revealed in those widely open eyes. I can't believe that the old man who Babyard yells so hard is so young. I can't believe that such a young man can actually create a miracle of bringing back the dead. That's the old man with white beard. Impossible. Impossible. He must have just come and walked through the scene. The real person behind the scenes hasn't appeared yet. Grave accent, grave accent. Yes, yeah, it must be so. It is absolutely impossible for the person who is called the daddy by Babyard to be so young. I don't believe it either. The people on the Navy side shook their heads subconsciously. That's our grandpa. This, really, is our grandpa so young? This is really amazing. I reserve my opinion first. Many of the pirates on the side of the Whitebeard pirate group also had their eyes widened in disbelief. Can't believe the facts before me. If everything is true, if the person who stepped on the world step by step is really the father of his own father. The pirates shivered abruptly, becoming more and more at a loss. Many people on the battlefield are skeptical about the identity of Luo Feng who has appeared. But there are also a few people who have confirmed, certain and affirmed all of this when they saw Luo Feng. For example, the Navy's veteran Marshal Sengoku and the chief staff of the two people. As early as 50 or 60 years ago, they had seen and contacted Luo Feng with their own eyes and knew its horror. Another example is the Navy elite Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and Straw Hat Luffy, who have been in contact with Luo Feng not long ago. Suddenly, a shrill cry full of horror exploded. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, Mr. Flying Squirrel, what's the matter with you? Lord Admiral. The seaman beside Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel shouted nervously, regarding the concerns of his subordinates. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel could not hear a word. At this moment, all his attention was attracted and occupied by Luo Feng in the sky. That was the biggest nightmare in his life during the Southern and Northern Wars. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel will never forget the horror of seeing Luo Feng for the first time on Nine Snake Island that day. In front of Luo Feng, as an elite lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was as small as an ant, and he could not give birth to a trace of resistance. It's him. He's here. It's over. That's an unprovocable existence. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel sat on the ground, whispering like a madness. sinking into the shadows and unable to extricate himself. The General Green Pheasant, who also knew Luo Feng's terrifying identity, glanced sympathetically at the flying squirrel, and subconsciously blurted out the famous lines of General Yellow Ape. It turned out to be him. Somewhere in the square, the Navy Colonel Tino with long soft pink hair took a deep breath and subconsciously held her breath. The moment she saw Luo Feng, her little heart beat violently involuntarily. Somehow in my heart, it actually gave birth to infinite joy. Obviously this is an emotion that shouldn't appear on the battlefield, especially this should not be the case with Thenami. However, she just couldn't control the strong emotions that came from the deepest part of her heart. As I first saw that day, Dairis is him crazy. Tino raised her hand and stroked her forehead, trying to control herself, not allowing herself to look at the man who was more dazzling than the sun. What? In the other direction, the young boy's cries full of surprise suddenly exploded. Straw Hat Boy, what's wrong with you, Brother Luffy? Do you know that person? Who is he? Shemal King Ivankov and Haxia Shiping asked anxiously again and again. Of course I know, he is the master. Straw Hat Luffy stammered. Master? Aha. The heads of the monster team headed by Ivankov, Jinpei, and the surrounding marines were all covered with small question marks. That person is Grandpa's teacher, my master. Straw Hat Luffy repeated. Wait a moment, who is your grandfather of the Straw Hat Boy? That is, Dragon's father. Shemal King Yilin Yuozao Vankov was keenly aware of this critical issue. My grandpa. No, that's the one. Straw Hat Luffy raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the execution platform. The people around are all subconsciously following his direction. After it is confirmed that the person with Straw Hat Luffy is the legendary Lieutenant Admiral Cap of the Navy, I at %. Straw Hat Boy your grandfather is Kaka Kapu is Dragon's father. Navy hero. Shemal King Ivankov subconsciously breathed fragrance. Yes. Straw Hat Luffy nodded naturally. The point of the question is not this. The point is that old brother Luffy just said that his grandfather, the Navy hero Ka, is that man's disciple Yang. Murloc Kyuhai yelled very calmly. Wow! As soon as this remark came out, the audience was shocked again! Chapter 145. Did you hear that? The Straw Hat Luffy, who offered a reward of 300 million, said he was the grandson of Mr. Carp. How is this kind of thing possible? How could Mr. Carp have such a lawless grandson of a pirate? But the pirate's Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. This surname is exactly the same as Mr. Carp. And haven't you heard of it? The rumor in Water City? This is almost a public fact. Are the people from the G3 base? Can anyone tell that Straw Hat Luffy is really the grandson of Mr. Carp? The Navy, who was not far from the Straw Hat, and others in the base square heard Luffy's previous yelling, and the expressions on their faces were instantly brilliant. Their comments spread, attracting the attention of more marines. Soon, there were seamen who had followed Carp to the capital of water at the G3 base to show up. I can prove that Straw Hat Luffy is indeed the grandson of Lieutenant General Carp. In addition, what we should focus on now should be the relationship between that man and Lieutenant General Carp. Another seaman from the G3 base solemnly spoke. As for the man in the sky, we met last time in the City of Water. There was also a rumor at that time, that man. Maybe that man might be Lieutenant General Carp's teacher. Wow! When Carp's direct subordinates, naval elites from the G3 base, revealed this series of unknown secrets, the shocking uproar and yelling of the Marines recurred. The news spread quickly. It didn't take long for it to spread almost all over the top battlefield. That man is still Mr. Carp's teacher. What the hell is going on today? Outrageous news appeared one after another. Is this kind of thing really possible? Mr. Carp is a hero of our Navy. What kind of existence is qualified to be a teacher of Lieutenant General Carp? That young man is both the white-bearded father and the teacher of Lieutenant General Carp. Is this to scare him to death? The navies all over the battlefield were in shock and could not help themselves. Hey, is our old father's father still that Carp bastard's teacher? It's not just the old man, He even taught the Navy Cup. This is really amazing for my wife. The people of the Whitebeard pirates who learned this amazing news also screamed in shock. Next, don't tell me that even One Piece Roger is a disciple taught by that young monster. New World Pirate Captain Journeyman Thomas shook his head repeatedly. It's possible, or it's very possible. Another pirate Captain Kingmaker Gay nodded affirmatively. What do you mean? If it doesn't matter in particular, how could the father's father deliberately resurrect Roger? Kingmaker Guy opened his mouth in shock. A word to awaken the dreamer. When aware of this, everything seems to make sense. Not only Whitebeard and Car, but even the legends of Roger and Raleigh are inextricably related to the young man. The most shocking news of this era may happen! Exclamation mark. Father, is everyone's guessing true? That Carp is that Grandpa's disciple. Marco glanced at Luo Feng in the sky, and asked weakly. Other captains such as Jaws, Beaster, and Izang are all eagerly waiting, looking at Babyard nervously, waiting for his father to give the answer. However, this time Whitebeard didn't mean to help them. From the moment Luo Feng appeared, the sight of Babyard's pale golden eyes was firmly locked on Luo Feng, and could no longer move away. His habitually resolute old face is now occupied by unprecedented excitement. After the long-term emotions were brewing, Whitebeard finally couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh out loud. 50 years of waiting is just for the goodbye now. As long as he can see Luo Feng again, his 50 years of waiting will not be in vain. Father, you are finally back. Whitebeard laughed excitedly. This sentence alone negated the suspicion of everyone on the battlefield. So people know that overly young man is undoubtedly the daddy in Whitebeard's mouth. At the same time, people finally realized this young man was far more terrifying than they thought. Since he could be the father of the Whitebeard, then it is possible that he is also the naval hero Carp and the teacher of One Piece Roger. After all, the power beyond imagination of these three people is exactly the same. Under the gaze of people either shocked or in awe, Luo Feng took the last step and fell on the execution platform. Listening to the emotional daddy from the Whitebeard, the twitching speed of Luo Feng's mouth became more and more intensified. Hey, Newgate, can you pay attention to the occasion? In private, forget it. In such a serious occasion, if you call the teacher will die. Raleigh taught. Wow, Raleigh said this. Whitebeard didn't say anything yet. The square inches the bay was a sensation first. From Raleigh's previous words, they had already captured a key message. That is the shocking fact that Pluto Raleigh is also Luo Feng's disciple. Is this real? Pirate King Roger, naval hero Car, Hades Raleigh, plus the four emperors Whitebeard. The four of them actually. The world today is so crazy. It's like a dream. The four absolute legends of the last era turned out to be the same person. No, I don't believe it. How can this kind of thing be accepted? How can the hero of our navy, Lieutenant General Carr, have such a relationship with the pirates? Mr. Carr, what are you talking about? Are these all true? The Navy elites all over the square inches the bay shouted in unbelievable unison. Finally, Carp was no longer silent. He picked up the little phone bug on the ground, took 2 steps forward, and stood behind Luo Feng. Princes of the Navy, since the situation has reached this point, the old man no longer hides it. Capuna's loud voice echoed through the small phone bug over the Navy headquarters. It's a showdown. The old man is indeed a disciple of teacher Luo Feng, the #1 disciple. Chapter 146. The matter is over. The old man has no choice but to show off. I don't pretend. The old man is the #1 disciple of teacher Luo Feng, and the 3 bastards Roger, Raleigh and Whitebeard are the old man's younger brothers. The loud voice of the legendary Navy Lieutenant Hero Cap penetrated the sky through the amplified sound of a small phone worm. As a result, the huge Navy headquarters became quiet. Only Carp's loud voice echoed in the audience. As Carp's voice fell, at this moment, none of the more than 100,000 people gathered at the Navy headquarters does not believe this shocking fact. No one will doubt or raise objections. After all, it is now the legendary Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy, such as Cap, Who personally speaks out? It turns out that the naval hero Carp is really Luo Feng's disciple. Sure enough, Roger, the king of the pirate, Raleigh, and the four emperors Whitebeard are all brothers in the same discipline. When the inner guess is confirmed, the shock that people should have in their hearts is an point will not be reduced. Only perhaps it was because of the shock that had been consumed before. At this moment, when this most explosive and most shocking secret is revealed, no one said anything for a while on the huge battlefield of the Navy headquarters. However, the expression on everyone's face changed in the field, but it was extremely wonderful. It can be seen clearly. When Carp revealed this shocking secret, the expressions on the faces of the people of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked with excitement and excitement. One Piece Roger, Hades King Raleigh and Hero Kapu are actually his father's brothers. What a shock and surprise this is. What's more important is to teach these four legends at the same time. Their father's father, how powerful their grandfather is. With such a powerful grandfather backstage, what fear does their Whitebeard pirate group have on this sea? What about the world government? If you dare to provoke, just overturn it. Thinking of that possible picture, the hearts of the Baituan pirates could not help being impassioned and inexplicably excited, compared with the excitement of the pirates. At this moment, people on the Navy side are not too happy. The expressions on the faces of more than 100,000 Marines in the square inches the bay were shocked with loss and absurdity, as if the worldview had collapsed. After all, Carp, their proud Navy hero, has a lawless grandson of a pirate. Now it has become a brother-in-law relationship with the three biggest evil parties of the old age, namely Roger One Piece, Pluto Raleigh, and Edward Newgate. What irony is this? Could it be that their hero, Carp, had been acting in the act for the 20 years after the Roger pirates had been chased? That's why the Roger pirates have been forced into desperation time and time again and can get away with luck. Many Marines had this idea unconsciously in their hearts. Carp's heroic image is inevitably shaken. For this result and influence, Carp had anticipated it before telling the whole story and telling all the truth. Even so, he did not hesitate in the slightest. The reason for this is, besides being indifferent to the title of hero, it is more because Carp is proud to be Luo Feng's disciple from the heart. Telling the world that he is Luo Feng's big disciple is of great significance to him. So even facing the skeptical gaze of the Marines, Carp was still able to hold his head high and have a clear conscience. "Kapu, you bastard." Carp can ignore and calmly, but the warring states period as the admiral can't. "Do you know how much impact your remarks will have on the Navy?" The Marshal Zango clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, and spit out these words from between his teeth. In the end, however, his clenched fist was still weakly loosened. What can he do now in this situation? Knowing how terrifying Luo Feng is, he knows best the fact that the war has ended. So far, no matter what the means is, there is no way to recover. Not good. The big thing is not good. Lieutenant Crane. What the hell is Mr. Carp talking about? Lieutenant Crane, please go and persuade you. If this continues, it will be really bad. Squinting eyes, Huo Shashan yelled anxiously. Hee, what else can we do? So far, there is no way. Lieutenant General, he sighed quietly. Zizzy, just as the entire Navy headquarters was shocked and lost because of the secrets revealed by Carp's waywardness, a burst of harsh electric current suddenly blasted into the sky. "Ah, Roger, Raleigh, what are you two bastards doing in front of the teacher?" Cap angrily scolded. "Bring me you." Roger motioned to Raleigh to hold Carp, and he grabbed the small phone bug in Carp's hands. Luo Feng glanced at Roger and said nothing. Middle dot 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 fine flowers 00. He also wanted to hear what Roger this kid wanted to say. Ahem. Roger, who snatched the phone bug, cleared his throat first. Everyone from the Navy headquarters and reporters from various news agencies in the Chambord Islands. Here, I want to clarify one thing. I am the #1 disciple of teacher Luo Feng. Kapu is the second child. The second younger brother, and Raleigh is the third. and Newgate is the fourth. This is the correct order. Roger corrected seriously. Luo Feng, owner of the Navy headquarters. I thought Roger, who was the One Piece King, would have some shocking remarks. Feelings are for the battle of order. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. People can't help but think. It's just the things that don't matter to others, but it is the most important thing for Carp. First of all, he didn't want to line up behind Roger, who was a pirate. Secondly, the title of second brother, Carp couldn't accept it anyway. As for the reason, arsehole Roger, what silly thing you said. Obviously I am the big brother. Carp left Lily aside, and scuffled with Roger like a child. The scene was once funny and extraordinary, which made the originally solidified atmosphere of the Navy headquarters a little more relaxed. Okay, Grandpa Carp and Luo. Dad, stop making trouble. Under Luo Feng's smashing magic, the sea tower handcuffs in Ace's hand have been removed. At this moment, I witnessed the scene of two elders fighting like children. Even Ace, who was a junior, couldn't stand it, and couldn't help but mellow. Listening to the sound of Ace's sound, although it was mild, but it did exist, Roger's ears moved, and he smiled suddenly and stopped fighting with Cap. But the next second, just as Roger rubbed his hands with a smile, trying to make Ace to call twice to listen, suddenly, Roger's body was agitated, and he seemed to realize something. Wait, Carp, before Ace, he called you Grandpa. Roger grasped the key words keenly. Well, what's the matter? Carp glared. Hearing Carp's confirmation, Roger's facial expressions suddenly twisted together, as if he was constipated. Okay, you Carp, I treat you as a junior, you want to be my dad? Roger furiously said. 0. Chapter 147. Okay, you Carp, I treat you as a junior, you want to be my dad? Roger's angry roar rang out over the Navy headquarters for a long time. With Roger's sullen loud shout falling, the entire Navy headquarters battlefield, and even the noisy Chambord live broadcast square, were all silent. Immediately afterwards, the sound of falling to the ground became a series of films. Even Luo Feng on the execution stage was shocked by Roger's roar. His eyes twitched. Roger, the bastard's brain circuit is really strange, very human can compare. In such a serious battlefield, he suddenly recognized himself as a cheap dad. Most importantly, this is what he started. If he didn't say this, people on the battlefield might not even think of it. Even if someone could think of it, he would never say it. After all, this causal is related to the two most terrifying legends in the sea. At this time, after Roger himself reminded him, when everyone thought about it so carefully, they all responded. It seems to be such a thing. One Piece Roger is Ace's father. Carp's grandson, Straw Hat, is Ace's brother. In other words, Ace is barely the grandson of Carp. Based on the premise that Carp is Ace's grandfather, let's make a slight calculation like this. Carp is not just a generation taller than Roger. Lieutenant General Carp has become the daddy of Pirate King Roger now. The Navy elites who are struggling with themselves. The expressions on their faces at this moment are getting more and more exciting. Somehow, they should have been angry about this. But why do they feel inexplicably happy when they hear this sentence? Ah, this is really ... Roger is still as interesting as ever. Gwing mission couldn't help laughing out loud. I really laughed at me. What is going on with that fellow Roger? Just after coming back from the resurrection, I suddenly found myself a father. It's still the old rival Carp. This is really. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group and the pirate captains affiliated with the New World also laughed unscrupulously at this moment. The strange interaction between Roger and Carp on the execution stage was amused. Hey, enough. Don't laugh. Shut up all. The captains, including Marco, Joz, and Beaster, who gathered beside the Whitebeard hurriedly stopped. At this moment, they couldn't even laugh at the joyous interaction between Roger and Carp on the execution stage. Investigate the reason. Naturally, it was because he noticed the expression of disgust and constipation on their father's face at this moment. This is obviously not right. Marco and the others followed along and thought about it again. If Roger is a generation younger than Carp because of Ace and becomes a son, so The Whitebeard, who is also the father of Ace, isn't it? Thought of this, Marco and others shuddered abruptly. He looked at his father with a cringe, and kept silent decisively, without saying anything. Inwardly, I pray that no one will find this out. However, things are impermanent. Often the more you are afraid of something, the more you want to come under the constraints of their captains. Their subordinates did not continue to discuss this topic, but Marco and the others ignored one person, a big nerve idiot that they can't control. Shirokokichi Gwenayumishin seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his brows danced. Shut up, Mida, don't say anything. The Whitebeard's eyelids jumped sharply, and quickly stopped. However, it was too late. In other words, his orders won't work for idiots like Mitsuki Mita. Baixioji, you are also Ace's father. If that's the case, isn't it that you are a generation younger than that guy Kapu? Gwenayumishin finally made this discovery public. Ever since, when Mitsuki Mita's voice fell, the entire Navy headquarters was once again silent. The rolling noise of people's Adam's apple and the inhalation of air conditioning came one after another. What's this all about? How did our Lieutenant General Carp become the daddy of the One Piece and Whitebeard? It's totally unclear. When did Roger and Babyard recognize Lieutenant Cap as their father? This nightmare is really crazy. It's getting more and more outrageous. No way, no way. Too much information. I can't digest it at all. The naval elites who do not understand the cause and effect on the battlefield only feel that their heads will be exploded under the pressure of this huge amount of information. A word unintentionally by Roger, the One Piece. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield suddenly changed. The complicated father-son relationship among the three parties, Roger, the naval hero Carp, and Whitebeard, became a hot topic of discussion. Hearing his unintentional words intensified in the square inches the bay. On the execution stage, Roger One Piece couldn't help but be stunned. He just subconsciously broke his mouth before, so as to ease the tense atmosphere. As a result, he was so coaxed together that he really seemed to be Carp's son. I jumped into the super big pit I dug myself. Can't bear it. Absolutely can't bear it. Even if I talk about it first, I can't bear it. Roger looked at Carp with a bad look. Perceives the unsightly sight that originated from Roger. Carp, who was also in a daze, finally came back to his senses. 23 years ago, when Roger made his home in Kolbo Mountain, Goa Kingdom. During this period, Carp went to look for things several times. Every time, it's all about the face of little Ace and Luju. The relationship with Ace is getting deeper. Roger later entrusted Ace and Luju to him. Carp originally treated Ace as a nephew. Only later, when Carp threw his grandson Luffy to Luju to help raise him. This comes and goes. Luffy and Ace became brothers. He also naturally became Ace's grandfather, a generation higher. On weekdays, Carp never thought about this problem if it wasn't for Roger himself to talk about it earlier. With his reaction nerves, he couldn't think of this level at all. But now, looking at Roger's old friend's angrily expression at this time, old Carp couldn't help but raise an evil smile on his face. Ahem. Carp cleared his throat and raised the little phone worm. That's the end of the matter. It seems that the old man can't pretend. And the old man has a showdown again. Both Roger and Whitebeard are my sons. Chapter 148. The old man has a showdown again. I won't pretend. Roger and Whitebeard are my sons. Kappa's freehand voice spread through the Navy headquarters through a small speakerphone worm. As a result, the huge top battlefield fell silent again. No matter how you look at it, how you listen to it, Carp's showdown is so full of joy and can't help but laugh. Previously, he was still busy fighting for the position of Big Brother. At this moment, the position of the Big Brother is not in dispute. Instead, he started to recognize his son. One is not enough. One recognizes two. And one of the two is Roger One Piece, and the other is the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors. No matter which one is the most important thing, stomping will make the ocean three shakes. Such a big man suddenly became the son of a naval hero. No one can accept this huge contrast and change for a while. Puff on the execution stage, Lee, who was watching the whole time, finally couldn't hold the smile on his face anymore and couldn't help but laugh. Ahahaha. At the execution stage, Gwenyu Mission laughed heartlessly. The result was crazy dislike from Whitebeard. However, Gwenyu Mission was 28 without the slightest conscious. That bastard carp is really ... Hey, the Martial Warring States, who originally had pain in the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys, was completely amused by Carp's strange behavior at this moment. However, at least the Navy's military spirit has not deteriorated anymore. Lieutenant General of the General Staff, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if you recognize Roger and the monster Whitebeard as sons at the same time, Mr. Carp is as handsome as ever. General Green Pheasant sighed. Ha 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 ha. Silver bells of laughter also echoed on the deck of the Golden Merry. Girls big and small, such as YY, Mealy, and Robin, were also amused. Brother Cap and Brother Roger, the relationship is really good, YY said with emotion. Yes, those two people have always been friends for joy since before. Xiachi, who had witnessed those years, nodded in agreement. And even the Whitebeard was dragged into the water, which is really ... interesting. Robin's mouth is crooked and interested. Master Luo Feng is the teacher of those legends, and the concubine body is now Master Luo Feng's wife. What should I do? If I meet those people later, what should they call the concubine body? Shouldn't it? No. You have to be psychologically prepared first. The hidden girl personality of the Empress Hancock became active. Plan ahead and start preparing for the next meeting. All over the square inches the bay. The topic of the father-son game between Carp, Roger and Whitebeard became more and more intense. Why did my dad become the son of that bastard Carp? Isn't our grandpa going to have one more? How can this kind of thing be accepted? Grandpa, as long as there is one is enough. The pirates of Baituan screamed for collapse one after another. Ha 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 ha. This is really interesting. From the Whitebeard pirates, your father is the son of our naval hero, don't hurry up and surrender. Yes, yeah, Roger and Whitebeard are both the sons of Lieutenant General Carp. You grandsons, hurry up and put down your weapons. No matter what, Mr. Carp will always be our hero. Many people on the Navy side have figured it out and no longer go to the horns. After all, Carp's title of naval hero was never obtained by hunting Roger. It was the Battle of the Island of Gods 36 years ago with hard power and a bloody fight. For a time, the morale of the Navy gradually recovered. This world is crazy. I want to push the city back to be quiet. Shemal King Ivankov spoke subconsciously. Don't be impulsive, Master Ivankov. A ladyboy believed Ivankov's nonsense and quickly dissuaded it. How is it possible? Who will really go back? Hey, Shemal King Ivankov took the opportunity to make things funny. It turned out to be just talking. All the demons fell to the ground. Hee ha hee, this is really great. Straw Hat Luffy, who didn't know the situation at all, smiled carelessly. Brother Luffy is really... Haixia shook his head helplessly. On the battlefield, people's discussion became louder. On the execution stage, Carp triumphed. As for the buried pirate King Roger, his teeth were crunching at this moment. Also watching, Carp secretly gritted his teeth with irritation. There was also the four emperors Whitebeard not far away. Feel sorry. On the execution stage, Ace bowed his head deeply and apologized in frustration. Ace, this is the bickering of three old boys. Don't go to your heart. Don't go to your heart. Lee suppressed his smile, patted Ace's shoulder with a frown, and comforted. But he doesn't care about it for the time being, Daddy. Daddy Whitebeard. Ace still blamed himself. Well, hearing that Ace called himself him, but Roger, who was affectionately called Babyard his father, only felt that his heart was stabbed severely, and his heart became more and more annoyed. This irritation naturally has to be counted on Carp's head. Wow, Carp, you bastard are really looking for a fight. Roger strode forward angrily. Hey, Roger bastard, it's really rebellious to dare to do something with the old man, and the white-bearded boy over there. Come and help the father get rid of the wicked son. Carp provokes Roger while not forgetting to bury the Whitebeard. At this moment, even if Whitebeard had a good temper, he was completely angry right now. Arsehole Carp, My father is the only teacher. Luo Feng. Whitebeard uttered the same sentence patterns as Ace, who was called out by the warring states not long ago. Hue the wind screamed in the square inches the bay. The horror vibrated. It was the Whitebeard who was provoked to the extreme. The supreme sharp knife Kong Yankee waved away. With a wave enough to smash the earth, it shrouded toward the execution platform. Click boom rumble. The sturdy execution platform made an overwhelming noise. Under Babyard's frantic onslaught, it collapsed. Whitebeard, you old boy are crazy. Don't you just make a joke. Really do it. Didn't you see the teacher is still there? Carp pouted. At this point, I still want to use a joke to prevaricate. Don't be too naive, Carp. Roger gave a sigh of relief. Clamped the couple in the middle with the Whitebeard on the left and the right. Don't get too smug. If that's the case, I'm not welcome. The sixth gate of Bayman Dunjia Jingman. Carp stopped abruptly before his last opening. Only 3 soft beeps were heard. 3 legendary super characters, Roger the One Piece, Carp, the naval hero, and the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors were all hammered to the ground. You 3 bastards, it's almost enough to stop. Luo Feng narrowed his mouth, and finished drinking lightly. The rhetoric is not high, but no one can compare the deterrence. Following Luo Feng's words and deeds fall, the 3 legendary figures who were not afraid of the heavens and the earth, as if they had taken gunpowder, were all dumbfounded, and they did not dare to make any more mistakes. Ahahahaha. What are we doing, so far? Don't let people look at the jokes. Now the most important thing is the goodbye with the teacher. Roger slapped awkwardly, then took the first step, bowing respectfully 90 degrees. It's really cunning to be preempted by Roger, you bastard again. Carp grumbled dissatisfiedly, and hurriedly followed Roger's way to formally bow to Luo Feng. Ha 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 ha. Next came Ali, who had watched the scene for a long time outside the incident. In the end, naturally, the younger brother of the 4, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. Father, welcome back. The Whitebeard bowed solemnly. With the action of the Whitebeard, Mitsuki Mita and the captains of Marco, Ace, Joz and all the members of the Whitebeard pirate group all leaned forward to meet. At this moment, Luo Feng, who was also honored by the 4 legendary figures in the pirate world, is the well-deserved center of the world. This scene is enough to be recorded in the annals of history and spread forever! Chapter 149. The world-renowned Navy headquarters was on top of the war, and one after another super big events that could pierce the sky were announced one after another. The resurrection of One Piece Gordy Roger, the resurrection of Samurai Mitsuki Mita, the man who is called the Daddy by Whitebeard. Any report is enough to make the world tremble. However, now it is announced together in a brainstorming manner. The shock to people can be imagined. The hundreds of thousands of seamen and pirates gathered on the battlefield of the Navy headquarters were already shocked to numbness. Except for the Navy headquarters, the Chambord Island Live Plaza, which can directly receive live signals, is no exception. Since the return of One Piece Roger to the world until now, the commotion in the live broadcast square of Chambord did not calm down for a moment. And after Luo Feng, the man called the Daddy by Babyard, appeared, the atmosphere went straight to the highest stage! Appeared, the man who Babyard called the Daddy. That's how is it possible? Is that man the old Whitebeard? Why is he so young? No, this kind of thing is just a joke. How could Babyard have such a young father? Babyard is over 70 years old, and his father must be 100 years old. How can he be so young? It's ridiculous. If that really is the old Whitebeard, I, on the spot, ate this live screen. This is the subjective reaction of reporters and onlookers from the Chambord Islands when Luo Feng formally appeared in front of the world 10 minutes ago. But soon, the faces of the onlookers who issued questioning remarks from Babyard's personal confirmation of the order were all beaten and swollen. However, the live screen cannot be eaten now. After all, the drama of the Navy headquarters has just reached the highest stage. Look! What does Carp, the naval hero, seem to say? Hero Carp is finally no longer silent, He really wants to boost the morale of the Marines. Watching the hero carp walk to the front of the stage holding the little phone worm, the reporters and people on the Chambord Islands stood up straight subconsciously, waiting to listen. However, the carp showdown that ensued was to make the entire square fry again. Nanny, what did the naval hero carp say before? There must be something wrong with my ears. I heard this kind of words, grave accent. That hero carp admitted to himself as the father of the Whitebeard, the disciple of that young man. Hero carp was also taught by that young man. What a joke. People screamed, venting their inner shock and horror. More than that, if this is the case, what about the other two legends on the execution stage, Roger the One Piece and Raleigh the Hades? What is the relationship between Roger, who was resurrected by the man with the power of God, and it? A quick-thinking reporter captured the key points. His question was answered in the next second. In the live screen, One Piece Roger and Pluto Raleigh snatched the phone worm in Carp's hands, and announced to the world that he was also Luo Feng's disciple. At the same time, he also rectified his identity as a big disciple. So far, everything is clear! The huge live broadcast square of the Chambord Islands has been shocked to the point of silence. It's not just Whitebeard, but even the naval hero Carp, Pluto Raleigh and even Pirate King Roger are all disciples taught by that man. What a madness! The supernova occupying the high ground of the live broadcast square. The death surge in Trafalgar has a crazy expression on his face. The four great legends of the last era, the leaders of the pirates and the navy, all came out of the same class. They are disciples of the same person. This kind of thing could not even be thought of before. Captain Karpenberg of the Flame Tank Pirates yelled. But now it's really happening. Ababa. How sacred is that man, who can teach such four legendary disciples who are shocking to the past. Dingyin Skilachmanapple staggered and almost fell from the high platform. That man is simply a god. If he is a god, then we can't judge his actual years of existence simply by his appearance. For the existence that masters the power of life and death, being immortal is the most normal thing. Weird Monk Kirky said, I have counted that the era of the Whitebeard is about to end. But I cannot count the appearance of this man. It is our misfortune to live with this extraordinary man. The future is doomed. The era of new people will never come again. The magician Basil Hawkins spoke in despair. Pure with a reward of over 300 million supernovae, Captain Yustaskid's eyes were red, and he let out bursts of heavy beast-like gasps. Killing Warrior Era and other members of the Kid group just looked at their captain in silence. They knew Kid's ambitious ambitions and goals better than anyone else. But now, this goal has collapsed. Even with the collapse is Kid's confidence in himself as a leader of the new generation. Hateful. The supernova big stomach girl Joelle Bonnie cursed in a low voice, and forced her gaze away from the face on the live screen. However, every time it was removed for less than 3 seconds, it would turn back involuntarily. What the hell is going on? That man's face. It makes my old lady be so heartbroken. Hell in love at first sight. Hell. This man is a wicked. While Kiao Ali Boney cursed in a low voice, her eyes widened and her beautiful eyes stared at Luo Feng on the screen unblinkingly. Her teeth bit her red lips and her slender legs rubbed unconsciously. Even the supernova pirate Joelle Bonnie, who has a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, is like this. Not to mention the ordinary noble girls gathered in the square at this moment. At the moment when Luo Feng's figure and appearance were transmitted to the big screen through the phone worm signal, the screams on the islands of Chambord land suddenly appeared one after another. The energetic and fast-working female reporter screamed in excitement, and fell straight to the ground while clutching her chest. The beautifully dressed ladies screamed again and again, completely ignoring the feelings of the male partner next to them. Even if you only see Luoxia from the screen, the true distance is still separated by a sea. That unspeakable charm still radiates, and for women, it has the lethality of an ancient weapon. The huge live broadcast square is also chaotic into a movie with the madness of these face-controlled girls. But the men who focused on the big event itself, especially reporters who want to seize the world news market for the first time, will not have the slightest influence. At this moment, all they were thinking about was spreading this series of shocking events throughout the world for the first time. Hurry up. Did not eat. Hurry up and act. Continue to add more. The previous Gwenu mission report will be released first. Now the most important thing is that godlike man, we must spread this news all over the world as soon as possible. Wangs the reporter leaders issued urging orders one after another. Oh, big news has appeared again. Boss. That naval hero Carp actually said that Roger One Piece and Whitebeard of the Four Emperors are his sons. President Morgan's Carp is the daddy of Roger and Whitebeard. People who were already immersed in the shock have lost their basic judgment. I can't fully understand the story of the two legendary sons of the naval hero Cap City, but it's not clear at all. This is simply the best news gossip material for the reporters in the Chambord Live Plaza. The reporters of various newspapers were all excited and struggling to write. Articles of gossip reports were also born, and they flocked to the world. Last of the last. Roger, Cap, Raleigh, and Whitebeard, the four legendary figures presenting their disciples to Luo Fengkai in the center, are fixed in the camera phone bug and set off as a fuse to detonate the world. As a result, the whole world is boiling over! Chapter 150, the second half of the Great Route. New World. Compared to the comfort of the first half of the paradise, the New World is more dangerous in every respect, and the undercurrents are raging. There are not only powerful pirates entrenched here. At the same time, it also encompasses the most intricate and chaotic underground dark world on the sea. In the dark underground world, there is the title of the four Dark Kings: Lonefield, the King of Loan Sharks; Amit, King of Shipping; Stutzy, Queen of Happy Street; and Morgans, President of the World Economic News. Among the four, Morgan's career is relatively brighter in comparison. The World Economic News, under his command, has now almost become the world's best-selling newspaper. At this moment, the hot air balloon headquarters of the World Economic News, a gorgeous office paved with precious white rough stones. Birdman Morgan sat on the leather sofa chair, trembling hands flipping through the first-hand information sent back by the frontline staff over and over again. These first-hand information materials, for professional journalist Morgans, are far more valuable than gold and diamonds. As a professional and authoritative journalist, Moore 600 Guns thinks about how to make big news every day, which shakes the whole world. And now the opportunity is here. This is the biggest hotspot of this era. One Piece Roger and the samurai Mitsuzuki Mita have returned from the resurrection, and the undead and legends in history have collectively appeared. More importantly, they have taught these legends. Teacher, who would have thought that Roger, the Navy hero, Carp, Hades, Raleigh, and the four emperors Whitebeard are all disciples of the same person? There will be no one behind. In this world, there is no big news. Compared to it, animals, birds, fruits, albatross, Morgans, who is capable of morphology, laughed madly, jumping up and down in the empty lounge, dancing with hands and feet. The whole Birdman is like a demon stunned. Outside the newspaper studio he belongs to, all the members are busy editing. Regardless of the size and detail, we are striving to capture the big events that are enough to shake the world. The shock of the resurrection of the Pirate King Roger and the Legend Master who controls the power of life and death will be reported to the people of the world. In less than 10 minutes, the first batch of newspapers were released hotly and spread to the branches of major newspapers via fax and telephone worms. Thousands of newspaper delivery birds raised by the World Economic News Agency began to rush to various places. bringing big news that shocked the world. Under the full impetus of journalists headed by Morgan's World Economic News, reports of the wars that occurred on the top of the Navy headquarters are spreading across the sea at the fastest speed. Bayard's feat of single-handedly singled out two generals is just the most basic appetizer. It is not a big deal for Pluto Rawley to appear on the battlefield. The real shock came from the resurrection of Roger, the pirate king who died 20 years ago, and officially announced his return to the world! More from the godlike man who created a series of miraculous events, unhandedly resurrected the pirate king Roger and Samurai Mida, who is respectfully called the Daddy by the Whitebeard. At the same time, he is also the man who is the common teacher of legendary figures such as the naval hero Ka, the One Piece Roger and the Hades Rawley Luofeng! Shocking news swept across the entire sea in the shortest amount of time, like a magnitude 12 earthquake, tsunami, and hurricane. Then the world trembles! South China Sea. How could this be? Why did the war become like this? What are these news reports? I don't believe it. How can I believe it? Navy hero Carp and pirate king Roger have a father-son relationship? Don't be kidding me. The Whitebeard father appeared. But how could he be such a young man? It's ridiculous. What's even more incredible is that it says that Roger, Cap, Rawley, and Whitebeard are all disciples of this young man. I really want to laugh. Which newspaper published these news? Let me see if I smashed it. People in the South China Sea strongly condemn the news agencies that publish outrageous reports. A naval youth training base in Xihai. Roger, the One Piece King, has been resurrected. How come there is such a thing? Why does such an outrageous thing happen? This is a dream. It's definitely a dream. The fake and the fake are all fake. Our hero Carp doesn't have the two wicked sons of Roger and Whitebeard. Besides, who is this young man? He turned out to be the teacher of Lieutenant General Carp. In this world, no one is qualified to be the teacher of the powerful Lieutenant General Carp like a ghost. The seamen of the youth training base who joined the Navy with such enthusiasm all yelled involuntarily at this moment. Even if you don't believe it. But their bodies were still shaking involuntarily. I am deeply afraid of the series of shocking facts reported in the news. North Sea. Things shouldn't be so right. Is the Navy going to lose? How can justice be defeated? I absolutely don't believe that it must be the Navy that wins in the end. God, please bless us. Whether it is Whitebeard or One Piece Roger, send all the evil parties to hell, and restore the sea to peace. The people folded their hands together and prayed to the sky. East China Sea. Alois Mine Island. Ha 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 ha. An old man with a bald tattoo wearing black sunglasses suddenly burst out laughing. As he laughed, the sea behind him suddenly raised thousands of waves. The horrible momentum surging, made the heaven and the earth change their colors. My brothers, Roger, Mida, you really have all come back from the resurrection. It's really been a long time. The old eyes of Spark Jabber, the man who used to be the third in command of the Roger pirates and known as the left hand of the One Piece, gradually moistened. And teacher Luofeng, your name has really been admired for a long time. I didn't expect that there will be a chance to see you again in this life. It seems that the old man can no longer keep a low profile. The old man will gather the old guys. It is time to reorganize the Roger pirates. Ha 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 ha. Spark Jabber laughed and jumped up, ride on a flatboat and rushed towards the sea in all directions.